Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is, because it's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
The son of James, the son of Lola May, the daughter of Alina who was a slave that was granted freedom physically. I guess it's up to me to bring it spiritually. Who am I? Our spirit should cause mortal men to walk upright through Solomon's sight. Out of 1,000 he found none. I live my life so maybe the children could find one. It's revolution time. Get your scriptures. I'm fired, aimed, and ready for the kill. Daniel locked it sealed. Read the truth, be healed. Gone, Yehuda. Let me see you feel.
I am Israel, descendants of Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebecca, the stock of Jacob. No weapon formed against me. And any tongue that shall rise against me in judgment, I shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Yah, who is called I am, because I am.
The one who the heathens fear, who Yah say he bringing near, who have ears but can't hear, eyes that can't see. Yah's chosen people is me, the one who rejects the Trinity. Worship he who reigns for eternity. Israel lasts until infinity. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, his descendants see. The one who sent the captivity for 4 centuries, explained in Deuteronomy. Yeah, the victims of a stolen legacy. David is who the head will be. You never know, it might be me. In these last days, we will all see who the king is and who I
am Israel, descendants of Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebecca, the stock of Jacob. No weapon formed against me. And any tongue that shall rise against me in judgment, I shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Yah, who is called I am, because I am.
Shabbat shalom, my beautiful family. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High bless, protect, and strengthen you all. This is another beautiful Shabbat day that the Most High blessed us with. My due is done. I got to fix my due. Another beautiful Shabbat day that the Most High has blessed us with. And I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be in your presence. Grateful to be your servant this day. Prince Kazaradar, standing in the best of my ability to be held accountable. Standing in position where the Most High will hold us all accountable. But I'm grateful to be here, being accountable for my actions, my thoughts, my deeds for the duration of my life. May the Most High be praised. You know, it's a beautiful week. Sun is shining. There's no rain outside. And we, as the chosen ones, the saints of the Most High, we have a lot to be grateful for. We do. We, oftentimes we go to sleep, we wake up, and we go to sleep, and we wake up, and we go to sleep, and we do what? We wake up. But how often do we thank the Most High for that ability, for that opportunity to breathe His air, to exist in His world that He placed us in down here? How often do we thank the Creator for all those beautiful things? How often does that happen? I don't know if that happens by everybody, but, I like to try to make that a habit, a consistent habit of servitude toward this King, because He's worthy. He's worthy. All right. Shabbat shalom to everyone. Welcome, welcome. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High bless you all and strengthen you all. All right. So is there, let's talk a little bit before we get started with our Shabbat day. Let's loosen up a little bit. How was our week? Did you guys get to experience and enjoy your week? The Shabbat, from last Shabbat to this Shabbat, where the time just went like this, and it seems like it was only about 4 days, but it was really 7, 8 days. How was your week? Did you enjoy it? Did you have glorious times? Did you have fun times? You're going to have opportunity a little bit later to thank the Most High for whatever it is you want to thank the Most High for, whatever you want to thank Him for. But I'm trying to spark something in your spirit so that when that time comes, you're more actively engaged. So tell me, how was your week? How was your week? Did you enjoy your week? Did you have great times? Did you feel the blessings and the presence of the Most High in your life through your week? Do you ever go through your week and do a certain thing and then remember the lessons and be like, yo, we can't do that. I'm not supposed to be thinking like that. I'm not supposed to act like that. Are these lessons valuable to you? Do you even consider yourself, this portion that we have here, do you consider this to be a family, a community? What do you consider this to be to you in your mind? You tune in every week, and some of you who are the first times here, may the Most High bless you. May the Most High be with you, and may the Most High allow you to get filled up spiritually from these lessons today, because that's our intentions, to empower you with the ability to move forward with power, force, and might and strength. So do you find yourself through the week remembering the lessons from the classes or throughout the course of your day? How you deal with your children, how you deal with your nashim, your wives, your husband, anyone, your boss, anybody. When you go shopping, the certain foods you look for, do you read the ingredients? How has this class affected your life? Because these things are important, very important. How do you consider this class? Do you consider this to be family? Is this my family? Or is this just a group of people doing some talking, and every once in a while I tune in to hear what they got to say, but it don't really mean much to me? Because we have to understand that this is supposed to be family. That's the only way we're going to really be serious about this and dedicated and really, really taking in the knowledge and learning. We have to really, really consider, shift the way we think, because for family, you do things for family that you don't do for other people. So if you don't see this as family, then we're going to have problems. Might not be right now, but it will be in the very near future. Because when all the lights go out and all the hell break out, first thing you want to do is take care of family, right? So if you don't consider us family, you won't even think about us. You'd be like, oh, Prince and them are all right. They all right. and you won't even hurt for us. I mean, that's not how it's supposed to be. If we family for real, if you feel this way and we're connected, then you should want for us better than you want for yourself. You should want to look out for us. If something happened, some calamity fall, and you get some distressing news, you should try to make sure we safe. You know, you shouldn't just be like, oh, well, they all right. They down there, they over there. Oh, it's only talk to them on the weekend on the Shabbat, and then you might just be here and don't talk to us. You know, we got to really start beginning to focus on building what we have. I mean, really seriously building what we have, because I thought about this the other day, and I want to share this with y'all. You know, I always share my thoughts, but I'm gonna share this with y'all. I was thinking about this the other day. We've been doing this a long time, and we have a lot of repeat people who come in. A lot of the people every week, at least they're here on the screen. I don't know what they're doing in the background, but they're here, and they participate, they check in, and they do a lot of things. But we still not building in a way that a community should be building. We don't have no major progress like we should. We don't have any major developments like we should. We're not like the rest. We far from the rest. And I can't hold you on that. Y'all doing a fabulous job on that. We are far from the rest, but we're nowhere near our potential. What we are able to do and achieve, we are far from that. My wife said I got one light out in the background. Just like I got the flag leaning down, tilting, because we only halfway there. Why would I do anything other than that? And I can pretend as if we got it going on. No, we ain't got it going on. We're far from that. But what I'm trying to say, family, is we got so many skills and potential out here in the audience. Mr. My brother, Morey Kezu, he's here with us today. He's on the land with us today. I'm not on the land. I'm in Philadelphia, but the family is on the land. And my brother Kezu was on the land with us, and he came down. This is what I'm talking about. You got to watch people. Certain people have certain characters and traits that you have to embrace. You have to harness that and take care of those people and make sure they cool. He came down because we have a whole slew of events coming up on the 15th, the 14th, the 15th, and the 16th, I believe it is. 13th, 14th, and the 15th. Which one is it? 14th, 15th, and 16th? Okay. We got a whole slew of events coming up soon. And he came like a week, almost 2 weeks. Well, he came, and he's been there almost a month now. Yeah, he's been there almost a month now. Back and forth between here and Atlanta, but he's here on the land. And he doesn't come with his hand out saying, well, what I'm going to do, how can I get some money from this? And how can I get? No, he come and he says, Prince, where you need me at? What do you need me to do? Now, because he has so much skill in so many different areas, it's hard to pinpoint him for one thing. So now Prince gave him like 15 assignments. Yeah, bro, I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I need you to do that. And while you're waiting, you could do this and you do, because he's so able. But the thing that I like about it the most is that he's so willing. Now, if we took him and multiply that attitude and that spirit with just 40% of the people that come up here on a regular, man, we would change the face of Israel. I promise you, we would change the face of Israel in this world, in this lifetime, in this day. We would change it because we got people, willing souls that's coming and saying, where can I fit in? What do you need me to do? How can I help? How can I participate? And it hurts my soul to see so many people every week laying dormant with these talents and gifts that we have. We got a whole lot of people here with special abilities. Nobody else can do the job but you. But if you don't step up and stand up, we won't know that. You keep being from a distance. Yeah, I love y'all. Yeah, well, show us. Let's do this. We got 110 acres of land. What can we do with a whole 110 acres of land? Anything we want. Anything that you could put your mind to, we can do with 110 acres of land. That's a whole town. That's a whole town right there. And we own it. We can do it. So, but you got to want it. And you got to be ready to get up out of these cities. Even if you ain't ready to get up out of them cities, a part-time movement here and there, every once in a while, like my brother Kezu. He come, he go. He come and he go. But he comes more than he goes. You know what I mean? Regularly. He's a regular, you can depend on him. And what all I'm saying is, you ain't got to move out of those luxury cities that you want to be up in right now. You ain't got to be in that right now. And I don't want y'all to think this is a plea for desperation, because that ain't what this is. It's my job to enlighten you to things about your life that you might not understand that you need and your shortcomings. That's all. I ain't begging nobody to do nothing. I'm not. And I'm perfectly cool, just like it is. If the Most High keeps it the way it is that way, and I'm cool with that. And I ain't got no problem with it. But I am supposed to let you know when you are utilizing your resources or not. And right now, the majority of y'all are not utilizing your resources. You're going to wait till the hell, fire and brimstone fall from the sky and hell from beneath, all that hell come up from these people before you start talking about, I want to come down. It's going to be too late then, because the gate's going to be locked then. Start planting your feet now. Start getting used to the place now. Come walk the land. My brother Kezu, he's right there. He said, well, Prince, you promised everybody an acre that was a part of the school. Yeah, everybody that lived and served the Creator. Yes. So where my acre going? I said, bro, if he could tell you, I said, walk the land and pick it out where you want it to be. It's a whole 110 acres. You figure out where you want to be. You know? It's just that real, family. You need to come now, even if you come for a day, just to figure out where you want your plot, or you want to get a camper, where you want to put your camper. I tell my children this all the time. My children don't move. My children right here in the city, they don't want to leave the cities. They love the cities. They love them. But when hell break loose, everybody going to be struggling, trying to fight to get down somewhere, a place of refuge where they can survive at. Everybody going to be trying to do something like that soon. Well, it's going to be too late then. First of all, I don't like to use that first of all, because that's a colloquial that Black people use all the time, and I don't like that. Use that, be like everybody else. So let me just bring to your attention that when the thing hit the fan, when it really hit the fan, a lot of the things as bridges, they're going to be shut down. A lot of the transportations, the highways, is going to be super jam-packed. Super jam-packed. A lot of people ain't going to be able to get where they want to go. You may have to walk from Philadelphia to Georgia. It's an 11-hour car ride. It's probably a couple days walking. You may have to walk. But if you get your feet planted, at least when you arrive, you'll have your own already sitting there waiting for you. Even if it's a camper, you'll have a camper sitting there waiting for you. And if you happen to be one of them brothers or sisters that got a couple dollars, you can buy a house. Put a house there. She right. Motorcycle will work. Learn how to ride a motorcycle. She's right. He's absolutely right. SW trustee. Get a solar electric bike. She's on point, but you gotta get something. And the majority of y'all, majority of us, majority of we don't have anything. We don't have everything in place for what's about to. We don't have everything down pat and how it's going. What we know we need to do, but we're a lot further than most, a whole lot further than most, and we're looking for others who have the knowledge that can critique us and show us where we need to be strengthened at. And we can't do that if we only stand on these places like this and talking that talk and listening to these great lessons and ain't taking knowledge behind the scene what Prince is really talking about. And what Prince is really talking about is true community living, participating. Come out and do what needs to be done so that you can prepare a place for you and your children for the future. That's all. But you ain't got to come to us. You can always get your own land. You could buy an acre or two anywhere from here to South Carolina. I mean, from Philadelphia to Georgia to Florida to wherever you want to go, as long as you want some land with a well. And however electric you're going to work it, get yourself some solar panels or something or whatever you're going to do. But get started. And if you don't have the money to do that, you can always reach out to us. Let us know you want to come down, check out, and see if you can get into this community. You know, because everybody ain't going to be welcome. It's just that simple. I'm not even going to hold you and say, my doors are open for everybody, because it's our doors and they're not open for everybody.
That's right.
If you ain't about this life, then you can just keep on moving. This life for real. You know, or overall great person, you know, willing to learn about the Most High and how to live. And, you know, we ready. That's right. We communicate. All right. SW trustee got a lot of great ideas. All right.
That's Shemaya, she said.
That's Shemaya.
She got her accounts.
Surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. She's very brilliant. She's bright, very bright. Yeah, so that's it, family. You know, I just think sometimes about, it's like having $1 million in the bank, but living in the projects and not having access to that $1 million. You can't get to it, or you don't even know you got it, but you're struggling every day living. And that's how living on land with great people around you, but nobody's participating. That's what it's like. We have access to greatness, and it lies within you, within all of you all. The greatness lies within you and the listening audience who will be hearing this presentation at a later time. The greatness lies within you, not us. We are just the ones who the Most High put in place so that these things can be possible in this dispensation of time. That's who we are. That's what we're doing. But it's going to be for you guys to come in to make it all happen. But if you don't, it's all right. We're going to get it however the Most High gives it. But we are so thankful to be on the receiving end. So grateful and so thankful. So I'm just letting you know, it ain't all about Prince. It ain't all about Princess. It ain't all about Yvette Autumn. It ain't all about us. It's about you. Because we are your servants. We serve you. And if there's ever anything that you need from us, let us know. And we have to do what we can to help, to assist, and to provide. All right? So keep that in mind as we move forward.
Okay.
That's right. All righty, Ma, where we at?
We are getting ready to go into our thank yous. So before we do that, I'm going to play one more. So blessed be the day of the Shabbat.
Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy and the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our Father, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy and the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High,
All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Praying and thanking the Creator for this day. Thank you, Creator, for another Shabbat day. Thanking Him for just everyone being here and asking that the Most High continue to guide, shield, and protect us, especially in these days and times. And also asking Him to be with each and every one of you that are present here on this day, that have made it this an appointed appointed time that we know He gave us, but to basically consistently and intentionally be present to the Creator on this day. So to the Most High for all of you all. We are going to get started with our thank yous. Toda for everyone who has already shared their thank yous. And I will begin to share them, to speak them out loud. So we are going to start with Malka Higdalia. And Malka Higdalia, she says, I am thankful to the Most High for His breath of life. Hallelujah. She also says, this is one thing that sounds small, but it's so huge. It is. It's bigger than most things, because if we don't have the breath of life, we don't have life. So Toda Rabah, Malka Higdalia, for bringing that out. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for making the Shabbat a requirement in lieu of an option. In lieu of an option, as an option, I may have foolishly opted out from this awesome rejuvenation period. What a great point, sis. Toda Rabah for bringing that out. That is so true. Toda Most High, she also says, I am thankful to the Most High for my mommy. She just joined a strength training class at 86. Very inspiring. Very inspiring. Okay, let's go. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the strength to make tough decisions. Absolutely. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for designing our bodies to self-regulate our temperature, complete with a built-in sweat air conditioner. Ooh, yes, so true. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for His patience with us in our return to Him. He has created so many avenues that would allow for all to start their journey to Him in order to serve Him. Very true, sis. I am thankful to the Most High for giving us music for every occasion. Hallelujah. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for seasonings, herb seasonings particularly. It's amazing how He created these things that are so flavorful and have the ability to take dishes over the top. And they can also double as medicine at the same time. Hallelujah. Putting extra turmeric in my curry made me think, wow, turmeric is great for inflammation and curry. He so rocks. Absolutely, sis. Good point you bringing out there with that turmeric. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for not giving me or my Yeladim any food allergies. I see the tough time people have with it. Yes, sis, that's a big thank you. I often think about that. Like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I would do if I had a food allergy. To have to really, but I have a niece that she's almost allergic to, she's allergic to probably 75% of the things we eat. And yeah, I know it's a struggle for her, but turn Most High for that. And then Malka Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing me the humility to speak up for what I need and also for things I may deserve, but are withheld unintentionally or intentionally. Very good point, sis. Very good point. It makes me think about yesterday, my brother told my son, he said, remember to remain humble in the times you need to, and then remember to also be humble in the times that you don't need to, and to understand how to be humble in both processes. So great point, sis. Toda Rabah. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the understanding that while He would rather take everyone back, there are things that can make Him reject us from His presence. He will purge out the rebels. Yes, He will. Malcolm Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the understanding that earning blessings is guaranteed by Him. Therefore, the only one that can keep me from them is me by not doing what He instructed. Hallelujah. Very, very important. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for understanding that for the changes we make to be real, it must prove to be consistent and done, even when no other person is looking. I often marvel at how some behave as if they're doing things in secret, as if another person is who we need to fear, as if the Most High doesn't see all. Out here hiding from grass, shaking my head. Very true, sis. Very true. So for that point. Malcolm Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for being with my mind and hand. I decided I wanted to graduate with a distinction, and I felt smarter just trusting He is with me in my goals. Hallelujah. Absolutely, sis. She also said, I truly think that anything we want in righteousness is attainable because He put His breath of life in us. Yes, He did, and it is. Malcolm Higdali also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the family I was born into, flaws and all. Absolutely. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for choosing me, the lowliest in my family. Hallelujah. All right. Malcolm Higdali also says, the lowliest in my family, at least in their eyes. Well, in the Most High's eyes, you are chosen. You are great. Awesome. She says, I am thankful to the Most High for the family, not blood, I have been blessed with. Hallelujah. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for allowing me I'm thankful to the Most High for not allowing me to understand there is no benefit having a fake persona based on what other people like or think. The one who truly matters always sees and knows our inward parts. Hallelujah. She also says, in my opinion, doing so only shows we fear people more than the Most High. Hallelujah. Great point, sis. Malcolm Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing our butterfly life cycle experiment to go well. 9 out of 10 butterflies emerged successfully. It was beautiful to witness how these creatures do exactly what the Most High made them to do. Hallelujah. All right. Now we are going into Asimia Rishon's thank yous. Asimia Rishon is thankful to the Most High for the plants to eat. Hallelujah. He is also thankful to the Most High for animals that are clean. Hallelujah. Asimia Rishon is also thankful to the Most High for creating a planet where all of these things can live. Hallelujah. Asimia Rishon is thankful to the Most High for the food He puts on our plate. Hallelujah. Toda Asimia Rishon, sharing your thank yous. All right. Then we have Aim Sukari says, Shabbat Shalom, family. Grateful to be present with all in attendance. Shalom, shalom. All right. Shemaya says, I'm sorry, that was something else. But Shemaya says, quote Shemaya says, Shabbat Shalom, may the Most High open. May the Most High open. I am grateful to have my life and family. I am grateful to have the opportunity to keep His commandments. She had also put something else. I'll make sure I can find it. I don't see it. So all right. Aim Kimia says, fantastic. Torah for allowing us to participate in His ministry. May the Most High Seven greatly increase you, your household, and His ministry. Selah. Selah. Moray Kezu says, thankful to the Most High for life and well-being. It has been a continuously moving week. I went 2 days without sleep. So grateful for the Shabbat as a moment to stop, slow down, praise Him, and recuperate. I need a recharge, and the Most High knows it. Hallelujah. So true. Sister Shemaya also says, very, very thankful for my life and my family's life today. Thankful for the opportunity to be able to praise Him. That was the law I was looking for. I was looking for a wrong name, though. Moray Kezu also says, thankful that even in these times of turmoil, there are many that notice and still consider His ways, especially when they see His people doing His work. I tell this to people all the time. Okay, he said you, and I'm trying to make sure that was it. Okay, he said, I'm not sure what IOW is, but he said, I'm thankful to be able to be the light for those that may be moving in darkness of just dark times. We are to be a nation of priests. I equate that with being a big brother to the nations. And if I had water, I didn't. Okay, I think these are mixed up, so I'm not sure. Let me go back. He said, because you never know who's watching your show. So always put your best face forward. I was out with my juices this week and happened upon a man in the corner of a grocery store, sitting and sweating. Sitting and sweating, okay. He said, and if I had water, I didn't at the time, but I had a lot of herbs, teas, and juices, and I gave him a soursop tea, which would not only refresh him, but possibly quell any hunger pangs he had.
I don't know the explanation for that, but she just got kicked out. Here she go.
I don't know what just happened, but okay. All right. Let me clear his out so I don't see it. Brother Carlin or nephew Carlin said, dear Creator, yeah, thank you for the doors that were closed. Thank you for the missed opportunities and lessons learned. It has led me right to where you want me to be right now. Praises. And Kimya says, giving thanks to the Most High for spared lives of my beloved family, friends, and also for daily maintenance. Life is precious. Tell the Most High for finances. Tell the Most High for you've made me more precious than silver and gold. She says, give thanks, hallelujah, hallelujah, Toda Rabbah, Most High. Right. Sister Antoinette Jackson says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing me to connect with Him through spirit. And then Anki Ter says, I'm grateful for this online community and its leaders, Prince Kez and household. I'm inspired by their unwavering willingness to bring content to this platform every Shabbat. Toda Rabbah.
And we got to freeze that, right? And put that as a pin. So every time somebody comes to the platform, they see that post. Thank you, Aang. Toda Rabbah.
Toda Rabbah. I want to make sure I didn't leave anybody's things out over here, but I don't think I did, so. Okie dokie. I see Maury Kenzo's here, so thank you.
You did that one?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Toda.
Anybody?
Shabbat shalom, Nicole. Giving thanks and praise to your Almighty. Yeah, I was just trying to bring some clarity to what I had put out there, because sometimes you're posting, other people start posting, and it splits up your whole thought process. And so I was just saying I was thankful to the Most High to be able to be there for someone else who was in need, and that wasn't the first time. Atlanta is full of a lot of people that need, It's like being in New York City. And so you got to consider that the Most High puts us in certain places at certain times, and for that reason. And like that particular day, I was with my cousin, and I went out with my wares, and I'm trying to make KSF, but at the end of the day, I work for the Most High first. Is what I tell people, and it's so true. And so as this man he was sitting in the corner, like trying to be away from everybody, but he was literally drenched in his own sweat because it was so hot outside that day. And he saw me with my juices, and I'm, moving back and forth. He's like, "Yo, bro, you got a water?" I was like, "No, I don't have any water, but I have this for you if you like it." You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like I said, I work for the Most High firstly, and if you see somebody on the side and needs some assistance, whether it be a ox in the ditch or they thirsty and look like they're about to pass out from dehydration, that's an opportunity to show that the Most High is great in all that He does. So He put me in the right place at the right time, and I extended Slika the juice to the brother. He drank it right then and was like, "Yo, thanks, man. I needed this." And I was just like, "Thank the Most High. Don't thank me. Thank the Creator." So just wanted to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank the Most High that I was able to be in the right place.
May the Most High be with you, bro. We're so grateful. Imam?
All right. Sister Ornette says, "I am thankful and grateful to the Creator for allowing us safe travels to Miami. We planned and executed a family reunion cruise to the Bahamas. Everything went smoothly and without hiccups. Hallelujah."
Why y'all ain't inviting us?
I was just about to say.
Hey, they must know I don't go nowhere and don't spend no money, so that's probably what it is. They know I ain't going nowhere and don't spend no money, so that's what it is. They said ain't no need in bringing them. Prince ain't gonna let them go.
True.
Hey, listen, we put the link in the room, and I'll do it again. And I say this because if anybody wishes to come onto the platform to speak, you hit that link, we'll bring you in so you can say what it is that you feel you need to say to get across to the family.
All right. She'll do hers. She'll do hers live, so she can go ahead. You can go ahead, Autumn.
So while we're waiting for her, I like to say
Shalom, can everybody hear me? Oh wait, I think I need to turn the TV down. One second.
While we're waiting for her, I like to say a special thank you for all the people who have been donating to the success of
my apologies.
Temple Keeper. So thank you all for your donations and your contributions, because without you, what would we be here for? May the Most High be praised. We greatly appreciate your help and your consideration for the family. Total Rabbi. Ishi?
Hey, say hi.
Hi.
Say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom, BK.
Hey, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Shalom, I'm gonna have to make this quick because he's all over the place. But I just wanted to come on here with my voice and say I'm grateful to the Creator for His everyday mercies that He gives us every single day, His portions of His Spirit that He gives us, His correction that He gives us, the warning signs that He gives us, the intuition that He gives us, and the ability to do better, or the opportunity to do better, let's say, that He gives us every day. I'm so thankful for traveling mercies, as we have been basically what feels like all over the world. To me, it feels like that because
hold a second. Can you tell that little boy be quiet?
Over
Tell
here.
that little boy be quiet. Tell
Over
him.
here. Quiet.
Yeah. Check it.
Quiet. Quiet. Mm-mm. Yes, so it feels like all over the world to me because I'm 31 weeks pregnant. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to go see my family before labor. Anyway, I'm grateful that we were able to get some things done that needed to get done business wise and just making moves. So that's always a good thing. That's always a great thing. I want to say I am so appreciative um, of my husband and who he is. We were watching a video yesterday of a woman that basically was explaining her disarray of a marriage. Apparently there was some big time drama, and it's a big camp. I won't say the camp name, I won't say the leader's name or anything like that, but apparently there's been a huge disarray within this marriage and with this leader. And it just it was very triggering, and we watched through some of the videos together and just kind of analyzed what she was saying and compared to what we heard or whatever. And I turned to him and I said, babe, I'm so glad you're not like that. You know, I know everyone has grown from something, you know, not saying that mistakes haven't happened in his life, my life, and things like that. But to who we are as people now and who we're growing to be in the future, I just appreciate his strides and how he has been as a husband and who he is becoming as a husband and everything. Because it was rough. Maybe he'll talk about it, but the video was really rough. So, and it was in the community, you know, I don't know too many people or people in general, in this community. I just know who I know, but based on this video, I know it was a very, very popular leader, and it was just really, really sad to see such a disarray and see this woman coming out and saying what has happened. She's had to defend herself against other public scrutiny based, you know, it's always a he said, she said situation. And it was just very triggering. So I'm grateful for who he is as a man and for the family that I have around me that keeps it real and that we're able to actually be a family and not be a fake family. So I appreciate that. I'm also appreciative of the honesty of my husband too, meaning that he'll tell you if you make something, he'll be nice about it and he'll say like, oh, this is okay, right? Or he'll say this is really good, right? Or sometimes he might just say, I'm not really sure about this one, right? But yesterday I made a vegan dish for the first time. I just tried it out just to see how it would be. I said, wait. I tried it out to see how it would be, and it was a vegan chicken and vegetable cheese casserole. Basically, it's like a chicken pot pie. Think of a chicken pot pie, but in casserole form. That's basically all it was. And he told me after the first couple.
I guess he wasn't supposed to talk about that. I guess he wasn't supposed to talk about that. Here she go. Here she go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah. So I was just expressing my gratitude to my husband and giving me the confidence I needed to continue to make dishes and continue to cook, because I do not consider myself a woman who cooks like from scratch and things. I was never taught how to make certain things from scratch, and everything that I know how to cook has just been trial and error, as anyone. But you know, you have women in your life that help teach you things along the way, and I'm grateful for that. So I'm grateful that he gave me the confidence boost that I needed to keep trying different dishes, right? And whether it comes out good or bad, I'm grateful that he was able to, that he liked it. I'm really grateful because it made me smile. It's always a great thing. Sit down. It's always a great thing when you feed your husband a dish that he actually likes, right? women know. So that was just really special to me. I just really appreciated it. That's all. I am also grateful, last thing, to be alive in these times. We are seeing even though it is tough, what we're seeing, I am grateful. I am grateful to be alive in these times and witness what's happening in the earth. I definitely see and feel a shift happening in all areas around the globe. And a lot of it is happening. And even though it can be scary, it can be a little bit, it's overwhelming. I'm grateful to have the community that we have, the husband that I have, the family that I have to keep me grounded. BK. To keep me grounded in all things. And I'm grateful that the Most High has given me the chance to see what's happening. And hopefully see it to the end, meaning whatever that means. Like in my lifespan, hopefully we'll be going back to our land and in our lifespan. And if not, in our children's lifespan. And if not, then in our grandchildren's lifespan. But I'm grateful to be alive in this time to witness the changes that are happening, because I know the Most High's hand is in it regardless. A shift is happening. So I'm thankful. And even though it's going to be rough, I know the shift is coming. And we just got to keep the ride going. Total Rabah.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. So I put the link in the room. So anybody that wants to come on the platform to speak their portion can speak it out loud. You don't have to have somebody else interpret it for you, but you can speak it on your own. All right, Emma?
Can. All right. Total everybody for bringing forth their thank yous. May the Most High be pleased with our efforts to be consciously thanking Him for all things that we can remember at the time or remember later. But may He be praised. Giving thanks and praises to the Creator, our Most High, for this day, for this Shabbat day, for all the things that He has allowed all of us to travel through, journey through, obtain successfully and some unsuccessfully during this week. My husband said earlier, like a day could seem long or a week could seem fast. And for me, this week was long.
Y'all ready? Get ready, y'all. Get ready. Here we go.
Why do we have to do the drum roll? We
don't. Because you be getting it in. I mean, go get it in, though. Get it in. We ain't got no problem with that. But y'all get ready because we got to go on a journey.
Okay. So that's my husband, guys. No, so I'm thankful because like truly my life. Yeah, when I think about my whole life from now until
who you married to?
Born.
Jeez.
I'm talking my way before. My life has been something to testify, something to be grateful for, something to sit back and reflect. Every week something happens in my life that I'm reminded of how magnificent the Creator is, and how even when you're weary and tired, if He has a job for you, He's going to make sure that job gets done. And He's going to give you the energy. He's going to give you the wisdom. He's going to give you the tools to make sure it gets done. But it's up to us if we quit, if we say it's too much. It's up to us if we be like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to not do this part of the job you gave me and think that that job is going to be complete. And people are always like, you're doing so much. Oh my gosh. But I feel like if I do half of it and not the other half, then I'm not doing what He asked me to do. And even when I'm like at my tiredest moments, I feel like I got to still push through and at least finish in the best of my ability, ask for the help in between, but to finish it because I don't feel complete if I don't. Um, so I'm truly, truly thankful to the Creator for everything, for the good and the bad. So yeah, so of course I want to start with thanking the Creator. Secondly, for my parents. Um, yeah, this week has been emotional, thinking about them, having people come to me to just talk to me about them. So yeah, I'm grateful to my parents because I don't truly know where I would be in this life, who I would be, honestly, if the Most High didn't bless me with them as parents. I truly don't, and I don't want to consider thinking about it because I'm grateful. I love my parents. I miss them dearly every day. However, I'm grateful for the life I had with them and the life that they provided for my siblings and I. I'm grateful to the Creator for my Ish. Grateful for the things that He does for our family, for our community, for Him as a father to all of our children. Um, and just thinking about all the things that the Most High could provide us with, and that the fact that He has provided him with the tools and the resources to make sure that we are all covered, we are all in a space of um, just gratitude and thankfulness and understanding, even if it doesn't feel good at the time, to understand why it's done, to understand when it needs to be done and how. And so I'm grateful for the Most High for him. I'm grateful to the Creator for my family, as Malka Dali said earlier, for the ones we chose and the ones that we didn't choose. Because every part of our family is important in some way, fashion, or form. Even like she said, those who think lowly of you, but as you continue to think highly of yourself and put your life in the Most High's hands, then it doesn't matter what other people think of you. It's who and how He thinks of you. Um, yeah, thankful to the Creator for all of our children, the ones who have been who've come forward on this earth and who are making just life changes, challenges in this world, and for the ones who are coming forward in the future. Thankful to the Most High for all of life that has come in our family. Thankful to the Creator for my extended family, and just all the sacrifices they made in this world, and being able to recognize and understand those sacrifices and stand strong just against any and all adversity. So I'm grateful for their example. I'm grateful for traveling mercies because I did some traveling this week. And so I'm super grateful for traveling mercies for myself and my family, my husband, my sister, wife, our children that were traveling, and family, and allowing each and every one of us, because it was quite a few of us traveling at the same time, to make it to our destinations there and back home safely. I'm grateful, yeah, to the Most High for this week. So this week started off full and it ended even more full. And so I'm grateful for that because it was a week full of just love. It was a week full of gratitude, gratefulness. It was a week full of so many things, emotions of crying, emotions of smiling, laughing, dancing, everything. And so I want to start with on Yom Rishon. I was grateful because we were able to come into Yom Rishon after a 6-month planning of my auntie Asada Shakur's celebration of life. And everyone that attended, I didn't get there until sundown to the repast part, but everyone was so grateful that we did the repast. We had almost 1,700, about 1,700 people physically there to be a part of this celebration of life. And then we also had it on stream. So it was about maybe 1,000 people on stream. But it was just beautiful to hear people talk about how it was well executed, how we did a great job, celebrating her life and bringing forth things about her life that other people would not have known of who she was, and how we showed her in the light of love and human in a human form outside of what America has decided who she is. And so I'm super grateful that people were able to see that side of her. I think what's so important for us, children of the movement, is that people see our parents as who they are, our parents, our aunts and uncles, because the world has already shown people that they're evil or they're wicked because they stood up for our people. And for us, the children who had to go through it, especially young, going to court, being in a courtroom, watching our parents be imprisoned, going to have to visit our parents in prison, locked up, beaten, and some murdered. It really feels humbling, but it also feels really like it's a soothing process for us to hear people truly share and express their love and gratefulness for their sacrifices. And I think for a lot of people, they don't understand it, but for us, it gives us, I don't know, it just makes us feel like it was all worth it with everything that we went through, that our parents went through. And so, and it gives us it shows us that there's love and there's still a space for us to express how we grew up. And prayerfully, in the times to come, we'll be able to share that with the world. And then on that day too, on that Yom Shon, a lot of my cousins and I, we got together and just had a good time together. Just talked about, celebrating. One of my cousins wrote a book called This Thug's Life. He's Tupac's brother. And I read that whole book I did it on Audibles because I drive a lot. But just from the beginning to the end, I was so just exuberated with his expression of how we grew up. It brought back so many memories of our life from children all the way to now adulthood. And he ended it, with the death of his brother and one of our cousins. And it took me right back to that moment. And I realized in that moment that majority of us never really mourned the loss of them because it was so out in public that we just had to keep going and keep going. And we talked about that, like how we all need to just come together away from everybody and kind of just really sit with everything that's happened in our life and talk about it, mourn it, cry, laugh, whatever we need to do, but to heal from it, release, and then now be able to express it in the most beautiful way for us. And so I'm grateful that we were able to get together and celebrate the book with him. While we were there, a couple of comrades of our families, of our parents came, and one she's of the Caucasian race, and there was a group of them, and they were very active comrades with our parents, right? And so one thing she said to me was, she said, I feel like I'm still obligated. And she didn't say I feel, she said, I am still obligated to you, the children of all of our comrades who have fallen, who have gone, who were in prison, because of everything they did for us as a people. And even though they're not, our color, but they were comrades and they did a lot. And if I could list a whole lot of things they did and they're still doing. But she was saying how, she wants to do a fundraiser for our school and just, support in any way, because she knows she's still obligated to help us push forward and get the word out and do what we're doing. And she said, and I watch you all the time on Instagram talking about the school. And so whatever we can do, you know, she wants to do it. So that felt good to, you know, get that love, to get that those words from her and encouragement. And yeah. And so then of course, you know, it's not funny, y'all, but life is something. We traveled back to Atlanta, two of my siblings and I, and we get to the airport. Mind you, I flew to New York, right? So it's a whole thing. I flew to New York and I flew back to Atlanta. So we get to New York. One of my siblings opts out. The other one's in TSA pre-check. So she's over there, and my brother and I are together, but he opts out, but I go through. And when I go through, I see they pause my bag, and I'm like, what? There's nothing in my bag. Like, I've been flying. I'm like, oh boy, okay, what's going on? So they send my bag back, come back, it pauses again. So I'm like, oh boy, what are they trying to do? So then they say, ma'am, you have a bullet in your purse. I'm like, what? How? I flew here. And she says, oh, where did you fly from? So I tell her where I flew from. Oh, she said, oh, they wouldn't have stopped you for that. So my first thought is, but they should have, if it's all the same people.
You shouldn't have had no bullets. What kind of life are you living?
First of all, it was one bullet.
Gangster.
The setup, exactly. That's
on that lane.
Who's trying to set me up here? Mind you, I had on my seat.
If they was trying to set you up, they'd put a gun.
Yeah,
you had that bullet because you gangster.
No. So
y'all living on that land, y'all ain't telling us. Y'all got a little compound out there. That's what it is. Riding around with bullets.
I had on my Seize the Revolution sweater. My brother has on the Sada Shakur button with Tula Shakur button. Like we traveling like whatever. Like it ain't nothing. And so we was just like, okay. So then they was like, ma'am, they was like, well, you're gonna have to wait for the police to come. And I'm like, okay, what? Okay, here we go. So I'm like, all right. In my head, I'm like, well,
wait a minute. Did she tell y'all she almost got me locked up one time?
Oh my gosh, can we not?
Tell about that. You gonna tell something, tell the truth. I mean, you ain't lying, but tell the truth, tell all of it. She's dangerous with when going through TSA. She's dangerous.
So my brother, he's opt out. I watch him go through all the opt out stuff. You know, they have, you know, when you opt out, they make you do all these extra things to get patted down. So he's standing there making call, like texting people that he know in the airport that it's like if something happens, so he can help and stuff. And I'm standing there just like, okay. So the lady, the TSA lady, right? She got an attitude, young Black girl, got an attitude, acting like I'm a terror, like all the stuff. So she's like, is there a reason you have a bullet in your purse? I said, well, I mean, I live in a country, so that's probably the reason, but didn't know it was in there. And that's why I told her, I just flew here though. So, you know, that's really weird. So she was like, okay, well, you have to just wait. So the officer come, mind you, the officer is of another race, pleasant. She's like, oh, okay, you know, I just need your license to run your license. I said, okay, no problem. Gave her my license. She's looking through. She's pleasant the whole time. Like, oh, you know, well, this isn't a cause for arrest, but just be mindful, you know, that's okay. The Black girl still has an attitude. She still has an attitude. I was like, what type of bullet is it? Just all, I'm like, it's girl crazy. So then, but then the guy checking my license, he's standing there, he's still doing it. I'm like, now what are they looking for? So he comes over, he says, your license, which one is your first name? I mean, your last name. I said, Israel. He said, okay. Goes back 5 minutes later. This says Shakur on your license. I said, yeah, it does. That's my middle name. That's part of my middle name. And he goes, oh, okay. Goes back. Then about 10 minutes later, he goes, okay, all is clear. Here you go. So I'm just like, I'm looking, and if we looking and my sister's like, man, I just knew they was about to take you to jail. You got your sweater on, chocolate, my brother over there got his buttons on. He's opting out, and he said, yeah, I opted out. They probably was like, what's going on with these two? He opted out, and then we started just talking about all the different processes. But at the end of it, the Most High saw fit. I didn't get arrested. They had given me a ticket saying I had to appear something. I haven't read the ticket yet, honestly, but I will. I had a busy rest of the week. But it was just something funny about it. About me, thought I was Juanita, but listen, I was just like, wow. But yeah, so no, it does teach you gotta empty your, and honestly, I cleaned out that purse before I left. But in one pocket, I had a bunch of batteries. So I actually didn't take the batteries out. I was like, okay, that's just some batteries, and kept it moving. But it was actually a bullet within those batteries. And that's really just the irony in it all. But what my husband wants me to talk about is that probably a few years ago, it had to be a few years ago now, we were headed out. We were at the airport. And he was like, make sure everything is out your purse. Make sure. I was like, yeah, everything's out my purse. My purse is good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Lo and behold, we go through TSA and my gun is in my purse. And I was like, oh my gosh, I knew I took it out. Listen, y'all, I was like, I immediately called my brother. And then my Ish was like, it's mine, it's mine, He stepped up. He the man. He did that. He was like, it's mine, because I don't have a certain license. He does. And so I was like, oh my gosh. But I called my brother, who knew at the time, this person doesn't work there anymore, head of the airport over there. So no arrest was done. And most people will get arrested on the spot. So all praise to the Creator, right? We go into the back, they talking to us about why and all this. And he's like, but the gun is they describing it. And I said, oh yeah, it was a gift, And so eventually, we catch our plane, we go. My husband was like, I told you to empty your purse. And I was like, I did. I don't know how it got back in there. I think subconsciously, just because I truly am. I'm always thinking about security, everything. I just have it all the time on me. Listen, I have gone into places that I know I should have been just cuffed up when they saw it, but they've allowed me to go back and put it back. And I'm grateful for it. But it's just subconsciously there. It's like my wallet. The same is in there, right? But yeah, so a lesson again to double check.
She gave y'all the watered down version, but it's all right. We're gonna let that slide because she gave y'all the watered down version.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. We're gonna let that slide. We're gonna act like it's all over. It's all done.
It is. It's all done.
Leave it alone. They still sending me bills for $5,000 talking about I gotta pay a fine. So what you talking about? It's all over, it's done.
Oh well, I don't see the bill. So to me it's all over. But hey.
That's all right. We're gonna leave it alone.
So that all happened in one day. And I'm thankful. I truly am. I'm grateful that I have the husband I have, and I have the family I have, and most importantly, the Creator that I have that pushed us through those processes without getting any, having to be handcuffed or anything like that. However, obviously, it's bigger things, and and I probably have to triple, quadruple check. Because
you gotta let somebody else check. That's what you gotta do. You gotta let somebody else. See, this is what happens when you got a disobedient wife.
Oh Lord, here we go.
She's used to being disobedient. So when you tell her don't bring something to the airport, she gonna do it anyway because they're gonna do what they do.
Oh gosh, here we go. But no, I'm grateful. And that day, of course, everything in my mind is going back to, being arrested at 4, watching my mom be arrested, all these different things. But I'm just grateful that the Creator, first and foremost, said, not today. and just a warning or a sign to do better. But you know, we of course we laughed, me and my siblings, because we know who we are. So, you know, we laughed and we was like, okay. Like, you know, we were talking about this, what we had already thought in our mind, what we was gonna do, what we were gonna say if this happened. You know, we started already going through the motions of it because we've done it before. But now we're adults and now it's just us. So, but I'm grateful, honestly. And then of course Monday comes. I get back to Atlanta where we arrive safely. The three of us.
I'm
Huh?
sorry. I thought you was done. I'm going back on mute.
Oh yeah. We arrived safely. And I got up Monday early in the rising, and drove back to Sparta because Monday started the first week of the summer camp that I was hired to help co-direct with a dear sister that lives here, that's from here. And so I was just hyped to get this done. I was like, I got to get back because I got to do this. You know, I gave my word. And I get there and we are full-fledged on it. The first day of camp, we had 65 children there. And it was beautiful. I mean, so beautiful. The first day felt like a week, y'all. Because one, I'm exhausted. I'm like high off of everything that happened over the weekend, being with family. And then I'm double high because, and I don't mean high, like y'all know what I mean, just the inspiration. The Most High just gave me so much energy. High off of the energy of all the children that were there smiling with expectations of having nothing but fun for the summer, and just being amongst my coworkers and looking at them. Mind you, I haven't worked in years, so I'm just like, oh gosh, I gotta work and be at somebody's place at a certain time. But we got there, we had our whole day. I work directly with 3rd through 5th graders. And when I'm talking about these children, amazing, obviously. I know for our school, that grade level is the best. And I'm noticing that in the camp too. They're very inquisitive. They want to know everything about you, and then tell you everything about them. You know, you see the differences in all the different children. But what I am thankful for is that the Most High placed me in this space, that the Most High saw fit to have a sister who was born and raised here, who left and came back, for us to meet and collaborate with one another. Last year we did a free summer camp together. This year we're actually doing it and we're getting paid through a system. However, we are able to run it, right? And I'm just grateful that we're able to do that and we're able to be in the presence of these children who need, who need more than what they are gaining from school and from home. And I think the best thing so far this week that happened at camp was Jim just asking me, like, how long you had a nose ring and why are you doing this? And, just asking me all these things. And then I'm telling them, hey, I'm not going to be here for a couple of days. And they're like, why? Can't you just go do what you got to do early and come back? That made me feel really good. I'd only been with them for 2 days, but they were like, no, you can't leave us, but that made me feel really good, very inspired by them, and I can't wait to see them on Monday on Yom Sheni. But what was really beautiful was,
Remember when she used to feel like that about me?
y'all, please, you y'all know I still feel like that about him. He knows it too. But it was beautiful. And mind y'all, I am exhausted. I had been exhausted, haven't had much rest because I just been going from traveling to camp, then to running errands here and on the land while I can. And then come Wednesday, I had to leave again because my youngest daughter, who just graduated, entered into a bridge program at the school that she's going to next year, in the fall, Clark Atlanta University. And so I had to go and enroll her in the bridge program, move her into a dorm. And I'm just excited for her because this is a month before school starts. She gets to, well, 2 months before school starts, she gets to spend a month on campus in classes that she's going to go into. Her major is biology. She wants to go all the way and get her doctorate. And just to see her in that element was so inspiring, even in my exhaustion, because I'm still exhausted. I'm staying with my other daughters in their space. And it was just beautiful. The Most High made a way for me to be able to do all those things. He made a way to he put all that energy in me to accomplish this. So we did that Wednesday, and then Thursday was her NSO, which is called New Student Orientation. And if anybody has ever gone through NSO with their children, it can be so overwhelmingly stressful. I text my husband like, oh my gosh, I'm doing this by myself. Is this hard? And not by myself ultimately, but just physically at the moment. And how, like, this isn't just overwhelmed. And most of my overwhelmingness came from the fact that when I did it for my daughter previously, my second daughter, when we did her NSO, it was myself, her father, but the most important part for me was that her grandfathers were there with us, her father's father and my father. And so when I did it this time, I didn't have the grandfathers there, especially my father. So I was overwhelmed just remembering that support, but knowing that I had the support of my husband and my sisters, and they all texted me like, you got this, I'm crying in between because it's emotional. And then it's also emotional because you don't know at the end of the day, like, you're sitting in these rooms for 5 hours, 5 to 8 hours for some people, figuring out what the money is going to cost, if their scholarships and grants cover enough. And all praises to the Creator. My daughter received almost 95% scholarships and grants to pay for school. And I was just humbled and thankful because, I was in there stressing out like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? How are we going to pay all this money? When I did my numbers, it was like double the amount of what they finally told me at the end. No, actually triple. And I don't know where my numbers was coming from. It was just what I was seeing. But at the end of it all, it was a blessing. The Most High gave us grace and a blessing and reduced what we have to come out of pocket almost to like minimal. And I'm grateful. I see my husband making his face because he's talking about we is him, but it's we, and I'm grateful. And I wanted to show y'all these cups because my daughter, when we went into the gift shop, we were looking, she was like, oh, I don't really want nothing for me. And I was like, okay. So I was showing her these things. And I was like, well, what should we get Prince Kez? And she was like, oh, we should get him this mug. I don't know if y'all can see it. It says Clark Atlanta University Dad. And I was like, oh, that's going to make him feel so special. Look at him over there. He about to cry, y'all.
Oh, that feels so special. See, that's the bribe. That was the bribe. That's so I don't feel hard going into them pockets. That's what that's about. They think they slick. They are professional women. She's raising her daughter to be a professional woman. Get him a gift. That way he'll feel like, he won't feel so bad when he got to dig in his pocket. They think they slick.
No.
I'm going back on mute.
No, but I thought it was so special that she did that because he knows that their relationship in the very beginning was, I don't even know if you can call it one, but now they have such a wonderful and beautiful relationship. And I'm not saying this hasn't been rocky, but they worked through it and it's beautiful. And the fact that, she wanted to do that and give him a gift and even in the presence of not just a gift, but with the words of Dad on it. I'm just thankful that they have a great relationship like that. And I'm super grateful that she is there. She's enjoying herself. She's safe. And we met so many people in the admin who were like, oh, we love you already. They was like, oh, what's your name? And she was telling them Ezekiel. And they was like, oh, There's nobody else here with that name. We gonna know you. We got you. We got you. And they were just telling me, we got her. She was gonna excel. We're gonna make sure she's in all these different programs. And I'm grateful because even with her, she's already reached out to the departments that she knows she wants to do, like with the athletic training that she does, and in biology. And I don't know, I'm just super grateful today. I was able to, make it this whole week. Got home, and I'm telling you, y'all, I laid in that. Once I lay down, it was done. Nothing but darkness until this morning, and it was late this morning. I'm usually up by like 6. I didn't get up till late this morning, and I'm just thankful. And the Most High, allowed me to get rest. And in between that time, I was able to pick up my son to bring him back with me, pick up Moray Cuz, and we made it back to the land safely with the prayers of my Ish and of all of us, of my children, making sure we made it back safe, checking on me. Yeah, like that was my week, y'all. And I'm sure there was some things I left out, but that was my week.
Leave them out. Leave them out.
I'm super grateful.
I don't know who takes up more time, you or your sister.
Well, we both have a lot to be grateful for. Malcolm Higdali.
Huh?
I said me and Malcolm Higdali have a lot to be grateful for.
Yeah, y'all do. I'm gonna have to start getting her on the platform to speak. Oh gosh, y'all be giving it up.
She said she's exhausted listening. Hey,
how? It's like that runs in y'all blood. Like y'all don't feel satisfied unless y'all get it all out. You got to exhaust your whole week, every detail, every inch of it. And unless y'all get it, she talking about I'm thankful for the herbs.
Listen, it's a lot, and it's like, okay, I made it. I made it. We made it to another Shabbat. So all praises, all honor, all glory to the Creator
for he's so good.
Bringing us to that Shabbat day. The herbs do taste good now.
I mean, she like to eat.
Oh gosh, you do too. So Toda Rabah for this black
around carrying bullets. Y'all something. Thank you, Sister Laurel. Thank you, Sister Laurel.
No, I don't. I'll start them. I'm gonna unstart because I have an order I want to go in. But
okay, all right, do your thing.
All right, that was all my thanks.
Oh gosh, that wasn't all of them. Believe me, family, that wasn't all of them. She ain't completed yet.
But that was all.
She ain't.
You remember? Oh no, I will say that it did make me feel really good. My husband called me and was like, "The baby must have been dreaming about you because he woke up calling your name." So I'm like, so I'm grateful for that too. I love my little baby.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, well, I guess it's my turn. I guess I'll tell y'all about my whole week, every detail, every ayat, every second and minute, and may the Most High be praised. I don't even want to get into all of it because it would be too long. And I'm not one of those people. Men don't act like women. Men don't get up there and tell every detail. And y'all do it. It's cool. It's in y'all. That's what y'all do. I'm happy that y'all happy. It's cool. I thank the Most High for life, health, portions of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The Most High is king. He set this week off nice. He's good. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be on the receiving end. But I am thankful for my sister, Tanel. Tanel went yesterday and brought a new car. It was and she gave me her old car. She gave me the old car for taking her up there. And I'm grateful. Now I got an old hoopty beat up piece of crap out in the back of my house that I could drive. And I'm thankful. I wanted to take a picture so I could show y'all the picture of this old car. I don't even know what it was. Is it a Renegade or a Revolution? Something. I don't know what the name of it is. But she got a brand new 2024 she got. That car is so sharp. It's so nice. So I'm saying my thank yous because I'm happy she's happy. You know what I mean? I'm so grateful that my sister, she's my older sister, she is so happy, to have something nice and pretty and beautiful and new. She's so happy, so I'm happy, she happy. That's my thanks for the Most High this week on the behalf of my lovely sister. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Abba, so I am going to need you, if you can, because for some reason it's not letting me scroll back to the very first comment with Malcolm Hegdalia. So all the laws that were posted before AIM Laurel and Kimia, can you please star them, please? Yeah, I can't. It's not taking me all the way back there.
You can't see this?
I could see it because you just put it there.
Right. So what do you need me to do? Go down the list?
Yes, but star the laws, not. I don't need
laws. Oh,
please.
Okay.
Thank you. I have the last one from AIM Kimia, but I can't see anybody else's.
Oh, that's a whole lot. Let me see if I can get up there. All right. Well, let everybody know about the laws, and then you can go into your presentation while I do all this.
Okay.
Sister Higdalia oh gosh, it's about 100 posts I got to go through.
Yeah, all her thank you. But yeah, so if you start, there's a key. If you start after Semya's thank you,
I gotta unsign them. She's son. Go ahead, I got this, babe. Go do your business. Handle your business. I got this. Thank you. You're so kind. Just like a woman, always trying to tell a man what to do.
Oh gosh, y'all.
Y'all heard that, right?
I was made for that.
Go ahead, baby girl. Do your thing. No, you was made to make suggestions. How about this? How about that? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? Not tell a man what to do. That's different.
You're right. You're right. Suggest. All right, everyone. So please, please, please post your laws. Post your laws in the chat so that Maish can star them. And then we can present your law. Prior to presenting your law, I'm going to just do a small presentation about food sustainability and turmeric, which I thought was ironic that, no, you don't have to repost it, Maka. I thought was ironic that Maka Higdalia brought up or talked about turmeric in her thank yous today. And I thought about turmeric for many reasons, but it's definitely, which we know definitely it's a herb that's good for seasoning, and it's also an herb that is medicinal. And we have multiple herbs like this, you guys. But turmeric is something that obviously more and more people are getting a hold of and understanding of and researching it and coming into connection with it. But something that my husband had posted about turmeric, right, made me want to go, talk about that and go into it. And then, yeah. And so, I wanted to go into that because it's very important that we pay attention to where we get our herbs from and how we use them, because we can also have medicinal herbs that are good for us, but they can be made to be bad for us, or things can be added to them to be bad for us. And the explanation that I heard on the video was so empowering for me as a woman, and as a woman in the stage of life that I'm in, to truly consider what's going on in it. So let me, okay. So Abba, can you show the video on turmeric, please? One second, everyone. Here's getting a video. But yes, and if you know a lot of things about turmeric or other things, you can definitely put it in the chat. My whole thing today is just us learning about the things that we can use that are good for us, and other people, if you know more things that are good for us outside of turmeric or including turmeric, to post it in the chat. Because if we don't start to kind of grow our own, and really try to research what's going on with these herbs and the things that we buy in these stores, and we think we're doing good, and we're doing our best, but we have to go further and start to grow it ourselves, or buy it, purchase it from someone who has grown it themselves without the chemicals, organically, straight from the root, and not just being so comfortable and saying, oh, I got to go to the store and get it, but get it from one another, or help somebody, who's growing it, help them become more sustainable in growing it. Maybe help them buy a grinder so they can grind it and make the turmeric powder. Or you buy the grinder, they have the source of the turmeric, and then you become the grinder to process it. But we have to just find these different ways, and then get a dehydrator to dry it out. It's different steps that we have to have and know to take to be able to utilize these herbs to the best of our ability. But
And I'm not sure, but the part I think you left out was that you want it in its raw form, and then you grind it, as an individual. Whatever the sources you get it from, like you said earlier, your friend or somebody, or you can grow it. But it's best to get it in its root form and grind it from its root form and utilize it that way. That way you know what's in it for the most part. Whenever you're ready, just tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
How come I can't hear nothing?
Let me explain. Most people see turmeric everywhere online: golden milk lattes, capsules, smoothie powders. Every health influencer recommends it. But here's what researchers from Stanford found. In parts of Asia, where a huge portion of the world's turmeric comes from, a bright yellow industrial pigment called lead chromate is intentionally added to turmeric powder after harvesting. Why would anyone deliberately add lead to food? It comes down to money and appearance. After turmeric is harvested and dried, the natural yellow color fades. It becomes dull and pale. Buyers pay more for vibrant, deep yellow turmeric because it looks fresher and more potent. Lead chromate is cheap. A small amount makes the powder look dramatically more vibrant. Processors add it at rural facilities to charge a higher price. It's been happening for decades. Consumer Reports tested 126 spice products from major U.S. stores. About 1/3 had concerning levels of arsenic, lead, and cadmium. And turmeric specifically was the worst offender. And here's the part that especially matters for women. Lead accumulates in your bones over years. It mimics calcium, so your body stores it in bone tissue, thinking it belongs there. During menopause, your body naturally starts breaking down bone to release calcium, and when it does, all that stored lead gets released back into your bloodstream. When you buy your turmeric, look for a USP or NSF certification. And also make sure to follow and share this with someone, because I post an update like this every single day. What if I told you they're putting lead in your turmeric? And what if I told you it was on purpose?
Toda Rabah. I pray everybody was able to see that video. I wanted to bring it out, not more so that we can see what they're doing to, and you got to know, if they're doing that to turmeric, right, then they are probably most likely doing it to way more herbs than we know, because they said they add this lead, right, to add to what the consumer sees, the brightness of the turmeric color. And it's not adding to the freshness, but the brightness. So we got to know that a lot of times what we see in stores that gets us to buy something in stores is what it looks like. And to be real, when you look at the marketing aspects of how this world is, you market because that's what people sees. That's the first thing people gets them engaged in something, is what it looks like. It's the visual. So for them, they're like, oh yeah, we got to make this turmeric look fresh and vibrant. So they add a poison to a turmeric, lead. Like, come on. Like, and we got to know that they're not thinking of, oh, we got to make sure it stays healthy and great for a person to ingest, and it doesn't cause any after effects. They're thinking about the capitalist process of how to continue to make money from this herb, regardless of whether it's going to be good for the people in the long run or not. Exactly. And Kitir appeals to the senses. So cause I do it. I'm one of those people. I go when I'm a visual consumer when it comes to food. If food doesn't visually look good for me, and you can ask anybody in my family, anybody, I cannot consume it. Whether like, and I'm not talking about just buying it. I can't eat it because it's just something that it does where I'm like, that doesn't appeal to me. So even with herbs, when I'm looking at the jars, I'm like, ooh, that doesn't look fresh, or that looks something. I look at all of those things because it does make me want to buy it if it looks a certain way. Now I'm like, oh, they're putting lead in the turmeric. That's why it's bright on the shelves. But I also know that it's bright on the shelves because it's some preservative. And so this lead now is the preservative that they're putting in the turmeric, and they showed you the different brands. So we got to look at all those different brands and see which ones they gave warnings of signs that we should look for. I think one said NSF, or a couple of things. So we just need to look for the signs that don't allow it. Sister Antoinette says turmeric does work. I took it for inflammation in my stomach that was causing chronic gastritis. I didn't take medications. I drank my turmeric and warm milk with honey and a pinch of pepper. And I've heard of that combination before, Sister Antoinette. So very good. I do know that turmeric is definitely powerful for inflammation. That's one, and it's good if you take it internally, or if you put it as a topical ointment. I have a testimony at camp this week. I was only there for 2 days, but the first day, this little girl came in and she wanted to come to camp, but she was limping on her foot. And her mom said, oh, she has like a little something, a scratch or something on her toe. And so she's limping really bad. So I went to her because she came to me, actually. I didn't go to her. She came to me and hugged me and was like, oh, I just want to play. And I was like, okay. I said, would you like a Band-Aid? She said, yes. So I took, because ironically, I'm over the medical and camp. So I took and got her the Band-Aid, took her sock off, and I looked at her foot and I'm like, oh, this doesn't look good at all. It looks dried. It looks like it's not being, no type of moisture is being put on it, because y'all know that, when you take a shower or a bath and you don't dry in between your toes really good and you get that split of your skin, it cracks.
That
So
don't happen to me.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So basically that happened to her, but it caused more infection. And so I put the Band-Aid on it, and I said, well, when her mom comes, I'm going to talk to her mom, because the little girl's little. So when her mom came to get her, she was like, how did she do? I said, oh, she didn't do really well, like playing, because her foot was really hurting bad. I said, but I put a Band-Aid on. However, when I looked at it, I saw that it needed to be moisturized. I said, well, I asked her first, like, what are y'all doing? She said, well, I took her to the emergency room and they just told us it's nothing they could do. So I said, I'm not a doctor, but I am going to ask you if you go home and just try this. If it doesn't work, it's not going to hurt her, but try turmeric and coconut oil. I said, make a paste, like, make it kind of thick, place it on her foot, put a light wrap on it, and do it when she goes to sleep, not when she's moving around so that it comes off. To the next day, as I'm running to do something, the parent stops me and says, you know what, it's working. Because the baby didn't come back yet. So I believe she'll be back on Monday. She said, it's working. I've seen a change in just the one day that you told me to do that. And I was like, wow, and I just told her, well, thank you for letting me know. And, I think the Creator, first and foremost, that He put it in me to advise her this, because one thing is, we live in a small rural area where a lot of these people don't know about herbs and natural remedies. And so I was very hesitant to even share it with her. But I was really pleased that she actually went home and tried it, and that she said it was working. And so that was another sign to me about the turmeric. Like, yes, we have to be, when I saw that, I said, okay, I also need to make sure that they're using turmeric that is really healthy. Because that's the part. When we go into these places and we buy turmeric, it becomes unhealthy because of the additives that's in it. So, so I want to, when I see her again, I want to make sure that she has some good turmeric. I also know that I buy turmeric from I usually try to buy my turmeric from the DeKalb Farmers Market because majority of all their herbs are fresh. And I remember the other day my husband and I talking about it, like, well, how do we know they're fresh? But I was thinking about it. That turmeric that I buy from there, it actually starts getting darker, like how they described. But the turmeric that I buy from the stores, it stays the same color. That's what I
Stays the
know.
same color.
And so I was like, oh, so the turmeric that I buy from the farmers market is actually way better. Obviously, and from what I'm seeing, they're not using that lead or additive that's changing it. So I was like, okay, now I really got to really start paying attention to what's happening with these foods. Um, and I'm thankful that I was able to see that video and then go back and think, oh yeah, that one does change colors. This one never has. And these are the ones I buy from the grocery store in the glass jar. But the one I buy from the farmer's market is in like a plastic tub and it actually changes colors. The cayenne changes the colors. I've noticed that now I'm thinking about it. The cayenne does, the garlic, all of them start to fade in color versus when I purchase it from the mainstream stores. So I'm grateful for that observation. But yes, so I wanted to bring that out. And then what even culminated for me too with the turmeric is yesterday, while I was with my daughter doing her NSO, because she's a biology major, they took us into the biology department and they're actually doing a research. They have a research lab. And one of the things that they are focusing on researching right now is prostate cancer in men. And guess what herb they're using in their research? Turmeric. Like the biologist, she was so excited to share with us the powers of turmeric. And I was elated, of course, because I'm like, wow, this is awesome that this college, this Black historical college, is actually researching natural herbs to cure prostate cancer. And so that's one of the things that my daughter will now be able to participate in that particular research. And so, the gist of it all is that we are digesting, we're using turmeric, but we have to make sure we're using the turmeric that is not being altered for the looks. We have to make sure that we are using herbs, period, that are not being altered for the looks. Do our best to get it from its most natural source. And of course, the most natural source is finding someone or ourselves growing it naturally from the root, not from an altered root or anything like that. And then supporting them, buying it from them or making it ourselves. And that's part of the whole food sustainability. I love all the comments because MQ says that mainstream stores coat the foods for shelf life longevity. Absolutely, they do. The mainstream stores, they do. And that's what we have to be mindful of. We're quick to go in there. Oh, I just need this seasoning. We're quick, but we are seasoning our foods with the seasoning and poison at the same time. It's so many things where it's
the sad part about this is that most of our foods are poisoned in these stores.
Yeah.
Even the fresh fruits and vegetables have a lot of things on them, in them, that is dangerous for us. I had another post up on my page where the person who wrote it, who introduced the post, brought forward information about the COVID virus, that Moderna formed another company. And this new company that they formed now produces fruits and vegetables, but they found a way to put strands of the virus, what's that, NRA, something like that, NRX, something, whatever that virus is, into the food supply. And it's perfectly legal the way that they're doing it. So we got to be real careful about mRNA. Yeah, we got to be real careful about what we're doing, what we're eating. That's why we got to grow our own foods. And I don't mean to take your off your point,
No, you're
But
good.
watch this for a second. I also seen another video where a man explained about the skies. You know, you used to see a lot of clouds in the sky. Well, now
Yeah.
the skies are cluttered with white streaks going all over the. You can look outside. Some places will make it, you'll be cool sometimes of the day. But what those white streaks are is metal that they're putting in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And when it rains, that metal comes down to the earth. It comes, it finds its way down. It's moving down anyway, but it finds its way down. It's microscopic metal, real small. When after it rains and it dries up, take something and rub it across your windshield, and you should be able to see the collection of all that stuff. And this reminds me, when I'm in Georgia, this green film comes from the sky. Looks like pollen. Oh, that's pollen. Automatically, you think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is. I think they're doing something to us. But anyway, this gentleman who I'm talking about says that is iron. Again, iron, small microscopic pieces of iron that they're putting in the atmosphere. And guess what it's for? To come down on land and make the land hard so you can't grow your own fruits and vegetables. This is deep, man. These people thinking of ways to destroy us, to really depopulate this planet, and so many of us are so busy. Oh, I'm Torah only. Oh, I'm New Testament only. I believe in Jesus and all of the other stuff, that we really losing focus of the main issues, and that's life or death. Right now, we need to be focused on survival. We could deal with all the other stuff later. You know what I mean? But right now, we need to bring together our resources, bring together our sharpest minds, and put together a think tank how we're going to defeat this enemy with the Most High's blessings.
Absolutely.
Most people say, well, the Most High is going to do it on his own. The Most High, 90% of the time, don't do nothing on his own. He works through you and your efforts. He works through you and your efforts. And we wasting all this time on this foolishness. We got how many Hebrew Israel, knowledgeable Hebrew Israelite classes going on today that's separating our people? 15 over here, 20 over there, 100, 200 over there. And what are they teaching you that's going to sustain your life? For real, for real. It's the same thing you've been learning for the last 10, 15, 20 years even. And you still haven't changed. Therefore, the things that you're being fed and taught and you're learning is not being beneficial for your production toward this king. We got to change this. We got to stop involving ourselves with this foolishness and realize that every moment of our life is precious. So don't waste your time on things that are irrelevant, that has nothing to do with the future that you're seeing and you're trying to build for yourself. This enemy is crafty.
Yep.
And he's coming at us in 15 different directions. So while you focusing on the turmeric with the iron in it, they coming from the heavens to bring iron on all your food. Now, if we don't teach you about the turmeric, then you wouldn't know. So therefore, we got to teach you about it. But we got to teach you about everything that we are able to teach you so that you'll be fully ready and capable to take on this challenge. You think you go to the store, you buy a bottle of water is poison too. They kill us in every direction. Oh, this guy say he's a vegetarian. Okay, we're going to get him this way. We're going to get him that way.
Yeah.
If they try to grow their own food, we're going to get them like this. That's why you got to have trees around your land and your garden. All those things need trees so that the trees will prevent the pollutions from poisoning you. Okay. Go ahead. You do your thing, Ima.
No worries. Malcolm Dahlia also added, they know the benefits of herbs, but they want to make money off the repeat customers and new diseases their drugs give. They use the compound on white willow bark to make their aspirin. And I wanted to point that out because working in the medical field, in the westernized medical system, when you read the ingredients of a lot of their pills like Tylenol, aspirin, codeine, all these different things are compound. They are compound medicines, meaning like they have what you call medicines made in the lab, chemical labs, and then herbs, natural herbs, and they put them together because they, just like we study holistic medicine, they study it too. But their whole design is to make money, so they have to build it and put it with other things that are instant gratification for people. Because the majority of us are not going to want to take an herb that's going to take 3 days to heal us versus popping a pill that'll take less than 6 hours. And that doesn't even heal you. It just pushes down whatever the disease is, the cough or the sneeze. It just pushes it further into your body when you take that pill. What they call it submerges it. So we know that they also study it, but we have to study it as well. We can't just depend on our doctors to say this is good for you, because even natural herbs, sometimes they may contradict with certain things in your body. So a lot of things that are being said, you as a person individually also have to figure out and identify what's good for your body, because what's good for me may not be good for you. That's why they have people who have allergies or aversions to medicine. Like I have certain aversions to westernized medicine that I've taken, and immediately my body my body rejects it, and it doesn't reject it in a nice way. I go through different things like mentally and all these things. So we have to really look at what we're taking into our body, not just the foods, but the medications, and not just the medications and prescriptions we get from our doctors, but holistically as well. We have to be able to identify what's good for us and not just say, oh, well, so-and-so took it, so I'm going to take it too. But truly none understanding, because it's all, we all don't know. Some of us have different blood types. Some of us, of course, our DNA is different. We have familiarities, but we also have a lot of differences because of the mixed of all of us. Most of us here in this, hemisphere are mixed with other things. And so we have to consider that as well. Yes, such a quote, Ornitha. Another thing I've noticed too, if bugs will get in it, then it's natural, because bugs and animals won't touch synthetic or laced foods. That is so true. They won't, because they can't eat it. They can't break it down. So that's so important. So important. My sister wife says most of the ingredients they put in our foods aren't even allowed in other countries. That is so true. I've definitely it was something I was looking at with, it was actually a food chain, and they were talking about how over here in America, that food chain has all these poisons in their food. But if you go over to Asia, at least 95% of the stuff that we're consuming in our food is not in their food. So, we have to pay attention to all of that. Like we're out here just consuming because it's convenient. It's like, oh yeah, let me go. And so they're feeding us for convenience. They're not feeding us for health and longevity and sustainability. I want to read a couple of more, comments, because I wanted to play another video. Torah Sack Studio, I think this is Brother Asa, says we must take responsibility for what we consume. What goes in will defile us. Very true. Very true. And I wanted to, because with that turmeric video, if most women, because the end part was very important for us as women to hear, where it said the lead that they are putting in this turmeric, later on when we go through our menopause, which is so true, our bones start to break down and looking for that calcium. The lead that the body thought was calcium is actually lead, right? It goes back into our bloodstream, poisoning us in a different way. And we're wondering, that's another reason why we're having more aches and pains during those stages of life, the perimenopause, the menopause, because the things that we put in our body are not helping us. They're actually causing our bodies to break down even more. So we have to definitely look at that. We have to look at all those things. Aim Keter says they're working on owning through genetic modification, another form of slavery. So very true. I talked on this one time before about when we're drinking certain things that says GMO, or it doesn't, most of them won't tell you it's genetically modified. It'll just say, if it's not, it'll say non-GMO. So if we think about it, if we're drinking apple juice per se, that's GMO, that's made from GMO'd apples, that means those apples never had seeds. They were grown and formed in a chemical lab, and we're drinking that juice. What is it doing to our body internally? Like, what is it changing in us? Because a natural apple juice, when you drink it, it helps you. It's full of fiber. It helps you to deplete, right? But a juice that you're drinking that came from a fruit that had no seeds, that was not naturally grown, think about what it's doing in your body. What is it changing? Because it's definitely not enhancing your body. So what is it doing? So that's another important aspect of when we're drinking juices. What source is that juice coming from with that fruit? Are we drinking 100% juice? Or are we drinking cocktails or juices with 15% juice, and majority is sometimes it has ascorbic acid, sometimes it has water, but then the water is, what do you call that? Filtered water. But what is that? Where is that water source coming from? And how much, what filtered out of that water, but that's still remaining in that water? It's so many questions to ask. And for a lot of us, financially, it's hard for us to even be able to have access to to have the finances to pay for those products, to eat and do better, because we don't have it. So, it's so much that we have to truly, truly consider when we're out here drinking, eating, consuming. Sister Ornette says exactly, because once they find out they're Monsanto product in your field or land, it's a wrap. It is. Because that stuff, it's powerful. It takes over. So, Abba, if you can play the video where I was about the foods that we can grow, just to kind of like go from there, and then we'll be ended out of this portion. And then my sister wife says, that's why I really feel like something big is going to have to shake soon. In my mind, people have to get tired of this at some point. All these corrupt white men running the globe, something got to change ASAP. And then and we got to know too, along with the corrupt men of a different race, there are men who look just like us, women who just like us, who are sitting there in these labs with them, forming and formulating and building and all these things with them. And some of them are teaching them how to do it, showing them, oh, this is how you do it. Because a lot of these people who have the money, they don't have the brains to do it. They're finding people, and a lot of them look like us, who are formulating these chemicals, these foods, these poisons. So we really have to consider all of that too, and make sure that, the people that we're working with is about the elevation of our people. It's about us building and making sure that we are sustaining ourselves through the foods that we eat. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't. Okay, Dolly says, even if it doesn't give a side effect, they cannot market it as a drug and only a supplement. And there's little money in supplements, so they choose the one that harms. Kane, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of comments. I thank everybody for yes, corruption has no color. Absolutely. Toda Rabat. I thank everybody for commenting. But now I wanted to put this video in, play this video that my husband had on his social media as well, to show the things that what we need to grow, how we can grow in simple forms, because a lot of us don't have land. Some of us don't even have backyards, right? Or enough land to separate how we grow. So a lot of these things that we're showing you or that we're going to share can be grown in your house. It can be grown like on your windowsill, in pots in your house. And it tells you some stuff should be grown in pots to sustain it and to sustain your whole garden. And then also what we can do is those who we trust that have land, Slika, we should be able to help start sending them seeds or sending them seedlings or starter plants that we've started organically in our homes, so that we can help sustain and build that land up, build more food. So those are other ways, or these are other ways that we can help grow our food and help sustain one another. So if you can go ahead and play Abba Todarabah. Can't hear you.
And in 90 days, one single plant gives you 5 to 8 pounds of food underground. Sweet potato, and I don't grow from seeds. Cut slips off a sprouted potato, stick them in loose sandy soil in full sun after the soil hits 60 degrees, and in 90 days, one single plant gives you 5 to 8 pounds of food underground. I'm a fig tree, and I am stupidly easy to grow. Full sun, well-drained soil, water me once a week, and leave me alone. I produce hundreds of figs by year 3, and I live for over 100 years. Your grandkids will be eating off me. I'm Ginger, and you grow me from a chunk of grocery store in partial root. 8 to 10 months, and you pull up an entire network of fresh ginger that costs $15 a pound at the store. I'm a beet, and I give you 2 harvests in one. Eat my greens on top within 30 days, then pull me out of the ground at 60 days for a root. Loose, deep soil, I hate the heat. I'm broccoli. Get me in the ground early spring or late summer. I bolt if it gets too hot. Rich nitrogen soil, full sun, 60 to 80 main head first. I'll keep shooting side heads for weeks. I'm mint, and honestly, do not put me in your garden bed or I will take over everything. Grow me in a pot. You'll have unlimited teas and salads all summer from one $3 plant. I'm a grapevine, and I'm a long game, but I'm worth every second. Plant me in deep, well-drained soil with full sun and build me a stirred after that. I give you 15 to 20 pounds of grapes every year for 30 plus years. This is the page that's turning your backyard into a grocery store. Follow now what you growing hacks every week. Your fridge is full of food you grew yourself.
And the name of the page is Animated Life Hacks.
Can you can you send it to me or put it in the chat? Or I can post it. Todarabah. Okay. But Todarabah, I hope everyone, well, first and foremost, asking that the Most High be pleased with this knowledge that was shared in this presentation. I pray that everyone today definitely got something out of it. I hope you took notes of what we need to be looking for in our foods, how to grow certain things. Maish just put the animated life hacks. And then how to grow certain things. Maish just put the animated life hacks. And then how to grow certain things. Maish just put the animated life hacks. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so he just put the animated life hacks in the chat for you guys. And prayerfully, we will all start to do a little bit. It starts with just one step, with one pot, with one seed, or like the potato said, he's not a seed, but a root. Start somewhere. And as you continue to grow, you'll feel really good. Like I know when I first started gardening, I didn't have any idea, but once I did it and I started to see it and feel how beautiful it felt to be in that dirt, to see the food growing, it truly, no, my Ish was playing another video as I was, so that's why I paused. I muted him so until that can be fixed. But you truly, once you start seeing that food that you grow, you not only feel proud of what you've done, but your body is proud of it. Your body is going to thank you. I know it definitely helped when we were doing it, and most high willing, we will begin to do it again. And like I said, start small. Don't try to start big because it's a lot of work, but start where you can do it, where you can maintain it. And then as you maintain one, you start on another. Don't overwhelm yourself, because the other part of it too is you have to be really mindful of what you're growing. Like the beet said, I like to grow deep. I like the sun. Something said, I don't like the sun. Something said, water me and just leave me and I'll grow. Some of it, if we don't know those things, what it needs, then we can kill it. Or if it does grow, it's not growing to its full potential because we're not doing the right things to help it to grow. And when you eat fruit that's not grown in its full potential, it grows in a I know people don't like to hear that word, but a retard way, in a deformed way. And so you're losing certain elements of it that are healthy for you. So, let's just be mindful in our growing. And if you don't want to grow, then send seeds, send seedlings, send different forms, like with the potato. What the potato was talking about, if you ever notice, once your potato starts to sit for a while in your house, it starts to have roots coming out of it. Those little roots, you just cut around it, right? Get part of the potato in that, put it in the dirt. I've done it. I've seen it grow. I did it a couple of times and got a plethora of big sweet potatoes from it. You put it in there and it grows. You water it, and then, like it showed you, you could put it in a jar with sandy soil at the bottom and water and let it start to grow from there. And then once it gets bigger and starts to grow the roots from it, you put it in the dirt. And with the potatoes, you can't put it in a pot that's small. If you decide to put a pot, you got to get a really big pot or a bucket or a potato bag, a grown potato bag. But all those things, we just need to research it, find a way to eat better, do better, research our seasonings that we're getting from the stores. Let's do our best, you all, to be self-sustaining. Let's do our best to think about what we're putting in our bodies first and foremost, and not just a quick fix of it. Like, oh, I just need this real quick and go with it. And if you know sources of places where we can get herbs and seasonings in its most natural state, if you know people who are producing these, then let us know. Send out a list. Let's start a list, something, so that we can help each other and help ourselves to be healthy. That's all I have, Sekou. Toda.
Did everybody put up their posts for the commandments? Did everybody post their commandments as of yet? And did everybody like, share, and subscribe to the page? Especially a lot of you newcomers are here today. If this is your first time, have you subscribed to the page? And if you have subscribed, did you get the opportunity to like the page? Because we need all that we can get to keep that algorithm moving. All that we can get. All right? Yeah, you see I had that start, huh? Yeah.
Toda Rabah, Brother Raya. It says Coach Sharon. I was about to say Coach Ephraim. Coach Sharon, Toda Rabah, for this. And thank you very much. I truly appreciate it.
How do you know that's Sharon?
Well, I said both, babe, but some of the verbiage, it sounds like her, but that's her husband, so she could sound like her husband.
Okay.
But yeah.
Shalom, bro. Shalom, bro. Women always trying to stick up for the women. Don't even know what they're talking about.
Oh, Lord.
Shalom, bro. And if it come back that it's her, then I'll apologize and make it right. But I thought it was him. I never thought it was her. Okay. I thought it was a brother. But, it is what it is. May the Most High be with them, whoever they are, whichever one they are. All right, let's rock and roll. So, family, did you get your commandments up? Nobody posted their commandments. All right, Ima, you got a couple of commandments there already, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm about to pull them.
You ready to rock? Let's rock.
Okay, 1 second. Oops, I'm sorry. So I'm just putting my banner. Okay, comments. All right, our first law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra. And this law was given to us by Athemia Rishon, who is a student at our school at Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim.
What's the name of your school?
Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. And Athemia is going to the 5th grade. Wow, Athemia is going to the 5th grade. Oh my gosh. Whew, time is definitely moving forward. All right, so Asimya Rishon's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 11, verses 46 through 47.
Wait, don't just skip past that. Hold up, my brother. Yeah, it was me, You was right. Like I said, that's right. Put that law back up, please. There you go, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Men in the house.
Okay. I stand corrected, Brother Raya. My apologies. That just shows you all speak the same language. Because
right.
We speak to her.
Men.
So yeah, no, I'm talking about him and his wife. I speak to her.
No, they don't speak the same languages. They speak two different languages. He's a man. He's a masculine man. He don't speak like no female.
That's not what I meant.
Ain't no as smart as Sister Sharon is. She don't speak like no man. They don't speak the same. Let's get that right. Correct that.
That's not what I meant.
That kind of party ain't over here. No, that ain't happening.
Okay, everybody. That's not what I meant.
That's right, bro. That's right.
I know you knew that's not what I meant. He knows what I mean, y'all. And I'm sure y'all know what I mean. So, moving on to the laws. Our first law is brought to us by Asimya Shon in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 11, verses 46 through 47. And it reads, "This is the law of the beast and of the fowl and of every living creature that moveth in the waters and of every creature that creepeth upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten." And so Asimya Rishon says, he has no explanation. He said it explains itself. It does. But if we know Asimya Rishon, he's very intelligent young man. So thank you, Asimya, for that law and participating today. Let me go up here. My apologies. I got to clear them out so I'm not repeating them. All right. The next law that we have presented to us today can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 25, verse 2 through 3, and it was given to us by Malka Higdalia. And it reads, "And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number." Verse 3, 40 stripes he may give him and not exceed, lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto thee. And her explanation is, in lieu of vile, other translations say this wicked man being punished is not to be degraded, humiliated, lightly esteemed, or even treated like an animal. This should give a lot of people pause in terms of how they validate treating another person less than. We can see this is a big difference from how many believe they have the right to move with people they deem wicked or to have done wicked practices. If your opinion causes you to degrade, humiliate, show contempt for another, all you have succeeded in doing is joining the wicked by violating Torah. And then she says, an example in the Tanakh of this overstep was when Yehu killed mad idolaters, and many of the family and friends of Ahab in Jezreel, 2 Kings chapter 10, later had a punishment pronounced by Hosea for the massacre in Hosea 1 and 3. People get annihilated at the word of the Most High only, not how we feel about how actions they committed. He may choose to spare some. In the example she's using in Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19. Oh, you're right. My bad. So, okay, so she was ending it by saying he may choose to spare some of, but something's missing. That's why it said some of. All right. But yes, so yes, her law was very explanatory. I love the example she used. So we do have to be mindful of that, though. How we take a punishment and go beyond what the punishment causes for, and if we're being wicked in that way. Thank you, Malcolm Dahlia. All right. All right. Our next law can be found in the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 20 through 22, and it's presented to us by Aim Keter. And it reads, one second. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Most High, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. Verse 22. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Most High for his sin which he have done. And the sin which he have done shall be forgiven him. And so Enketer is her explanation, and I think she has a question, is on the surface, it would seem that this law is unjust. Although the man, master, is obviously guilty, the woman appears to have borne the brunt of the charges. She says, am I missing something here? Is there some sort of mistranslation of this law? Unfortunately, it is well known that historically, women have almost always disproportionately borne the blame and shame from these types of perverse interactions. I'm convinced that some Hebrew words in this instruction were mistranslated, misplaced, and or misinterpreted. What are your thoughts?
Read the commandment again.
Okay. The commandment starts in the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 20 through 22. And it says, and whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. 21. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Creator, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. 22. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Most High for his sin which he hath done. And the sin which he hath done shall be forgiven him.
And Aim Keter is saying that nothing happened to the man?
She didn't say nothing.
Because the woman was corrected. How did she take the bulk of the bride?
She,
on the first part of the commandment, go back to the first part.
Well, she didn't write it on here, but okay. Well, yeah, there you go.
The woman appears to have borne the brunt of the charges.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not so. In one case, I want to look this word up because it says she should be scorned.
Scourged.
Okay. Well, I would agree that that's a harsh punishment. But on the flip side, she wasn't commanded to do anything after that. On the second side, the man, just thinking, the man didn't necessarily know that she was accounted for. She knew she was accounted for, but that doesn't mean that the man knew. You know how many women out here today got babies by people that don't even know that they're not their babies? And they actually assumed that this woman was being honest, that this woman was only being with them, but come to find out later, the woman was being deceptive, had multiple men, and the man trusted that this relationship he was in was only with him and that woman. So if it appears that the woman is being scourged or suffering harder than the man, which I don't think she is, but if AIM says, or if anyone else feels that it is, it's possibly because the way this commandment was structured, the woman knew she was involved with someone else, but doesn't mean that the man necessarily knew. If the man knew, then yeah, both of them get towed up. And there's a law for that. It's called adultery. So this is kind of causing me to feel like the man didn't know what was going on in this situation. And when he come to find out that he did something wicked, the Most High is saying, repent and bring your repentance to the priests. If you can read, I'll pull the law. If you don't want to read it again, I'll read it. And then maybe it'll make more sense. Leviticus 19, 20, and 22. 20 to 22. Give me a second, please. Because it's not really clear as to what the man knows. You should keep my statutes. Thou should not let thy cattle verge with different kinds. And whoever lieth carnally, meaning having intercourse with a woman, that is a bondsmaid, betrothed to a husband. See, that guy might not even know that this situation, more than likely, he won't know that this is what's going on because she's betrothed, but yet she haven't been given her freedom. And not at all redeemed. That means that man didn't come claim her. And her freedom wasn't given to her. She wasn't freed. She knew her condition. The man who lied with her might have been a neighbor next door who really didn't know what was going on, or was probably never even mentioned. Like I know an Israelite brother. This is real life. There's an Israelite brother who lives not too far from us, who has a 16-year-old daughter that he has promised or engaged, she's betrothed, to another Israelite brother somewhere in Atlanta. Well, while his daughter is there on the land, she knows that she's betrothed because it's been brought to her attention. They have plenty of conversations. She knows she's betrothed. So let's say this sister says, well, I don't really like the one y'all picked out for me. My neighbor, Yeshaya, I like him better. Her and Yeshaya get involved sexually behind the parents' back. I'm only hypothesizing because this law is very clear. And in this particular portion, it says that she is to be scourged. Now, I need to look that up to make sure that that's what it says. I'm going to do that in a second. But I want to give my opinion on the matter, on this law. It says she should be scourged, but they shall not be put to death because she was not free. That means she wasn't a free woman. She didn't go get married. If she had actually gotten married, then that would have been straight adultery. The both of them would have been put to death. But the Creator, in my understanding, treats a betrothed or a, what's that other word? Not betrothed, but when you speak for a wife, an engagement. I guess a betrothal and an engagement are very close together. Well, when a woman is promised to a man, not just through words, but this man has actually paid a dowry for her, they have went through the whole process to become husband and wife. It's a different word that I'm looking for that escapes my mind right now. But once she's spoken for, that's a different thing.
Fiance?
Who?
A fiance?
Yeah, once she becomes your fiance, that's a different story. You two are destined to be married. A betrothal is slightly different. And a betrothal, the two of you should be committed, but you're going through the process to see if you're compatible and other things of that nature. And the sin which it says let me go back to 22. 20. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Most High unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for the trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Most High for his sin which he have committed. What sin did he commit? Ignorance of the law is not an excuse pertaining to Leviticus. I believe it's the 5th chapter, 4 for the 5th. Just because you don't know it's a law doesn't mean it's not a sin. So when it comes to your mind that you have sinned before the Almighty as the man, you have to bring this unto the Most High's attention. Now, if you did it intentionally, that's a different story. In my opinion, that would be a different story. A different set of laws would apply. The ram trespass offering before the Most High for his sin which he have done, and the sin which he have done shall be forgiven him. Well, it's amazing that you didn't have to go and confess any sins before any men in order for this to happen, in somebody's name, in order for your sin to be removed. You just had to make that trespass offering and ask the Most High for forgiveness. And when ye shall come into the land, it's going to another commandment. But don't go anywhere yet. I want to look this up in Hebrew and see what it's actually saying. Now, I gave my opinion in English. Let's see what the Hebrew says. Whoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondsmaid. Now, let me look that up. Shifta. Sheep tie actually is a bondsmaid. Okay, so she sits in a different situation. All right, let me see what they have. Yeah, slave girl, a maiden or a maid servant. She's actually a slave girl as belonging to a mistress or address speaker, humility. She's actually a slave girl. So she's a bondsmaiden. She's somebody's property. All right. And somebody else laid with somebody else's property. She hasn't been freed, so she's not a free woman, like on her own as a grown woman, and she isn't married or belong to anybody as of yet. A lot of our people today, we feel like it's okay for us to lay with these women, but the Most High is showing us that promiscuous sin is a violation against his law. That's simple. There's no way to get around it. I remember a while ago, a brother asked me, show me a law that would show that I was sinning just to have sex with a female. This is one of those laws. This right here is one of those laws that you just can't go around having sex with women and have no price to pay. Like if it's okay. That scripture said that man had to bring that offering because of the sin he committed. What was the sin? He had intercourse with that female. And that female actually was engaged or promised to someone else. All right, let me see. Betrothed. Let's see what they have for betrothal. All right. The harap is the word for betrothed. To reproach, taunt, blasphemy, defy, jeopardize, rail, uprail. No, I don't. That must be another use. Let me see. Out of biblical usages, primitive root, kroth. Karaf is the word. Karaf. They may be doing something wrong here. Reproach, defy, betroth. Dominated, to pull off, by implications, to expose. So we might be reading a bad translation here in this new King James Version, because this word is not promised or engaged at all with this according to the Latin. Let me see. To gather, to flick off. I'm getting a completely different meaning here. Let me see. Let me pull it up in a different Bible. Leviticus 19 and 20 is what we're looking at. I'm getting a completely different meaning. So let's see what it says in another version. If a man lies sexually with a woman who is a slave, now they got that correct, assigned to another man, okay, and not yet ransomed or given her freedom, okay, it's a little bit clearer. Assigned, the Karaf, they have it as assigned, as in designated. Reproach, how does reproach? I don't see. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna leave this alone for now, and I'm gonna spend some time on this later on and try to understand what's actually being said here behind what I understand. Defy, jeopardize, rail, unbraid, to reproach, defy. And it doesn't make sense the way that they have it spelled out. So I'm going to leave that alone and I'll address that issue at a later time. Let me hold that up there for a second. Let me copy that because I need to keep this for my records. All right, let's move forward, please. Go to the next commandment. Leviticus 19.
Okay, next commandment is given to us by Aim Kemya, and it can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verses 12 through 14. Sorry, I'm in the wrong chapter. All right, and it reads, Therefore, the children of Israel could not stand before their enemies, but turned their backs before their enemies, because they were accursed. Neither will I be with you anymore, except ye destroy the accursed from among you. Verse 13, Up, sanctify the people, and say, Sanctify yourselves against tomorrow. For thus saith the Most High, Creator of Israel, there is an accursed thing in the midst of thee, O Israel. Thou canst not stand before thine enemies until ye take away the accursed thing from among you. And Kemia's explanation is, whom the Most High blesses, increases, no one can curse. It's good to reflect and meditate on all blessings bestowed. I'm increased and highly favored of the Most High. What about you? Toda Rabbah and Keter for the law. All right, next law. You want me to keep going?
Keter.
And Kemya. My apologies. They're sisters. All right, our next law was given to us. I'm sorry. I think I read the wrong. Yeah, that was the right one. Our next law was given to us by Moreh Kezu, and it can be found in the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 14. And it reads, Thou shalt not oppress an hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren or thy stranger that are in thy land within thy gates. And his explanation is, you are supposed to give someone their daily wage because you don't know what their obligations are. This society teaches us we get paid at the end of the week, but we also see let me make sure I have all his law. Okay. But we also see that particular action is TNT, not totally not Torah. Torah Rabbah.
Now let's examine that. I like how he put it, totally not Torah, if you pay the person once a week. totally not Torah, meaning that it would be very difficult for you to explain it by using Torah. And the reason why I say that is because if I have people working for me, I try to pay them every day, but I would always ask them for the permission of them to pay them once a week. If I can pay you at the end of the week, then that's what I'll do. And if I can pay you at the end of the job, then that's what I'll do. If I have to pay you every day, I ask you that question. And if the job is over, then you'll get your day's pay then. But if you can hold off and wait, then I would ask of that of you. And if you say yes, then do it. So like the brother's saying, that's not law. Law says you pay a person at the end of the day before the sun goes down. That's law. So very good. I like the way he expressed that. Totally not law. All right. Go ahead, Emma.
All right. All right. The next law that was presented to us by Coach Nina. And her law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verses 11 through 18. And they read, "Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy Creator. I am the Most High. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, and neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. 14, thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear the Most High thy power. I am the Most High. 15, you shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. 16, thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Creator. 17, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. Verse 18, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Creator. And Sister Nina's explanation is just being honest and fair with one another would make a better community. No scammers.
No scammers. She's absolutely right. I stand behind that. We have a lot of people who take advantage of people. They're not honest. They charge usury without the person. They charge usury to poor people, which is against the law. You're not supposed to do those things. And they just can't be honest with each other. They take advantage of people who are less fortunate than them. They comes up off the back of our people, and that's not good. Those are the type of people you should try to avoid at all costs. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbi.
May the Most High be praised. All right, our next law can be found in the book of Exodus, chapter 23, Exodus Shemot, chapter 23, verse 13. And it was presented to us by Aim Sukari. And the law reads, "And in all things that I have said unto you, you be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other deities or any deities, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth." And her explanation reads, do not use the name of other gods, or do not use the name of deities. I'm going to.
Well, all right. I slightly disagree with that. I'm going to clarify my approach. Through the years, a lot of our congregations have taught us that you can't use the name of other deities, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. I don't think that the Father, in my opinion, the Father's not saying that you can't say the name of other deities. And I'm going to give my explanation as to why. I think he's saying, in my opinion, he's saying you shouldn't use the name of of any deity while reverencing or making prayer unto him. Like when you pray into the Most High and the Christians teach you to pray in the name of Jesus, Jesus is a deity, whether you accept it or not. He's a deity. He's a deity because people worship to him, people pray to him. You may not pray to him, you may not worship him, but people pray to him and people worship him. Therefore, he's not the creator. Therefore, he's a deity. And that's hard for a lot of people to understand. Now, according to Christianity, when they teach you to pray, you pray and you mention the name of that deity. Oh, in the name of Yahweh, in the name of Jesus. That's letting a deity's name be heard out of your mouth because you're supposed to be giving honor and praise to the Most High King. Take it any way you want it, that's the way it is. And whether you accept that or not, that's between you and the Almighty. But don't let people misguide you. Don't let people trick you and fool you and make you think that praying in the name of a deity is not a problem to the Creator, because it is. Here's the example. The Most High doesn't want us using any deity's name when we're reverencing him. You know, Moloch is one that a lot of people like to use. Well, Moloch was a deity that people actually prayed to. And if you're praying and you're reverencing and you say Moloch, thinking that you're reverencing the Almighty, you're praying to a deity. So you got to be real careful how we do what we do. We can't pray in the name of a deity and consider ourselves to be worshiping the Almighty. This is why Prince only calls the Most High by attributes and not by any name. Because in my opinion, we don't have the name of the Most High. If we had the name of the Most High, we would be able to do forceful creation things, crack the ground, bring back life, cause time to stand still within itself. See, in my opinion, Moshe had the name of the Most High, and it ain't what's written in the book of Exodus, the 6th chapter. Those great prophets, Ezekiel, those great prophets, like not even necessarily Ezekiel, but Eliyahu, Elisha, Prophet Samuel, Shimshon, these men, in my opinion, they had the name of the Most High that they was using. And that's why when you look at the things that they did, they caused time to stand still. You know, Joshua and Moshe actually caused the time to stand still while they still did what they did. You understand what I'm saying? We are so miscombobulated and so misinformed. The generations before us who had their information handed down from the generations before them and before them have given us a whole lot of things that has nothing to do with the Creator. Nothing. So, you know, we got to stay away from using these names or assigning names and titles to the Creator when we don't know the name of the Most High. But we're quick to go to a book that's been written for these years and years and years and years and think that your enemy is going to allow the Most High's name to come down through history so you could have access to it, knowing how powerful you are as a people with the name of the Most High. Just the scriptures, Psalms 82, 83, it says, "Thou enemies has made a tumult against your hidden ones, that the name of Yisrael will no longer be in their remembrance." They don't want you to know who you are, because if you know and learn who you are, you will learn how powerful you are. So they hid Israel from us for a long time. So if they hid the identity of the true Israelites from us for such a long time, what makes you think they're going to tell us the name of the Most High and have it written down and passed down through history, through genealogy, through history, so that we can call upon our power and receive the blessings that we are supposed to have? It's not going to happen. They're not going to let you get access to the Creator that easy. It's not going to happen that way. But, you know, who am I to tell you? You got all those teachers that walked along way before me, and you come right out the church, and they came out the church, and, you know, you all know the answers to this. And Prince's duty and responsibility here is null and void because you're not paying no attention to them anyway, but you do what you do. And may the Most High be with you. May the Most High guide you, bless you, and strengthen you. I know what I do. I know what I instruct you to do, but you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to pay attention to nothing Prince says. You know, you can continue to live life the way that you see that you just come in and listen every once in a while, but can't whenever you disagree with what Prince say, just tune him out. Don't pay him no mind. What can I say? All I'm gonna do is teach you what the Most High has given me to teach you. That's all I know is what the Most High has allowed me to understand, what he's told me, what he's shown me, and in many other different ways, I've come to this knowledge that the Most High has given me. It is my job to share that information with you. It's not your job to accept it. What I ask you to do is go research it, investigate it, pray on it, ask the Most High to guide you, and see where he leads you. And if he leads you, then you accept it. If he doesn't show it to you, then you don't accept it. Keep it moving. And just keep coming back and challenging Prince for every word that he say. It's all right. The brother asks me a question. How would you interpret the second commandment, beloved Ak, Prince? Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Which do you consider to be the second commandment? Let me know which commandment you consider to be the second commandment. Wa'ida be Elohim et koil hadibarim ha'ele lemor. Is that the first commandment? Anoki yohe wahe Eloheaka. Hoseteka miretz mitzrayim mebeit abadim. Lo yihye leka Elohim akarim apnai. Is that the second or the third commandment? You got to let me know which one you consider to be the second commandment, and I'll share it with you. But let me pull up the commandments that I know that you may be speaking of, and let me see what you consider to be the first or the second. I am the Most High, your Elohim, which have commanded you, brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. That could be the first one. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt have no powers before me. The fourth one, or third commandment, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images or any likeness of anything in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters underneath for the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Ki anoki Yotze Eloheka is a jealous power, visiting iniquities of the fathers upon the children in the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. So, my brother, okay, this is the interpretation of the second commandment, and I accept that if that's what it is. You must not take the name of Yohe Wahe, your great power, in vain. Yohe Wahe will not hold him guiltless who taketh his name in vain. Now, all right, go ahead, show me the one that you want. Okay, I see what you mean. You're correcting it. Okay. You should not take the name, thou shalt not make unto thee, that's verse 6, isn't it? Thou shalt not thirst and thou shalt not take the name of. Okay, now this is funny. The word vain, they don't know what the word vain actually means in Hebrew. I'm going to look it up in here and see what they got. They got it as emptiness, vanity, falsehood. That they really don't know what shawah actually means in Hebrew. They don't know, but they translate it as in falsely. That's how they translate it. Thou should not take the name of the Most High, your power, falsely, in vain. I say you should not swear in the name of the Most High and have no intention to honor it. Don't play with it. Don't utilize it in a manner to support your position, and you know you're dealing falsely with it. Just to try to convince people of something, you swear in the name of the Most High, and you know you're violating the Most High. All right? With no power, no strength. It says the Most High will not hold him without guilt or guiltless. You will be punished who taketh his name for nothing. You're playing with his name. So that's how I interpret that second, or if you say second commandment, that's how I would interpret that commandment. People don't take the Most High's name. If you use the Most High name to support your position, And you're only doing it so you will win the favor of somebody, but you know you're doing wicked or evil or deceitful things, that's using the Most High's name in vain to me. And it shouldn't be done that way. You should never do that in the name of the Most High. So that's my interpretation of it, Brother Benjamin. Ima, are you there?
Cain, he said this.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think I missed some stuff because it looks like some other people was posting things along the way, and you know where you left off. I don't, so forgive me.
Yeah, some were still talking about the law that Enki Tear posted, and then they just was talking about other stuff. So the next law that will be presented is the law. It can be found in the book of Leviticus, chapter 21, verses 16 to 24, and it was presented to us by my sister's wife, Autumn. And it reads, "Neither shall he profane his seed among his people."
Ho. You know what? I'll finish where you at, but remind me to go back to my explanation because I didn't finish my thing about using the name in vain. I mean, not using the name in vain. Speaking the name of, letting the name of other deities be heard out of your mouth. When you finish with this and we finish with the explanation, please allot me some time to go back and explain that. Because Aim Katir just reminded me of something. Torah.
Anybody else? All right. Verse 16. Sorry. And it reads, "And the Most High spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Aharon, saying, Whosoever he be of thy seed in their generations that hath any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his creator. But whatsoever man he be that hath a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man or a lame, or he that hath a flat nose, or any," sorry, it went to a prayer thing, "or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed, or broken-handed, or crook-back, or a dwarf, or that hath a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or hath his stones broken. No man that hath a blemish of the seed of Yaharon, the priest, shall come nigh to offer the offerings of the Most High made by fire. He hath a blemish, he shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his creator. He shall eat the bread. He shall eat the bread of his creator, both of the most holy and of the holy. Go in, only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he hath a blemish, that he profaneth not my sanctuaries. For I, the Most High, do sanctify them." 24, and Moshe told it unto Yaharon, and to his sons, and to all the children of Yisrael. And so her explanation is, "This is the law explaining that no one of the lineage of Yaharon, the priest who has a blemish on their body in this manner, can present offerings to the Most High. They can eat of the holy bread offerings, but they cannot offer it themselves. It is my understanding that the Most High created this law so that the people may not be distracted by someone's physical dysregulations when things are being offered to the Most High. All attention and intentions should be on the Creator and his works, not the person. I also think the priesthood is supposed to be the people physically closest to the Most High, and therefore should be as regular as possible in physical body. Only question I have is, would this law apply to dimples? If someone of the seed of Yaharon, the priest, has dimples, they cannot offer holy offerings as well, correct?
No. Dimples is an enhancement. They say that dimples is a weakness in your cheeks. That's a different thing. The Creator says imperfections, and an imperfection is not dimples. Like some people would consider light brown eyes as imperfections, and it's not an imperfection. Some of us have light brown eyes. Some of us have hazel eyes. Some have dark eyes. And then these type of things only happen to certain breeds of people. It's in your bloodline. It's an indicator of the bloodline that you have, who you're from. So dimples is not a defect. No, dimples is not a defect. Of course, I'm gonna say it's not, because I actually believe that it's not. I don't believe in dimples as a defect. But the Creator was specific as to what He said were defects. Flat nose. He also says that a crushed or bruised scrotum sacs is a defect. So therefore, that means that the priest or the high priest or a priest actually should have children. And if he can't have children, then he can't be a priest to the Most High, because his scrotums would be crushed or damaged. That would be a flaw. A flat nose is something that you're born with that will, like you said, will cause people to look at you and be hard to focus on the Most High, because people be looking at you. And what were some of those other defects that the Most High said was defects?
Broken hand, a broken foot, blind.
A broken hand, a broken foot, blind. He actually said blindness?
He said blind.
Wow. See, all these things are major things that really affect your ability. Well, I don't know how a broad nose will affect your ability, but the Most High doesn't want you to have these things that could cause people to stand out from everything else and be affected. The Creator wouldn't want that. All right? No, dimples is not a problem. You can have dimples. Dimples is something, that's a blessing from the Creator. That lets you know you're special. Blessings. Dimples is an enhancement. That's why everybody like dimples. Oh, she got dimples. Oh, he got dimples. Oh, that's nice. Yes. All right. So let's go back to that other question, if we can.
Well, it doesn't say dimples are an enhancement, but it just does say it's just a different facial structure.
Dimples are an enhancement. Dimples make you more beautiful, more attractive.
Oh my gosh.
That's right.
Really going there.
Yeah, dimples is the top of the line attraction. Okay.
All right, Sister Fatima. No, it's not a problem that you continue to talk about a subject. That's not a problem at all.
No, and I actually wanted her to bring it out so we can all talk about it. We can shed some light on it, because it might be it appears to be a very interesting topic. But I want to talk about what I want to talk about first. And what I wanted to talk about first was the commandment that we had already brought up, that we were talking about, that thou should not mention the name of any deities out of thy mouth. And my explanation for that was doing reverencing or praising to the Most High. Now, I didn't get to the second part that I said I was going to get to, that I would state my point as to why, and it is this. The sneakers we wear are called Nikes and Adidas. Both Nikes and Adidas was the name of other deities. But we shouldn't have a problem saying these things, because we're not reverencing them. We're not worshiping them. We're not honoring them. They're just different names. And a lot of people have names that are their parents may have gotten from names of deities. Now, if I'm talking about the individual and his name happens to be, Adidas is a deity too. All Day I Dream About, that's a deity too. So people have names, and these names are what people utilize and name their children after a lot of these names. And a lot of these names are deities, but that ain't my reason. My reason is more so because the English language that we utilize All right, sis, whatever you say. My reason is because of the names that we utilize today. The words in the English language that we utilize are the name of a lot of deities, and we don't even know it. And we would be speaking it every day. Like, for example, the name, somebody says, the word fortune. Fortune is the name of a deity. But fortune is a name in the English language that we use every day. Fortuna. Fortuna. That's the name of a deity. But now the word in fortune, which means luck, in English, the word Dan, which means troop, Gad is the word, the same thing for fortune. It means a blessings or a luck or anything of that nature, the word Gad. So if the Most High says we couldn't use the name of a deity, let it be heard out of our mouths, and he didn't mean doing reverence and praise and worship, then we would not be able to say the word Gad, because the tribe of Gad was a Hebrew Israelite tribe, but it means fortune. And fortune is the name of a deity. But let's not stop there. Let's go a little bit deeper. The word is all over the book. S-I-N, sin. The word sin is thou shalt not sin. He should be forgiven of his sins. All types of things speak about the word sin. And sin is all over the book. But there's a deity called sin, an ancient Islamic deity or ancient Babylonian deity that the Islamic people worshipped as well. S-I-N. And that's the name of a deity. But if it was that we couldn't just say the name of a deity out of our mouths, then we can't use half the book, because a lot of the book has words that are in the English language that actually are the name of deities. So you got to be careful. It's just, in my opinion, that's not what the Most High is talking about. You just can't say that. You can't say Nike sneakers because Nike is the name of a god. No, that's not what it means. It means in reverence of worship and praise and honor. In my opinion, that's what it means. And you got a lot of people walking around saying, oh, I ain't going to say Nikes because Nikes is a deity. Where you learn that from? You learned it from your elders. Where they get it from? From their elders. Where they get it from? Probably some Jewish man. Who knows? All right. But that's usually what happens. Yeah, but Nike is the name of a deity. No problem. And she says Adidas not the name of a deity. I don't know why she got that, but I'll leave that alone for now. And we're going to move forward because that's irrelevant in what we're dealing with. All right. All right, so that's the point I wanted to bring out, Ima. So are deities and idols the same? Yes, deities and idols are the same thing. And neither a deity or idol is the creator. Yes, deities and idols are the same thing. Except the idol is the deity that you idolize. If you yourself don't idolize Buddha, then he's not a deity. I mean, he's not an idol to you, but he's still a deity. And then if you're one of those who do idolize Buddha, then he's an idol and a deity to you. All right? Ima, let's rock and roll.
I didn't see any more laws, but I did see that Brother Miyu put up Ezekiel, so I'll read that. And he put up Ezekiel, chapter 3, verse 18. And it reads, When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, nor speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thine hand. And he says, his explanation reminds you of your responsibility, first to yourself and then to others. Because once you know, then you're charged.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. All right. You said there are no more commandments?
No, there aren't.
All right. Can we go to the comment with Sister Queen Fatima?
Okay.
Is this where it started?
Yes.
All right. You want to read it?
Says a foreign slave to be freedom can be purchased and or redeemed depending on circumstances of how she became a slave, servant, spoil of war.
Sister Fatima, are you still present? Sister Fatima, are you still present? I sent a link in the room, Sister Fatima. I would like for you to come on to elaborate a little bit on what you're saying, because this leaves me in confusion and I don't want to speak on your behalf because I don't know what you're saying. So I sent a link, Sister Fatima. If you don't want your face to be seen, you don't have to let your face be seen, but at least let your voice and your opinion be seen, be heard. Let's go to Brother Benjamin until Sister Fatima comes up or responds. Let us know if she's coming up or not. All right. There are false gods and idol gods, which are false. What idol gods, which are false. Nephilim are real and are gods. Nephilim are real and are gods. Then there are graven images of trees and animals which are idols and are not real, but represent something else. Okay, Brother Benjamin, what you saying? I mean, what you brought that up. Good point, but what you saying? And maybe you want to come on the platform and speak too, to express yourself fully. But Queen Fatima, I'm asking you to hit the link so that you can come onto the platform and explain your position about what you're saying. And Brother Benjamin, if you want to hit that link, you can come and explain yourself too. I'm just a little confused. I mean, well, maybe I don't know, bro. Maybe you're just saying that one is real and one is, meaning that one actually existed and the other one was made up. Maybe that's what you're saying. I don't know. Shabbat shalom, sis.
Shalom. This is not really my thing, but I will come on because I had a lot of typos and I know it seemed confusing.
That's cool. You
Shabbat
should
shalom
make
to
it
the
your
family.
thing, though. You're probably going to be very helpful. Help a lot of people wake up some. We listening, sis. Share with
I
us.
got to go back to, so I came in late. My cousin Kezulea sent me the link to remind me that I was late to class.
Fatima, we can't hear you. I think you lost signal. Or is it me, y'all?
Okay, I'm here. So I think when I tried, hold on, I lost you guys again.
Sister
No, how do I,
Fatima?
can you hear me?
Now I can, yes.
Okay, I think what happened is I tried to go back to YouTube so I could read the comments because I can't see them on here because I wasn't on
Okay.
here.
Ima, can you post it, please? Can you post a comment, Ima? Thank you.
Okay. So they were talking about, I believe when it came on, purchasing the freedom of a woman. Then they were talking about what type of woman, I believe. Now, mind you, I told you I was a little late. So me and he was just having a sidebar conversation about can a foreign woman be freed like a Hebrew woman would be in the Jubilee? And so I'm looking at this comment that says a foreign slave, to be clear, is what that was supposed to say, can have their freedom purchased or redeemed depending on the circumstances of how she became a slave, servant, or spoil of war.
I don't know of any woman that's not Hebrew that can be receive her freedom, except if somebody paid the master, but the master don't have to let her go. If he doesn't accept the money, he doesn't have to let her go, no matter how many years, even the year of jubilees. But a
Okay, and
Hebrew,
that's further down in my comments.
okay, but a Hebrew woman has to be released. She must be because you have to forgive all debt. And a lot of times, a lot of our women was taken into captivity because their fathers or their family would owe debt to another individual and was unable to pay the debt. Therefore, they would give their daughters as a ransom to satisfy the debt. But if you like to go on, you may continue, sis.
Kane. So I think that's what we were kind of discussing, the difference between servitude for a Hebrew woman and a foreign woman. And then I even made the statement, are we even having men that go to war and get women as spoils of war? Is that even something that you can do when you go to war these days with all the human trafficking and laws that are going on in regards to that? So I was pretty much wanting to know, because like you were talking about, a lot of times you'll hear people say, well, she's not a Hebrew, so I can A, B, and C.
I
Or she's
disagree.
not. Right, right. You were talking about that earlier. And so I think the clarity for me was you still have to treat her like a human. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
That's right.
So she can be purchased, and she not only can she be purchased, she might be part of a whole deal that came with cattle and land, and she just happened to be part of the deal. Um, per chance, let's say Tom, I'm gonna just use that name. Let me, gotta be Abraham. A name was a servant as well, and you know, a servant can say, a servant is your permanent servant, right? That's the thing. You got them, you acquired them, however you did, whether it was war, whether you purchased it, whether it's part of a deal. But if you, as a master, says, "Hey, I see this guy likes her," they grew up. I had them since they were children. They grew up together. They like each other. They want to be married and free. A master can say, "Hey, I will purchase it. I will set it free." Like there is a route to freedom, even if you're a foreigner, if your master is okay with that. You know what I mean? But in our way of life, even if you had a servant that was a foreigner, they were to be treated a certain way. No, no, no beating on them, no mistreating them. So we have this rhetoric that goes on in our community that's like, well, she's not a Hebrew, or she don't know herself, so I can do this or I can do that. So my clarity with the definitions of her being a Hebrew slave or a foreign slave is that's cool, but these are the requirements still, and she can be bought, but of course the master has to allow the purchase. I mean, the same thing would be true in modern day slavery here in America. If you have a bunch of slaves and you say, hey, I'm about to lose my property, but I got slaves worth $500 each. I'm going to go ahead and sell it so that I can acquire the money to keep my land. So slave women weren't always necessarily about any type of sexual innuendos or wifing status. It was just like any other property or possession, and it could be sold, bartered, and traded for the benefit of your well-being and your bottom line in regards to finance.
You
That was
wise.
my only point.
You wise. So let me ask you this: would you sell yourself into servitude today?
I'm covered, Toda Yehoah.
What does that mean?
Um, I don't do the selling and buying. Like I'm not a man. I don't do the selling and buying.
You know what I
I'm
mean.
covered by my ish. I'm covered
Oh,
already.
you married? Okay, okay.
Right. My ish would have to decide that, but I'm not his servant. So it would be none
You're
of
not.
that
You're
going
not
on.
whose servant?
I'm not his slave. I am his
You're
servant.
not whose slave?
My husband.
Why ain't you?
I wasn't bought or purchased
You
as a
was.
possession.
You was.
I, I wish I was. I
You
wish I
was.
was. I wish I
Now
was.
you wasn't brought as a regular servant or a slave, but once you entered into that covenant, you became his possession.
And there goes the second conversation we were having in the chat.
Go ahead,
What
sis. Light it up.
No, I don't want to be this person. We were just talking about and that was the reason we brought up the definition of what this woman was. We were talking about buying or purchasing. Because if she's your indentured servant, someone you got as a spoil of war, or someone it's a different law for how you can treat your wife and how you can treat your cattle. There, none of them are supposed to be beat. They're all supposed to be treated well, but there's a different provision for each. So you're not going to treat your cow the same way you treat your wife. You're not going to treat something you can buy and sell the same way you can treat your wife. You're not going to buy and sell your wife. So I'm a servant to him. I am a slave to him in regards to the English language, but I'm not a possession to be bought or sold in regards to him selling me off to someone else. And because of the modernization of the way my life was, there was no one for him to give a dowry to or for him to make a purchase. And then the next conversation that me and Morey Kaz, as y'all belovedly calling him, was what contractual agreements make for a marriage, make for, because he said we don't do boyfriends and girlfriends in this way of life, but I've seen it a lot. I've seen it a lot in this way of life.
Ain't that sad?
And yes, it's very sad. And we like to say, well, it's understood, and what's understood doesn't have to be explained. But we had a bunch of scribes, and our Torah is written history. So why wouldn't we write that history down? Even if you don't want to do American modern day law, there should be some type of contractual agreement between, at least from what the Torah is saying, I guess, two witnesses, and Kezu brought up the parents. A lot of our women are already grown and not getting the allegiance from parents or from fathers, or from, they're just going out seeing a guy they think is cute and doing it like the Americans do it. He's cute, she's cute, and now we're laid up, and next thing you know, we're having a baby and we're considered married. But that's not law. It's just not, to me. That's all I think I have to say about that right now.
All right, hold on. You touch on a lot of topics. Hold on a second. We talking about being a slave to your husband first.
Okay.
Right? Now you see what sis put up. Look what Sister Nina put up. She
How
says,
do I see the comments? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna read it to you. I put it up on the page. She said, I think if we work outside the house, that can be likened to being a servant. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So
in the house too.
That's what I was getting ready to say. So
I'm
how
definitely
you
a servant in this.
Then how you gonna say you're not your husband's slave then?
I corrected it.
Okay.
That already. I said I was a slave in his service. I corrected that.
Okay, my apologies, because I was ready.
I said I'm not one to be a slave in the same matter of his cow or his indentured servant that is a woman to be. He can't sell me off for amounts of money because I wasn't acquired through a dowry.
You're correct. I would agree with that. Okay, because a lot of women today say, I ain't nobody's possession. They have that Western mindset, and they completely away from the Torah. And not only the Torah, but the Hebraic mindset. They're completely away from it. They're more with the Western mindset that I'm my own woman. You don't even belong to yourself once you get married. If you're an Israelite woman, you go and get married to a man, you are now his property. You are now his possession. That's why you don't even have to work. He has to go get 2 jobs if he needs to take care of the family, 3 or 4 jobs if he needs to take care of the family, while you just sit home and take care of the household and the children and do your responsibilities in assisting him in whatever he needs. But you don't have to work. If you want to work, that's one thing, but you don't have to, because you are his responsibility. He has to get up and go to work for you. That's why I seen this post the other day. Young brother Free Brew gave me this link, sent me this link for this brother who was accused of taking this woman's money and abusing her. It was her money. He was his wife, but it was her money and all those things, and how he mistreated her and all. That thing is debatable. It's up to question, because once she became his wife, her money belonged to him anyway. But this guy, according to his own mouth, and according to her testimonies, he abused that right and that privilege. It's just the way that men see. There's a difference between a male and a man. If a woman came into a marriage with a man and she had $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, she would still have that 20, 30, or $50,000 plus more because he would tell her how to make more money with it, but her money will belong to her. She can do whatever she wants to do with her money. He might direct it so that she does what's best with the money. But a lot of guys today, if they meet a woman and she got 10, 20, 30, even she got $5,000, he's trying to figure out how he can get it from her so he can spend it, so he can utilize it, so he can go out and do what he wants to do that ain't got nothing to do with the family. And that's the wickedness. That's the wicked part that comes in. But we can't say nothing to him because that's his wife. We can make suggestions, but for us to hold him accountable for mismanaging his funds that through his wife's account or however it is, it's hard for us to get into that matter because that's his wife. We don't agree with it. We don't like it. But for real, that's his property. And a man is allowed to do what he want to do with his property. If he mismanage it, then it's her job before it gets too late to say, sir, can you give me a bill of divorce? Just let me go. Before she broken, before it's all over, before she's disgusted, can you give me a bill to let me go? And he may let her go or he may not. It's totally his decision. That's why you have to be careful of the man you marry when you say and confess out of your mouth that you're a servant of the Most High. You follow that, sis? How do you feel about that? Sister Fatima, are you present? Okay, I guess she didn't hear, or your mic was on mute. I don't know if you're speaking or not. Okay. Are you present, sis? Shalom. Okay,
You guys, I apologize. I'm literally trying to figure out how to get out of here.
Okay, you're in now. I can hear you.
I see myself on the screen twice.
Okay, I'll take you down. Don't worry about it.
Hold on.
So go ahead. What do you feel about that?
My apologies. I think I was trying to link the YouTube and the StreamYard, and I might have missed what you were saying while I was trying to connect them.
What I was saying, my apologies, and I'll try to repeat it again in a manner that you can understand or hear. I came across, a young brother sent me a video about a man who married a woman. He married her. But this man who married this woman, the woman came, she had some money. Well, when they got married, he used her money. He did what he wanted to do with his money, with her money. And of course, I feel like that's wrong. In my essence, if you have a wife and she has money, that's her money. She could do whatever she want to do with it. She ain't got to pay no bills. She ain't got to pay no rent. You should be teaching her how to invest that money to make more money for the family or whatever way you need to do it. But you don't take her money and you do your responsibility with her money, or you do your pleasure with her money. To me, that's wrong. But if that's that man's wife, all I could do is make suggestions. I can't say that you don't do that, because as a man, when you have a wife, she's your possession and you do with her as you please. And that's why a lot of Hebrew women today have to be extremely careful who they marry and when they marry and how they marry. They have to be extremely careful because your man has complete say so over the ins and outs, ups and downs of your relationship. So how do you feel in reference to that?
Okay, so I had heard the first part of it and not the last part. When you were speaking, I always like to listen to your teachings because they are different than what sometimes the rhetoric. Sometimes you get the same message over and over, almost like people are repeating the message. Um, but I also like that I know that I can disagree with you. So when you were speaking, I was like, oh, in your opinion, that's that man's wife though. So I agree. So I've noticed over the years that we have Torah that is our guideline, but there's still a sacredness in what me and Kazulia was talking about, that ketubah, that contract, that agreement between the man and his wife or wives. And you could say something to you blue in the face about how he's running his household. It's his household.
There you go.
And that's just that. The woman can complain as much as she wants. It's not going to change unless she can somehow unharden his heart and get him to hear her in a way. A lot of times I've personally just had to pray to the Most High to talk to my ex, because sometimes his way is his way, and it can be stubborn to others, but he's got his good and his bad, you know. And sometimes the things I don't understand because I'm not a man. Just like there's some things he don't understand because he's not a woman. That's what makes me the manager of the house, and he comes to me in regards to some things that go on when he's not in the house, because he's at work most of the time. And then he kind of helps me to do what needs to be done here. It's definitely a partnership, but it's so funny the Hebrew law about women wearing pants I don't agree with, but the men definitely wear the pants. So that's that.
So if the man definitely wear the pants, how's it a partnership? Because a
There are things.
partnership is 50-50. That means I got a right to say this, you got a right to say that, and we disagree, we can walk away from each other. Or, partnership, you got to agree on something before we can do it. In a
Yeah, but
household, that's not the way it is.
We're not talking about equality partnership. We're talking about partnership in regards to sectors of management. So you're going
Uh,
to have a CEO, you're going to have a manager, you're going to have those who, like my oldest child, she's definitely not a parent in this house, but she has more insight than maybe, say, the baby. So I'm going to go in regards to her leadership if I wasn't there with the children, because she's going to know something I don't know. Same thing with my Ish. If he's spending 10 to 12 hours out the house, there are certain things he just doesn't know. The water heater's not working right, or this or that. There are certain appointments that I have to make that he doesn't have to think twice about because he knows the house manager has it under control. But the final say goes to him. So if he makes a decision that we don't all agree with, we can't just be out of order because we don't agree with it. I can, like I said, I can go to him when I know it's the right time to go to him and see if he'll hear my plea. And if he doesn't, and I feel like his heart is hardened towards me, I go to the Creator. The Creator always talks to my Ish on behalf. And every so often, I'll call my brother. He's on the line. Yes, I'll call my brother to see if I need help. Because sometimes men just need men to understand men things. So I could say it to him blue in the face and he wouldn't even hear me. If I was talking English, Hebrew, Spanish, he just sometimes a man needs to hear a man.
it sounds like you married to a man and not a male.
Hold on, yo.
That's what it sounds like. May the Most High bring him blessings and increase his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding toward righteousness and how to take care of his family, because he sounds like he's a real man. And that's how males need to achieve to that level of becoming a man. It appears from what you say to me, he's handling his business. And I respect that. Respect that. It's good to hear that. It's good to hear that. May the Most High be praised. All right. So now Sister Nina had a question she brought up. Oh, well, Sister Fatima, was we done with your questioning or my questioning toward your questions? You don't have to leave if you don't want to leave. That's not what I'm asking. I didn't want to go on to another subject if you still had questions. And you may want to contribute to what I'm about to go to. I don't know.
Wait, guys, I always have babies in the background. Ken, I'll stay on. I don't think I have anything else to say. I only was answering. I knew when I was typing it, and then I was like, let me leave the conversation before because I get put on the spot because I'm not big on that. But no, no, no. I don't have any more questions, and thank you for allowing me to expound on what I was saying, so it didn't just look like a bunch of miscommunicated typos. So, Torah,
It's
may the Most High be praised.
and may the Most High be praised. It's always best if the person comes on the platform to get it all out, to say all that they want to say. Because a lot of times you trying to type is limited, and even your thoughts don't work the way that you really want your thoughts to work. And if you got typos, that's another situation or error that's taking place. All right. So you seem like you are fully acclimated in the understanding of Hebraic thought. And that's good because a lot of our people are not. So here we go. Sister Nina, she says, and there probably are other questions and comments. I'll let my wife address those in a minute. It's just that I just seen this one, so I wanted to expound on it a little bit. And Sister Nina, the link is in the room if you need to come onto the link, because I know you had some other questions that you wanted to ask. So the link is in the room. You hit that link, you can come on the platform, and you can speak whatever you want to speak. She says, I thought there were duties a man must well, a husband must provide. I thought there were duties a man must, I don't know, I guess saying that a man has responsibilities that he must perform in order for him to be a husband, must provide, and one of those duties is he must provide. And if not, a woman can be granted a divorce, whether the husband grants it or not. Well, you're treading in some dangerous areas. And I think I understand where you're coming from. My sister, Fatima. Well, we all got a lot of work to do, sis. We all got a lot of work to do. We got a long way to go, but we all got a lot of work to do, every one of us. None of us are perfected as of yet. If we were, we probably wouldn't be here. So your mind is a lot stronger than you give yourself credit for in our customs and in our ways of our people. And if that's my wife that's helping you, may the Most High continue to bless her to help you. Sister Nina, will you be coming on the platform, or do you want to stay where you are and have this conversation from the sidebar? She says, I thought the duties of a man must well be, however, like a man has certain requirements and duties that he has to do. And if the man doesn't do his requirements and his duties, then a woman can be granted a divorce, whether the husband grants it or not. That's debatable, sis. It's very much debatable. It's in one way you're correct, but there's procedures that you have to go through. Now I know Exodus 21:10 speaks of an additional wife, but if that is the case, then I know those duties he must provide to all wives. Yes, he must provide all those duties to all of his wives. But even in that case that you're reading about, the woman just can't walk off because she doesn't like what's going on in that household. She can't just step off because she doesn't like the way that he's treating her, or he spent all her money, so now she want to leave because she sees he's a user. She can't she can't just do that. There's a way that it has to be done. And the best way for her to do it is to bring him up on charges before the leadership. And today we have to use leadership, the elders or the priests of those days. Whoever sits in the seat of judgment or leadership within us, that's who we should be bringing, or the woman should bring her husband up before those elders. And then after the elders have an adequate amount of opportunities to address the woman, to address the man, then it can be determined from them whether she can get a bill of divorce or not. And if he chooses not to give it to her, they can. The leadership can give her a bill of divorce. So that's my point there. That can happen. But she just can't say, oh, I don't like this, and just get up and leave on her own. No. Even in Exodus, the 21st chapter, the 10th verse, she had to go before leadership to prove her case, to show the people, the family, everyone that she wasn't doing something wicked by leaving the marriage. You have a lot of females today in our culture, in our society, in our world. What they do is they feel like this relationship is no longer comfortable for me, and they don't like it. It's not working in my favor. Why? Because she was raised without a father. And this guy that she's married to is a real man, and he runs his house as a man, and she didn't have a father. So now she just want to walk away because she don't like nobody ruling over her. Or let's say the vice versa thing has happened. This man is extremely abusive. He wasn't like that when she married him. He tricked her. He got past her father. He tricked her father and everything. But now this man is verbally abusive. And I will say that that video I was watching yesterday, that man was extremely, extremely verbally abusive. There's a lot of males like that. A lot of males are extremely verbally abusive. But let's say he was physically and verbally abusive to her. She still cannot just get up and walk out the door. But let me say this to you, and I'm going to be real careful how I say it. Sometimes to get up and leave may preserve your life. Now, you'll get up and walk out that door, but you still have to address the issue with the leadership and the elders. And the question may come up, well, sis, why did you walk out the marriage? I walked out because he tried to knock me upside my head. I wasn't trying to get beat on anymore. I wasn't trying to get my head split or get shot or killed or anything. Therefore, I left and I sought a place of safety for myself and for my children so that we can have this matter held before the judges and I can be given a clean slate. He doesn't have to know where you at, but you must go before leadership to get that bill of divorce, even if you packed up and left for your safety or the safety of your children. Some children are being molested by men in these males in these relationships. And the woman finds out, get out, go. But once you go, you still have to have that hearing, that meeting, and you let the community know why you just packed up and left. But you have to have that meeting so that the family before the Most High will forgive you and clear you of any wrongdoings so that you can get your bill of divorce. You understand? Because if you don't get your bill of divorce, you're always married to that guy. You're always married to him. And if you lay with another man, you're committing adultery. So therefore, you must always get that divorced. Yeah, that guy I was speaking on, he was a leader of a community, and it was horrible. It was horrible. Yes, it was. It was horrible. It was sad. All right. So let's go on. Ima, you present?
And I am.
All right. Did you have any comments that we needed to address? Because there was a whole bunch of them up there.
No, but I did need to read. There's a lot of comments. I did need to read in Kemia's comment again. Her law again. So I misread it. I read it wrong. So you want me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So in Kemia's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 12 through 14.
You posted her portion?
I have to scroll to it.
You want me to look for it?
Yes, please. But her law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 12 through 14. And it reads, "Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments, and keep and do them, that the Most High thy power shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware unto thy fathers. And he will love thee, and bless thee, and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy land, thy corn and thy wine, and thine oil, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep, and in the land which he swore unto thy fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. There shall not be a male or female barren among you, or among your cattle." I was looking for her explanation, but
it's probably up higher.
Yeah, I'll find it.
It sounds like some very promising stuff there.
Mhm.
Interesting topics today. Very interesting. I like how the display of the knowledge of this law is protruding in the family today, because it's not too many things that I disagree with that has been taught today from the family, just through example.
Mhm. Yeah. The breakdowns and understandings and working together to get better understanding. Yeah, oh, it's way up here. I'm almost there though.
All right. I don't see it either.
So she
Okay,
said
great.
her explanation is, whom the Most High blesses, increases, no one can curse. It's good to reflect and meditate on all blessings bestowed. I'm increased and highly favored of the Most High. What about you?
Mm.
Praise.
The
Yep.
most be praised, Torah Rabah. May the
All right.
most be praised. Was that it for the commandments?
Yes.
Oh no, that's it. No more commandments. Did everybody give a commandment? I don't think everybody gave a commandment. All right. Sister Anita, you still around? You gonna rock and roll with us today, sis? No. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for truly he is King. And we shall all honor and worship him to the best of our ability and give the Most High the best of us. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
All right, let's get started, family. Let's get started. We're going to do this. What's the name of our lesson today? I will take you from the nations. This is the Most High's promise to us, that he would take us from the rest of the nations who are upon the face of the earth. He's going to reach out into this captivity and pull us out. Did you all know that? The Most High promised us that we won't be into captivity forever, that he's going to take us out of captivity at one point in time. All right. Brother asks us a question. Before we move on. Oh boy. All right. It's a lot of things to this. The brother asks us a question. Let me ask the brother's question. He says, what if the woman that was supposed to be a virgin, a betula, gives her new husband an STD or other ailments? I don't know what the other ailments could be. She's a virgin. What other ailments could she give to her husband other than an STD? So, all right, come on in, bro. Come on, hit the link, bro. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Let me send the link again so you get it. He said I could read it, Prince. Okay, got you. Ima, did you take Sister Fatima off?
No.
Okay, she's back. An error occurred. Oh, she went off again. An error occurred. Wait a moment, then try again. I don't know what's wrong. All right, let's try it again. Sister Fatima, are you present? You're on mute if you are, sis.
Well, the one that's here, I think, is the one that was acting up first.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what's going on. All right, let me move it off the stage. Oh, she's in the audience. Okay, she's there. All right, thank you very much. I just wasn't sure if you was here on the screen or in the link or still at the page. Was that Brother Kezu? Are you coming onto the link, Brother Kezu? Okay, it just left. All right. Maury Kezu says he wants to speak his portion. Okay, you got the platform, bro. Do your thing.
No, it was just a thought that came upon my mind because I know living these days and times, it's not a lot of Batulo even in our community. So it's like we have to safeguard ourselves against the nonsense that we're surrounded by. And then they do have
You say it's not a lot of what?
Batulot.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening. Virgins.
Game.
No, it's not a lot of virgins. But go ahead.
Unfortunately. So we have to safeguard ourselves, and I guess they have means in which you can go get tested and stuff like that. But I don't know if that's an actual requirement as far as marriage goes nowadays. It should be. You know what I mean? Because you want to ensure that it's a proper engagement in a relationship that's going to be productive and prosperous before the Most High. So, I just, like I said, I don't think that should be a requirement if she's a Batula, but nowadays it's not many Batulo. I mean, even then though, I guess a woman can be, a baby can be transferred, certain STDs through birth, like coming through the birth canal. So I guess it should be that all participants in a marriage should be checked and what's the word I'm looking for? Vetted to make sure, like I said, that it's a clean relationship.
Well, I like how my sister Queen Fatima said earlier, how a lot of people just meeting somebody on the street, go home, have sex, and call themselves their wives. I think that process is not a good process. And I would think that you think the same thing because you just stated that people should be tested. And I agree. They should get that blood test for venereal diseases, even herpes, get the whole spectrum of tests to make sure that this person is clean and that there's no diseases in that individual. So I would agree with that. Now, I wanted to ask you this, my brother. What's the other ailments that a woman could give to a man?
Well, you said it with the VD. I mean, because I don't know.
But those are STDs. Those are all STDs. But you said STDs or other ailments. What's the other ailment?
Heartbrokenness. I don't know.
Oh man, she ain't got to be no virgin to give you that.
No, you're right. But it's funny, like in health class, they always kind of categorized STD and VD like they were two different things. That's why I was just kind of like that. I just only put STD, but STD and VDs. But they're both.
For what I know, STD stands for sexually transmitted diseases.
Mm-hmm.
So
and VD stands for venereal disease, but I don't.
But it's sexually, therefore it's STD. Oh, the medical profession want to talk. Go ahead, medical professional, please.
I'm not a medical professional. However, the study of when they distinct them like that is because one, the STD, just from my remembrance and understanding, it can be transferred by both sexes, the man and the female. And a venereal disease, most times it's only transferred from a woman. So that's why, like certain ones, like BV, bacterial vaginosis, that's not a male. That can't be transferred from a male unless he gets it from a woman. And it's what? I'm just saying it's from a woman. It's vaginal. Certain STDs are not just there. That's how it's described. That's how it's separated. That's why I'm saying it. So bacterial vaginosis doesn't derive from sex. It derives from a woman keeping her vagina clean, or she can get it from if she washes with the wrong soap or puts an oil down there or perfume. So it's different processes of it, and that's why they label it in different ways. because a lot of times they're saying, okay, so where did this come from?
Like a yeast infection. Okay.
Like a yeast infection. Okay.
They say STI is usually like a sexually transmitted infection. Like a yeast infection can be from both, though. A man can carry yeast. And a
Right.
woman
I know that man can get it from a woman, but it's normally begins at the woman. But yeah.
All right. Very well. Thank you very much. We got our own in-house medical professional to clear us up on any matters where there's confusion. I like that. See how everybody fit in and everybody helps out. So go ahead, Moray. What else on your mind, man?
Oh, that was about it. It was just kind of like not plaguing my mind. It just kind of popped up, and I was just wanted a little clarity.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, speaking back to what you said, we should have the courting process. Yeah, I was telling this to my nephew the other day. It was like, we don't have boyfriends and girlfriends in Israel. That is something that is a Western philosophy and ideology, and we need to get back to the roots. And actually, I tell them this too. Like when I was young and like at high school, my first date, even outside of the community, I went and spoke to this young lady's father, and I let him know my interest in her, and I was going to take her out on a date and all this other stuff. And I went by to meet him. I'm knocking down stuff all in the house. So I felt like a klutz, but it was still the whole point of the order of operations. This is my mind state. This is how it should have been done, and this is how it should be done. So I effectuated it that way.
cool. But let's address your question. What if a woman that was supposed to be a virgin gives her new husband a STD? You put supposed to be a virgin because that's the way that we took her to be. And she could be a virgin and still have a STD. Like, for example, one of the examples that was brought up earlier, she could have been born with the herpes through the vaginal canal. She could have been born with that disease through the vaginal canal, or even AIDS through the vaginal canal in birth. But it didn't take her out. She lived. And, she grew up. And then one day you went and you began to cohabit with your betula. She didn't know, you didn't know, and come find out she had something, one of those things for that reason. Doesn't mean she's not a betula. Doesn't mean she's not a virgin. It only means she had it already in her system. But there's also another thing that there's a lot of ways that a lot of things could happen to people and they not know that it happened to them. Some people, I've been heard a story, and this might be a little weird for a lot of us, most of us, probably all of us, but it's truthful and it happened before. There had been some women who was going to the doctors to get physical examinations or other situations that they had to go to the doctors for. And the doctors put them to sleep for whatever reason and violated them. That has been in the news as well. But that type of person, they wouldn't know that they've been violated. It would be like a dream to them. They wouldn't be sure. And they might wake up and feel some pain, and something like that may say, hey, listen, something ain't right. Because I've seen this through the news and interviews, and one woman got pregnant and didn't understand what they had to trace it all the way back to the doctor. She knew she hadn't had sex with anybody. She knew she was a virgin, but she got pregnant. She became impregnated, and they traced it back to that doctor, and they ran a DNA test, and it was that doctor's children. I think she had twins, yes. But she had the babies, and they traced it back to the doctor and found out. So when a woman says she's a virgin, doesn't mean that she's lying. She could be a virgin, a betula. And if she is or she isn't, before you lay with her, you should still get a blood test with that woman to make sure, and you get a blood test as well to show her that you cool, and she get a blood test to show you that she's cool. And then you two continue on in your marriage. Yes. All right. What do you think, bro?
I think that's about right. Like I said, 'cause I know and I heard of cases where, certain things can be transferred, through the vaginal canal. Just like I said, it should be a prerequisite. Unfortunately, because we live in this society, that both parties should be tested before any future commitments.
Yeah. And then some get it, some type of infection through blood transfusion or anything, And then, like Sister said earlier, Sister Fatima, Queen Fatima, she said, I believe it was her, that she believed that the HIV virus was transferred through that needle that a lot of people was getting. Yeah.
I think that was Aim Kenya.
Is that who it was, Aim? Sister Laurel? Okay. All right. Yeah, but somebody had brought up earlier, and if it was, yeah, there you go, Sister Laurel. It said that the vaccines has AIDS in it. If that's true, then men and women took it, and that's correct. That's correct, and you got to be careful because if it's true, and it's dangerous. All right, let's move on. All right, Sister Ornita, I'll put the call out for you. I ain't getting no response from you yet. And Brother Kezu, did you have any other questions or comments, bro?
Toda. Toda, yeah.
All right.
Hashem. May the Most High be praised.
Toda Rabbah. Kamaka. All right, so let's move forward, family. Let's move forward. Screen sharing time. All right, there we go. Is that large enough for everyone? Do we need to make it larger? All right, there you go. So we're going to start our readings today in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 36, verse 22. We're going to start our readings today in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 36, verse 22. Are there any questions, any comments, anyone? Before we get started, are there any questions, any comments, anyone? We're going to go on a ride. I couldn't find my notes. I had actually made some notes in reference to this, but I couldn't find my notes. I don't know what I couldn't find them. I don't know what I did with them. I hope I didn't erase them, but they're not on the screen. So please forgive me, but I'm going to have to go from the top of my head with some of the things. It was really like the definitions of certain words, because when I was reading, some of these things posed a problem for me, meaning that, like earlier, it said one thing in English. When we look up the definition of the word in Hebrew, it don't fit the subject. Like Aim Katir brought out earlier with the word that she had us looking at, right? Therefore say to the house of Israel, thus says the Most High Adonai Elohim, it is not for your sake, O house of Israel, that I am about to act, but for the sake of my holy name, which you have profaned among the nations to which you came. And I will vindicate the holiness of my great name, which has been profaned among the nations. Who profaned the name of the Most High among the nations? Who did that? Israel. We did. We disrespect the Creator in the sight of the nations. And the nations will know that I am Yohewah, and I declares, and as declares Ha Elohim, Adonai Ha Elohim. When through you I vindicate my holiness before their eyes. Now, what the Creator is actually saying here at this point for us is that we have disrespected him to the highest degree, and therefore that disrespect caused the Gentiles to look at him as a different way. Because we've fallen so far from grace and we begin to live our lives just like the Gentiles, just like the heathens, just like the idol worshipers. That's why we up in church so thick. If the average Israelite, if you took him and put him in a church and don't use the word Israel, he would flow very well with them, the average Israelite. There will be no interruptions. You almost can't tell the difference between the two. We have defiled the name of the Most High so much that all the other nations, they now look lowly when you speak about being a Hebrew Israelite. Am I right? You talk about being a Hebrew Israelite to the average person of color. First thing they do is frown their face and say, oh, man. Because the examples that we have had in the forefront, like that brother we just was talking about, the examples that we've had in the forefront has let down their righteousness. They didn't think about representing the Most High to the fullest of their ability at all times. I mean, I heard that video and the brother kept saying, I'm not afraid to let Israel go and deal with you as a man or some type of way. He's not afraid of cutting off Israel, the whole nation, and just dealing with that woman as a man, that's abusive man, and beat her and choke her or whatever. That's not the words of leadership. To leadership, the nation is most important. And I had to learn that the hard way myself. To leadership, the nation and the healthiness of the nation is most important. But we have a lot of Israelite leaders who don't have those views. We still have those views that what we desire is most important as opposed to what is best for the people. But your desire as a leader should be what's best for the people. So the brother didn't have that desire in his heart to do what was best for the people. He only had the desire to do what was best for him. So it was easy for him to say, I will cut off the nation of Israel and I'll deal with you as a regular person or a regular dude, some old stuff. I don't know. But that's what we have done to the Creator, and that's why we are guilty, because we have said spoken those words, but in a different way. Every time a man, an Israelite man, is out in the world and his name or his essence get caught up in some foolishness, like, for example, he met this girl, he had intercourse with this girl, he never took her through a courting process, he never married her. That's his name getting caught up in some foolishness. No matter how he dresses it up afterwards, he messed up when he didn't follow the proper channels because he's supposed to represent the Almighty. Y'all follow me? That's like you, your last name Yisrael, but you getting picked up for shoplifting. You're getting picked up for stealing, robbing, homicide. It just may be that through all these things you are innocent. But the simple fact that if you're found guilty of these things and you hold that name, that sacred name, as your name, and the world gets to know it, that a person with the last name Hebrew Israelite, Yisrael, is being held in my courtroom for whatever it may be, and then you're found guilty of that crime, it don't just affect you as an individual. It affects other Israelites, and it also brings shame on the name of your power, because you're supposed to conduct yourself a certain way. You're supposed to live your life a certain way, and it shows that you haven't been doing what it is that you are supposed to be doing as a representative of your Father. This is what the Most High says is the problem why the nations look at him the way that they do, why his name has long lost prestige in the sight of the nations because of you. But then he turns around and says he's going to reclaim his glory, and he's going to do it through you. But so what is he saying? He's saying that there's going to be a time coming real soon where we will live our lives to the echelon of our abilities, to the top of our abilities, and we will represent the Most High in righteousness, and we're going to do great things in this earth again, and the credit is going to go to the Most High because he's our head. The credit is going to go back to the Creator again. When we did our evil, credit was taken away from the Most High. They punished him as well. And nobody wants to deal with those people who call themselves Hebrew Israelites. But that time is changing. The time is changing where it's going to be an honorable thing to be called by the name of the Most High. People are going to look up to you. They see your fringes. They're going to want to talk to you. They're going to want to know you. The Most High says that there's going to be a time, I believe it's in the book of Yoel, where the people will run up to you and just want to touch the hem of your garment, touch your fringes, just touch you. Just they want to be connected to you in some type of way because they know that the children of Israel are the Most High's chosen people. And if they want to win favor with the Creator, they got to win favor by having a relationship with an Israelite individual. That's a fact. So there will be a time where this thing will be reversed, and we will begin to give the Creator glory through our actions as opposed to this foolishness that we're doing right now. Right now. You down south, and you know all they do is sell pork in those restaurants. Some Israelites walk in, see you sitting down at the Waffle House with pork chops and applesauce and bacon on your plate with waffles, and you claim you didn't know. You have just brought shame on your people, the people who cooked the food, who saw your Magen Dawid or heard you speaking with the kippah on. They know that you're supposed to be representing something greater than what you're representing right now, because right now you're showing signs of weakness. How can they respect your power? How can they respect your people when you don't respect your power or your people? But the Most High is letting us know that the time is coming when he's going to reverse all of that. Well, once again, we will respect him. Where once again, we will hold the people of Israel in high regards. Because right now we don't. Every man does what's right in his own mind. And that's a violation. We have to begin to do what's right in the mind of the Most High. What thus saith Yahweh has to say. And the only way that the majority of us right now can do it is by reading and understanding the scriptures. Ezekiel chapter 36. Ezekiel chapter 36, verse 24. And I will take you from the nations. That's the name of the lesson, right? I will take you from the nations and gather you from all the countries and bring you into your own land. Now, this is the most important part that I need y'all to understand and focus on what we touched on this last week. Before the Most High can take us into our own land, before the Most High can even bring us out from amongst those nations, there's a process because of the set of mind state that we have, because of how we think as a people today. We have been westernized. Our Hebraic thought has been warped inside of our heads. We no longer possess the true Hebraic thought. Some of us have a remnant of it, but the majority of us don't have any of it. That's why when a man says he has more than one wife, that's foreign to you. The only way that the Most High can bring us out and take us back into our own land is if he deal with this first, our mind, and how we see things, how we interpret things, how we view things. And this is what he says. He says in verse 25, Ezekiel 36 and 25, he says, I will sprinkle clean water on you, and ye shall be clean from all your uncleanness. Wow. We living in a filthy land. Right now, America, we're living in a filthy land. Dead bodies all over the place. Well, there's certain laws that if a person died within a house and you enter into that house, You have to be sprinkled on the 3rd and the 7th day right after exiting that house. And if you're not sprinkled on the 3rd day and the 7th day, not the 3rd day or the 7th, but the 3rd day and the 7th day, if you're not sprinkled on those days, you are perpetually unclean. But that don't mean that the Most High ain't dealing with you no more. It means that you're unclean and you shouldn't be approaching to any rituals or spiritual places or spiritual things at that particular time, like you shouldn't be in a house of worship. If you know that you were in a house with a dead body and you didn't get sprinkled on the 3rd and 7th day, there are things that you should not be doing. The Most High is taking us through that sprinkling to cleanse us spiritually. To cleanse us spiritually so that our physical attributes are able to go into holy spaces and places and events. Then he says, and from all idols, he's going to cleanse us from all idols that we worship. So that means JC get ready to fall by the wayside, no matter what you thought about him. He's getting ready to fall by the wayside. The Most High is about to destroy all this idolatry that we're doing today. And the majority of our people are caught up in idolatry. They're caught up in Jesus worship. And this is just true. Jesus worship. Now, if you believe in Jesus as the Messiah, that's a different conversation for another day. There's no issue. There's no problem. But if you believe in Jesus as the creator, then you are committing idolatry. And you have to be real careful about your thoughts. I had a brother stand strong on that with me. He fussed me out for believing in, for understanding things that I understand about me, myself, and who I am. He had a big argument with me about that, but then he turned around and he says at the end of that conversation, it will be blasphemy because Jesus is the creator. I said, wow. Wow. And he actually believes that. And I'm not here to argue with anyone over that. Shalom, shalom, my brother, Elder Yirmiyahu ben Yahuda. Let me address what this brother is saying here. He said it's his first time and he's an elder. Let me read it, please. Yirmiyahu, Shalom, Shabbat shalom, beloved Mishpachah. I am Yirmiyahu ben Yahudim, a called out elder watchman for Yehovah Ra'ah. Okay. I am here for the first time to hear your Torah witness. The Nabiyin Yahizkel delivers powerful Torah truth. Hallel Yehovah, may his will be done on Eretz as it is in the Shamayim. Okay. He's saying, let the will of the Most High be done on the earth as it is in the heavens. He also said that the prophet Ezekiel delivers powerful thoughts, powerful Torah truths. All right. All right, let's move on. Torah Rabbah, brother, welcome. Zakane, welcome. And we ask that if you enjoy the class, that you would subscribe, like, and share so that others can also get a little bit of this information because it's good for our people. May the Most High be praised and welcome. Torah Rabbah. Welcome, welcome. He says, and I will give you a new mind. Oh, remember what I said about that mindset we have? How we think, how we relate with each other, how selfish we are with our own flesh and blood, brothers, sisters, how we don't share, how we don't care, how the neighbor right next to you could be suffering, but in fact, you won't help them to get through their pain and their suffering. That's not the Hebraic thought. That's not how our forefathers lived. We didn't move with that spirit. There were laws in place against any man who had that type of mindset. And we have that today. We have that selfish mindset. It's all about me. I got to get mine for me. Not us, but me. And that's all most of our people today are only worried about them. That's why most of us who are wealthy all we do is provide for ourselves and our families and anybody who's going to come in as long as they serve us. And that's how it is with a lot of our people. That's not how it was with our ancestors. And that's not how it's going to be in the future years to come. That's a Western mindset. The Europeans gave us that mindset. Ancient Africans didn't have that mindset, neither did the ancient Hebrews. And now, everywhere where the Westerners go, the Europeans, everywhere where they go and colonize, they introduce their way of thinking, whereby causing the people to no longer hold on to the ancient traditions of their forefathers, but to adopt into this new Western mindset. In this Western mindset, it's like a man can only have one wife. A man should only aspire for one wife. And we're raised up in this nonsense over here in America, growing up believing that that's the thing that needs to be done. That's just a portion of how they warped our minds. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. But in the Hebraic mindset, a man is allowed to have more than one wife. But we don't have, most of us, we don't have that Hebraic mindset today. Our minds have been hijacked. Our minds, our Hebraic thoughts have been hijacked from us. And another mindset has been given unto us. And that's why it's so easy for us to practice idolatry. Watch what the Most High says he will do before he takes us out of this land. 25. I will sprinkle clean water on you and shall cleanse you from all your spiritual uncleanness. And from all your idols I will cleanse you. 26. And I will give you a new mind. Your books may say heart for some of you. Mine says heart, but I understand it. The word is lab in Hebrew. And lab in Hebrew, there you go, right there. I just posted it. Lab in Hebrew means mind. They have that same word interchangeable for mind or heart. If you think about it, you think with your mind. But if you're thinking and she says something and she does something that you see with your eyes, it penetrates through your mind. But where does it hurt you? In your heart. See, the heart and the mind are connected. They're one. A man can come and entice you with his words, and it'd be smooth words. Where you feel for him at? In your heart. Because your heart and your mind is one. They work together simultaneously. That's why in Hebrew, they have those words related, interchangeable. But the Most High says, I will give you a new mind, because the mind you have no longer works for the purpose that you were created. And I will give you a new spirit. Your spirit deals with your personality, your behavior. You will become different people. You will act differently. You will no longer hold the name of the Most High in vain, like my brother Yirmiyahu Binyamin brought up earlier. You will no longer hold the name of the Most High in vain. That means everything that you swear in the name of the Most High, you're going to back it up with your actions. So that the name of the Most High gets the prestige and the respect that it's supposed to have. He said, I will put within you a new spirit. He's going to take that new spirit and put it on our inward parts. And I will remove the heart of stone from you, from your flesh, and give you a heart of flesh. We have stony hearts right now, meaning that we can do anything to anybody and feel no kind of way about it. And that's why a lot of those men were able to kill those women. They were in relationships with them. They once told those women they loved them. Well, if you love me, why are you trying to kill me? What the elder has to say, let's see what the elder has to say. Truth is told. Most of Israel has been selfish and given over to modern day Hellenistic thinking. Western education is war of Babylon's Roman Christian religious cult indoctrination. Very well. May the Most High be praised. And I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes and be careful to obey my rules. The Most High don't want us doing whatever seems right in our own minds. He wants us to follow the guideline. And that guideline he's going to have written down for us. But guess where it's going to be written? In your inward parts. That's the New Testament. He's going to write it in your inward parts so that no man has to teach you in that time. It will be within you. You just have to make the decision to follow it. You should dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and you shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Wow. This is beautiful. And I will deliver you from all the uncleanness. And he's going to do what? And I will deliver you from all the uncleanness. So that means that your sins will be forgiven. Whatever your sins was up until the moment that the Most High does that, all of your sins will be forgiven. And guess what? You didn't have to pray to a man named JC to have it done. You didn't have to believe in a man named JC to have your sins forgiven. But the Father is telling you, you will be forgiven, all of your uncleanness. And I will summon the grain and make it abundant and lay no famine upon you. He says, I will make the fruit of the trees and the increase of the field abundant, that you may never again suffer the disgrace of famine among the nations. Usually when the Most High will bring a famine, he will bring it to punish the people, to make us fall back in proper alignment. And the famine was embarrassing because everybody who worshiped a power, no matter what their power was, they always understood that their power had control over the grain and the crops and the water. Always. So therefore, if there was too much water in any particular time, it was considered a famine because it destroyed the crops. If there was not enough water at any particular time, it destroyed the crops. Therefore, it was considered a famine. A lot of us think that a famine is only when there's a food shortage, and that's true. But that food shortage can come from no rain or too much rain. Then, after the Most High does all these things to you, then you will remember your evil ways and your deeds that were not good. And you will loathe yourselves for your iniquities and your abominations. So what does that say then? If it's going to take all of that for us to recognize our evil sins and our abominations and our wicked ways, which we don't see right now, if it's going to take all of that to have it done, the Most High bring his spirit upon us, the Most High to wash us, the Most High to cleanse us, then that means that we don't know what we're doing right now. Because right now we're rehearsing the law. But the Most High says he has to put a spirit on you, he has to cleanse you, and then you will remember your evil ways. So we can't even see what we're doing wrong for the most part. And it isn't until the Most High causes that spirit to come upon us that we will be able to see clearly what we're doing wrong. And you will loathe yourself for your iniquities and your abominations. And we don't feel that right now. We don't feel no remorse for how we're living, for the sinful actions that we commit in our lives. We don't feel that pain right now. Usually that pain goes right away after you finish doing whatever it is that you wanted to do. But the Most High is letting us know that we are living a sinful life and that he's going to put a new spirit and a new mind within us, and that will cause us to recognize or to be able to recognize the sinful life that we're living. It is not for your sake that I will act, declares the Most High. Let that be known to you. He's not going to bring you into your land. He's not going to give you a new spirit. He's not going to give you a new mind for you. He's going to do it for his great name's sake, so that you will begin to represent him appropriately before the nations. That's why he's going to do it. He says, I'm not doing this for you. It is not for your sake that I will act, declares Adonai Ha Elohim. He says, let that be known to you. He says, be ashamed and confounded for your ways, O house of Israel. Be ashamed and confounded for your ways. And you know what your ways are? Your ways are you and how you conduct yourself, your attitude, your conductivity, how you do what you do when the Most High, or let's say outside of you sitting in Shabbat class, how you act. Ezekiel 36 and 33. Thus says Adonai Yohewahe, on that day, on the day that I cleanse you from all your iniquities, I will cause the cities to be inhabited, and the waste places shall be rebuilt. So he's going to do all this at the same time. Not directly the same day, but, within that time frame. And that's why they're using it with a scenario and saying at that day. I will cause the cities to inhabit it, and the waste places shall be rebuilt, and the land that was desolate shall be tilled. Instead of being desolation, that it was in the sight of all who pass by, and they will say, this land that was desolate has become like the land of Eden. Remember, we're going to go back into the land. He's going to cleanse us up, purify us. We're going to go back into the land. We're going to rule the earth. And after a period of time, everything is going to become beautiful again. Everything. And then the nations will look at us and say, you know what? Those are the people of the Most High. Their power must be great. When the Most High took the children of Israel to war back in Egypt, it was to establish his name in the earth. Not just to bring some people to freedom, but also so that he would get the glory and establish his name in the earth. That's why they stood underneath of the mountain, and the mountain quaked, and the earthquakes, and the lions, and the roaring trumpet blasts, and all those things. That's why it says that all these things was being heard from all the surrounding nations, but only being able to be interpreted by the children of Israel. The sound of all those things was to bring fear to the other nations, so that the name of the Most High will get honor and prestige where it was going all throughout the earth. That's why when we came in through Amalek, they were afraid of us. The Amalekites was afraid because they heard what the children of Israel were able to accomplish with the Most High as their backing. They heard that. Decimation after decimation. Whole nations of people being chopped down and weeded out because they came up against the children of Israel. When in actuality, they came up against our power. So they heard of the fame of the Most High, and they went out before the children of Israel. That's why most people didn't bother us. There was a few that got tested and got swapped, but the majority of people didn't bother us. The Most High is saying it's going to be like that once again. Then the nations that are left, I went too fast. Let's go back to 35. And they will say, this land that has been desolate has become like the Garden of Eden, and the wastes and desolations and ruined cities are now fortified and inhabited. Then the nations that are left all around you shall know that I am Yohewahe. I have rebuilt the ruined places and replanted that which was desolate. I am Yohewahe, have spoken it, and I will do it. Don't think that it's something that you got to do other than serve the Most High and keep these commandments to return back home to our holy land. The Most High is the one who's going to have to take you back home. He says he will do it. Thus saith Adonai Ha Elohim. This also I will let the house of Israel ask me to do for them, to increase their people like a flock, like the flock for sacrifice, like the flock at Jerusalem during her appointed feasts. So shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of people. Then they will know that I am the Most High. Are there any questions or comments, family? Are there any questions or comments? All right. No questions or comments. Ima, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you give us a song real quick so we can just take a short break?
Yes.
All right, just give us a song real quick, please. We're going to pick up on Ezekiel chapter 37 in just one moment.
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm I see a dream, that dream is green, and I don't mean material things. Freedom to the land, child, woman, and man, as we take up for what we stand. Better days and better nights, as we stand and unite. We're one and the same. Why is it so hard not to point and to blame? Better sheet, get our houses in order and we'll see the peace. There are steps that we must take if we want to see.
I see my people rising, no more stopping us. Couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us.
The sake of us, the sake
I see
of
my
us.
people rising, no more stopping us. Couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. No more failing, telling, being beneath. What a beautiful moment, and a sight I can't wait to see. Even if I miss it, at least I wasn't part of the mission. Changing lives of men, women, and children. All glory goes to He that causes us all to be. Oh, and if they're thinking we can, we show them that. Just as long as we stand, a monument. We the people can't be broken as long as we stay focused. I see my people rising, no more stopping us. A couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. For the sake of us. I see my people rising, no more stopping us. A couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. I see my people rising, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So the Rabbi, Ima. But Ima, I have a question for you.
Yes.
How did that picture of you and I get on my screen?
What picture?
Every time I go on Salad, the picture of you and I come up.
I don't know.
I can tell you how.
Okay, tell me how.
My wife came on and put it on there.
Oh, I never did that.
They've been using my page on my platform for something and put the picture up so it would be you. Uh-huh.
I don't recall, but okay.
Okay. Because I have a totally different picture on my page, but okay, no problem. All right. Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 1. Y'all ready?
Okay.
Now, y'all heard the lesson that I presented earlier this morning, right? Or just now, just few minutes ago. How the Most High says he's going to put a new spirit within us and give us a new mind and allow our sins to be forgiven of us so that we can live in a land, and that he's not doing this for us because of something good that we did. He's doing this for his name's sake so that his name will be profound in the earth once again. You all remember that, right? The hand of the Most High was upon me. Yad, the Yad of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh was upon me. And he brought me out in the spirit of Ha-Elohim, of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. And he set me down in the middle of the valley. Excuse me. Now, that word valley, I tell you, I don't have my notes, so I'm going from memory. Bekah, that's the word for valley. And that Bekah, you know, when you hear the word valley, I don't know what comes to your mind, but I looked it up to find out for sure what Ezekiel was talking about. And I need to make this picture clear to you because I know you ain't never heard this like you're about to hear it right now. I'm telling you, go share, go like, and subscribe to these pages if you haven't heard it before, because we get ready to go on the journey. That word Bekah, that talks about a valley, is between two mountains, the plain or the leveling field between two mountains. And when it talks about two mountains, what is mountain symbolic of? Mountains are symbolic of governments, powerful people in position. They not just hills, they mountains. They up there, they getting it. Hills are powerful people, but a mountain is a whole government of people combined together, a whole bunch of hills. But the valley is the middle between these two governments. So this government, you get in the valley, then you got another government. But you go through one government to get to the valley as a form of transition, to get from one place to another as a form of mindset, from one mindset to another. When the government, when the Western thought ruled us, we thought when that Western government ruled us, our mindset was one way, and that's pretty much how it is today. But when that other government rules us, our mindset will be completely different than what it is. So where we're at right now, what Ezekiel's talking about, where we are, is in that place where we are able to be worked with in the middle, so that our mindsets will be able to be changed from what it is to something profound. And watch this. This I have never read this like this and understood it the way that I understand it today. It's completely, it gives so much more emphasis and understanding. That's why I started with the first couple verses up in 24 and read down, or 22, and read down to this, because they all are in a perfect alignment. They all work together. The Most High cleansing us and giving us a completely different mindset other than what we have. Now, all these governments, these mountains have all ruled over us, and they're all going to collapse, but they all have ruled over us and given us the way that we think. But the Most High is going to intervene, and he's going to cleanse the way that we think and give us a new mind, also give us a new spirit. So Ezekiel 37 is just a continuation of Ezekiel 36, but watch how it all plays out. You see, because we didn't realize this when we didn't understand what it was saying. We sitting at a place right now between two governments. We have to make a decision which government we're going to follow, which mindset we're going to live by. This is every day in our lives. We have to make that decision every time we get up and the Most High blesses us with breath. We have to make that decision. We do. But guess what? The Most High is saying he's going to give us a new mind. He's going to give us a new spirit. So how are we making a decision, Prince? Because we have to prepare this vessel that we have for that new mindset, for that new spirit. We got to prepare that vessel, and you can prepare that vessel by the way you think, how you focus, and what your true desires are. The mind is more powerful than what you can imagine, family. It's way more powerful. So what I'm saying to you is, in your preparation in preparing this vessel, you have to invite it in. Because if you don't invite it in, it ain't coming. And how do you invite it in? By conducting yourself according to the laws of the Creator to the best of your ability, however you interpret it. You are inviting in this change that the Most High is trying to bring about. He's going to bring it about, but are you going to be included? Because if your mind is not adjusted to receive what the Most High has for you, you ain't going to get it. If you stuck on saying this man is your God and that woman is your God and this is how you're going to live, then the Most High can't do nothing for you. He would never be able to do anything for you because you're not inviting him in. We're in a valley right now, on flat plain land, waiting for the Most High to breathe the breath of life on these dead bones, on these dry bones. Let's watch. Let's see. The hand of the Most High was upon me, and he brought me out in the spirit of the Most High, and set me down in the middle of the valley. It was full of bones. Now, Ezekiel was describing that he's in a flat plain land somewhere between two mountains. And that place where he is full of bones. There's people there, but they're bones. They're bones. And he led me around among the bones, and beheld there were very many on the surface of the valley and beyond. What is he talking about? The beyond. There were very many people on the surface of the valley, and beyond that surface, where? What's the beyond? Is he talking about the grave? Is he talking about on the other side of the hills? What is he talking about? They were very dry. Well, waters are used for purification. Waters purify things, but water also moisturizes things. If you ever notice that if you got something dry, you put water on it, as long as it's wet, it's cool. When the water dries up, it gets ashy again. It becomes dry again. So something had to be put in us, on us, with us to give us life all over again. That's why the Most High first said he had to take us back in the last chapter we read, and he had to sprinkle clean water on us. Because Ezekiel said we were dry. That clean water was his spirit, a portion of his spirit that had to come up on us and fill us. And it still has to come upon you today. You cannot invite the spirit of the Most High upon you if you doing things the way you think it should be done or the way you want to do it. You have to do it and invite him according to his law. You have to open the doorway chamber of your soul to say, Creator, guide me, lead me, show me, heal me. Because I know I'm wrong and I know I don't know the way. You have to do that. Therefore, when you do that, the Most High will cause his spirit, not your spirit, but his spirit to come upon you, which will teach your spirit how to conduct itself. And I know you already saying, well, Prince, I know right and wrong is wrong, and I'm telling you that you're wrong. You don't know. Your mind has been engineered from those two mountains that have been standing on the sides of you, teaching you how to think, how to live, how to breathe, how to be, how to treat your neighbor, how to treat your children, how to treat your wife. Those mountains, those governments have pretty much given us our mindset. That's why today the average man, I only need one wife, only want one wife. I can only have one wife, and don't even know nothing about how many things he's entitled to. He doesn't know the power that he possesses inside himself because he's a God on earth. He don't know about that. He don't know those things because those power structures have taken all of that away from you. While they rise, you have been diminished. The Most High says, I'm going to put that water on you and cleanse you and then give you a new spirit. That's what he said in Ezekiel 36. You don't believe me? Go back and check it out. Let's read on. And he said to me, the surface of the valley, and behold, they were very dry, very dry. That means the people did whatever they wanted to do. That means that the people wasn't even close to hitting the Richter scale when it came to serving the Most High. We did what we thought we were supposed to do because we've been taught that by man. But the Most High is saying it goes a whole lot deeper than that. Let's read on. And he said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? Now, the word for bones was etzim. And when I looked up the word bones, I said, wow, what is the Most High trying to tell us? Etzim means bones, but etzim also means trees. Now, the funny thing about this is that trees in the plural is also trees in the singular, and etzim means bones, but etzim is the plural version of trees. And you do know that a tree is symbolic of a man. That's how I'm trying to tell you that what you think you're hearing right here is not actually what you're actually hearing. There was no bones. These was people, real people alive that was void of the spirit of the Most High. They had a spirit. They was walking around with a spirit, but their spirit was based on their own understanding. That's why they was between the two mountains. And that's how we get our knowledge, our teachings, our understanding, our livelihood, our lives. The Most High is saying through the prophet Ezekiel that no matter what you think you know, just open yourself up to the Most High because you can't do this on your own. You can't. It's impossible for you to do what the Most High is about to do on your own. You can't do it. Long as you got your spirit open to him by trying to do his commandments, by trying to keep his law, by trying to please him, thereby you're giving the Most High access to your innermost being, those dry bones, those etzims. All through scriptures, trees are symbolic of men. All through scriptures. The word for plural for trees is bones. Y'all understand? He said to me, Son of man, can these trees, can these people, but they translate it as, can these bones live? And what kind of bones was these? These was dry bones, bones that had no anointing on them, bones that wasn't cleansed of their sins or their filth or their uncleanness. He's talking about every one of us today, all of us, because we are all full of iniquities, sin, all types of wickedness. Man, let me tell you something. You get in an argument, soon you think you are righteous. Yeah, I'm righteous. Soon as you get in an argument with somebody, let somebody not do what you want to do, like your children. What are you doing? You're beating them. Why? You're trying to conform them to think like you. You're trying to make them do what you want them to do. Is that right? Do you think that's the way of the Most High? To show such aggression to a little child? You don't know that. You don't know the difference between right and wrong truly on a high spiritual level right now. You don't know that. You only doing what you were taught to do from the way of life that you were raised up in. There's a way that you can communicate with your children. You don't even have to raise your hand. My little son, I do this all the time. I just look at him. and I use mental telepathy to talk to him. And I do that so that he will learn to do that back to me, and we will be able to communicate. People say, Chris, you crazy. No, we're not. We're gods on this earth. And y'all have to understand that. Play with it. Watch while he's little, him or her, while they're little, communicate with him in that way, in that manner, and see what happens. They will begin to understand you. They will begin to communicate with you. It takes time because these types of things have been lost from our minds for a very long time, lost from our behavior for a very long time. And we have been raised up by devil worshipers, idolaters. They don't want you having that form of communication. They don't want you knowing the ability that lies within you. They don't want you to know the power and true strength that you have. Therefore, they do all the things like we was talking about earlier, by putting all that stuff in your food. Lead. Why? Lead directly affects your brain. It directly affects your brain, your thinking capabilities, so that you can't do what I just said I do with my child. And all that's intentional, but you don't understand it. If you have to go in the kitchen, I'll turn the camera off while you go by. All right? Give me a second. All right, go ahead. Hurry up. You understand what I'm saying? We're so far away from our natural order of things that the Most High, once we invite him in, he's going to have to replace what we have with something different, a portion of himself to a higher degree. He has to. First, he has to take waters and purify us. And then after he take the waters and purify us, he'll remove our sin from us. And after he take our sin and remove our sin from us, then he'll place a spirit on us. And this spirit will remain within us because that spirit will be teaching our spirit how to conduct itself in righteousness. Thus says Adonai Ha-Elohim to these bones. Behold, he says, I will cause breath to enter into you. What is breath? Somebody tell me what breath is. Breath, good life, God, good life. But breath is the ruach, that spirit. Ruach is breath. Ruach, I will cause the ruach to enter into you. And you shall what? You shall live. We think we living right now. We not. We just existing. We don't know how to live yet, because we're being confined from truly living and tapping into that real resource and real strength that we got in the Most High. This scripture, this chapter is on another level. This is like another worldly chapter that you can read it and get one understanding and then read it again with a new understanding and see something completely different. I'm trying to explain it to you, but I'm trying to explain it to you on a level that you'll be able to receive it. Believe me. Thus saith Adonai Ha-Elohim to those bones, to those trees, to those etzim. Behold, I will cause the Ruach to enter into you, and guess what? You shall live, and not just exist, but live. Watch this. And then I will lay sinew upon you, and will cause flesh to come up upon you and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. So all that means is that right now we don't know nothing. We down here debating and arguing and fussing and fighting and hooping and hollering and don't know anything until the Most High does what he says he's going to do. But he ain't going to do it until we invite him in. Stop acting like we know and open up our essence by living this law, living this Torah to the best of our ability, thereby inviting the Most High in to do all these things that he promised to these dry bones. We are those dry bones. the whole house of Yisrael. We are those dry bones. We're waiting for the Most High to come in and give us life and put new flesh and skin upon these bones so that we can live. You ready to go, Bob? All right, go ahead. And watch what Ezekiel says. Ezekiel heard the word of the Most High, say, oh, Most High, you say you're going to do all these things? Yes. He said, how? Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss something? Okay, I think I did. Oh, no, I just didn't capitalize off of it. All right, verse 3. Let's go back to verse 3. I didn't capitalize off of it. I was moving a little bit too fast. I was so excited. But I want to capitalize off of this part. Verse 3. And he said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? He asked the Most High asked Ezekiel, can these bones live? Can these etzim, can these people, chayim, can they live? Or kaya, can they live? And Ezekiel says, and I answered. Watch what Ezekiel's answer was. Now, Ezekiel is actually looking at all of our world today, looking at our people today, because remember, Ezekiel was in the spirit when he did all this. And he's looking at our condition today and how so we walk in darkness thinking we possess the light. He's looking in our world today. He says, Ezekiel, can these dry bones live? And Ezekiel says, I answered as humbly as he know how. He says, oh Adonai ha-Elohim, only you know. Because only the Most High has the answers. Only the Most High knows how to do. Only the Most High can make that decision whether you get to live for another day or not. Only the Most High can make that decision. You know, you can sit here and you can say, well, no, Prince, I could choose that for myself. And you go and shoot yourself in the head. And the Most High make the gun jam. Or the Most High causes the bullet to go to a different part of your head other than your brain, and you're paralyzed for life for the next 30 years. Anything. If the Most High doesn't sanction it, if the Most High doesn't allow it, I don't care how bad it looks, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You could eat poison trying to commit suicide. If the Most High says it's not going to be, it's not going to be. We have to understand that. Ezekiel understood that. He says, I see these people running around. I see these bones lying down here on the ground. I see these bones trying to do this, trying to do that. I see the bones trying to live. But guess what, Creator? I don't know if they can. Only you can determine if these bones can live. And watch what happened. He says, only you know, Most High. Then he said to me, he's talking to Ezekiel now, prophesy over these bones. Wait a minute. He's saying to Ezekiel, I want you to go to the dead bodies, to the dead bones, to the dead trees, to the dead etzim, and prophesy over these etzim. Talk to them, speak to them, and say to them, Ezekiel speaking, O dry bones, hear the word of the Most High. If these are just bones laying on the ground, why is Ezekiel talking to them? Remember again, Ezekiel's in the spirit. He's talking about these dry bones. He's talking about every one of us walking around here in darkness, thinking we got the truth, thinking we know the way, with these minds that these mountains has given to us. We don't have that Hebraic thought. We don't understand when it says, hear, O Israel, the Most High your power, the Most High is one. We don't understand. We keep thinking that we can go get that guy that they got from the church and incorporate that into the Most High is one and say he is the Most High. We don't understand. Ezekiel sees all this. Ezekiel knows all this. The Creator tells Ezekiel, prophesy over these bones and say to them, O dry bones, hear the words of the Most High. Forget what you think you know. Forget what you thought you knew. Here's the truth. And I want you to hear the words of Ha Elohim, the creator, Yotzer. I want you to hear, but the word had to come through a prophet, and not just a man, but a prophet who speaks in the name of the Most High. There will be a lot of people out here talking about they talking the word of the Most High, and then behind the scenes, they're doing whatever they want to do. And most of the time, it's a bunch of wickedness, foolishness, and evil. But there are some who stand on the principles of truth and righteousness, and they hear the voice of the Most High, and they speak to you in the name of the Most High, but you don't hear them because you don't want to hear them, because the things that they got to say are things that you don't want to do, like really worship the Creator to the best of your ability, like fasting and praying and sacrificing and sharing and not being selfish, not being greedy, not being a whoremonger. You can't do those things and talking about you serving the Most High. Therefore, when Ezekiel looked down, all Ezekiel saw was bones. And he didn't see the bones with any life. They were just bones. They were dead. And we are dead right now, today, in these streets. Although we move and we show activity and we show signs of life, we're really dead because we're void of the true knowledge of the Most High. Anytime a man can read the scriptures and the scripture says, thou should not commit adultery, and then he's watching homosexual porno movies on television, and he think that that's not adultery, something's wrong with that. That man, that woman, how do you know if she's married or not? You know, a lot of men will let their women do those type of things. And a lot of men will do those type of things with women, not even caring, because it's all about the money for them. It's all about entertainment for them. But is it a physical act of sexual intercourse? A violation against the laws of the Most High? There's so many men out here today that's addicted to porn. It's ridiculous. And they don't realize that they got demons on them. Hard demons. Strong demons. There's so many women today that's addicted to porn. It's unbelievable. And they don't realize that they're possessed with demons and they need to get exorcism. They really need to get these things out of them. And the best way to do it is through fasting and prayer and dedicating your life to the Most High. There are so many of us with these illnesses and sicknesses that we don't think anything is illness or sicknesses about it. And it's because we're dead. We are those bones that was lying that Ezekiel tried to prophesy to. But a lot of us won't hear words of Ezekiel, or even the words of men that are like Ezekiel. We won't hear it because we don't want to. Therefore, we're not inviting the Spirit of the Most High in. Before the Most High released that Spirit, he told Ezekiel, prophesy to these bones. Ezekiel, let my word go out into a dead nation. And the ones that is meant for, the ones who are inviting my Spirit in, they will rise up. But there's going to be a lot of you that after this lesson is over, you still going to be addicted to the porns. You still going to be committing adultery. You still going to be eating those pork chops. You still going to be worshiping Jesus. It's a lot of you that this message is not going to penetrate through. You ain't going to hear the words of the Most High. You're just going to be another one of those bones that's laying in the valley, in the darkness, thinking that you got life. And you ain't life. You ain't got life. You're just existing. You don't even know what life looks like. You're working under the auspices that the European man, or I ain't going to say European because the enemy is not just European. You're working under the auspices that this government has placed in your mind, in your subconscious mind, simultaneously while they're trying to take your life, to keep you docile, to make you think you're on a path of something and you're not, because you are faking it. You're not submitting yourself to the will of the Creator to the best of your ability, as you should be. Now, there are some of you who are. There are a lot of you who are truly trying to serve the Most High to the best of your ability. And you make mistakes and you fall and you err sometimes, and that's fine. But as long as your soul is pure before the Creator, You know the difference between right and wrong, and you do your very best to stay on the right side. And you don't want to walk on that wrong side. So it hurts you in your heart to disrespect the Creator, to defame the Creator, to bring any kind of shame on the name of the Most High. It hurts you to your heart, and you refuse to do it. But there's a lot of us who are weak. We know that we shouldn't be eating foods that sacrifice the devils, but we go out and get halal food. We go to a family reunion and eat their food, and we know they're up in the church worshiping Jesus. We know they're up in those places. We go to a restaurant because we want to go out so bad with our family that we go sit in a restaurant and we see a statue of Buddha in the corner and we say, oh, they must worship Buddha here because look at those statues. And we just go ahead, Mithra over there in that corner, and we just keep on eating because we allow our pleasures to control our desires as opposed to our desires of righteousness to control our pleasures. There's a difference there. Those people who do those type of things are not really opening up their essence to the Creator. You can't receive the Creator unless you desire to receive Him. His spirit, that spirit that He'll put on His people. You won't receive it unless you desire it. And the way that you desire it is by doing His laws, His statutes, His commandments to the best of your ability. Always, not sometime, not just on Shabbat, but even through the course of the week, how you treat people. Let's say, this is a live example for me just a couple of days ago. I forgot the example. Let me put it in a different way. Me and a brother had a conversation about some work that he was going to do. And it came time for me to write the contract up for the brother to do the work for me. And I began to alter the contract and write different things other than what we had agreed upon on the first job that he was going to do. And I submit that contract to him, knowing that that wasn't what he agreed on, hoping that he just forget and say, oh man, I don't remember that, but I'm gonna just sign it anyway and just to get this money from Prince. That's wrong. That's wicked. Prince wasn't supposed to do nothing like that. If the brother and Prince walk through a job and whatever we agreed upon is the only things that Prince is supposed to include in that contract, unless Prince discloses, yo, bro, I know we didn't talk about this, but I want you to do this also, even if it raises up the price a little bit, but I want you to get that also completed. That's how that's supposed to go down. To defraud somebody, willingly defraud somebody, and I know a lot of us do it, but what that does is that shows that we don't truly have the spirit of the Most High within us. We don't, because we won't want to defraud anybody. Just weights and measures is what that covers in the law, that a man must have just weights and balances. That's what it says in the law. So now when you defraud somebody, you're getting something from somebody unrighteously. That's not just weights and balance. So a man on that level will consider that to be a small sin or a white lie or a clean sin. You know, that ain't really that bad because I ain't murdering nobody. I ain't killing nobody. But in reality, bro, what you're doing is you are intentionally inviting evil in your life and not the Most High. We have to get better at that. There's brothers who teach this law who will lay with any woman that they choose, whoever likes them, whoever pops up on their radar, and never wife them. Just sex them and leave them alone. I don't like the sex. I don't want to talk to you no more. And move on to the next one and then stand before the Most High people and teach the people. And the people loves them. And this is not righteous. It's not righteousness. This is what Ezekiel is speaking to the people right now, to give them an opportunity to confess their sins, to change their ways, and embrace what the Most High has for them. Everybody knows their shortcomings, but a lot of people don't want to confess it. And if you don't want to confess it, then confess it to the Most High. But you have to turn from your evil ways in order to embrace the spirit and the spiritual essence of the Creator. We all got something about us that we need to fix and change and correct. But the real man who really wants to serve the Creator, he's going to acknowledge his shortcomings, and it might be a battle for him, it might be a struggle, but he's going to conquer it. because he really wants to invite the Creator in. And if you want to invite the Creator in, he will come in. And he'll give you the strength you need to conquer anything that's holding you back. Anything. There is nothing on this planet too more power. There is nothing on this planet too powerful for God to conquer, and you are a God. Nothing. You're not the Most High, but you are a Elohim. You are not the Creator, but you are a power. That's what you have to understand. Arise, O power, arise. Waken from your slumber and your sleep and the darkness that is upon you. Arise and be in your best at all times. Why? Because you got to inherit all the nations. You got to judge the earth. How can you judge the earth when you yourself is living foolishly and wickedly right now? How can you inherit the nations? Why would a man or why would a father give his son a great possession that he know his son is not ready for? Oh, dry bones, hear the word of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. He didn't say hear Ezekiel's words. He said hear the Most High's words. He says, this is the prophet speaking in the name of the Most High. You will never find this in the New Testament. You will never find this in the Greek writings. This is what he says. He says, thus says the Most High, Ha Elohim, to these bones. Why would the Most High talk to bones? Bones are inanimate objects. Bones can't live. Bones can't move. Bones can't think. Bones can't breathe. Why would the Most High talk to inanimate objects to make them live? Thus saith Adonai Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh to the bones. Behold, I will cause breath, the spirit, the ruach, to enter into you, and you shall live. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will cause flesh to come upon you, and cover you, and cover you, and raise you. And raise you with skin, and put breath in you, which means give you the ability to speak. Put that spirit in you so that you could speak in my name, saith the Most High. And you shall what? You shall live. And you shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. So did Ezekiel do what the Most High told him to do? Ezekiel says, so I prophesied as I was commanded. And as I prophesied, there was a sound. What does it mean as a sound? That word for sound is what? What do you mean that there was a sound? That word for sound is the same sound like we heard on the mountain. It's a call. Call is a voice. There was a voice. And behold, hine, a rattling. A ra'ash, a rattling, a disturbance. And the bones, the etzim, came together. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that the head bone connected to the elbow bone and the elbow bone connected to the shoulder. No. What he's talking about is our people begin to unify. Our people begin to build in righteousness. We left alone all the foolishness and the darkness, and all the like-minded people began to stand together and rise. We began to get unified. We began to get together. That's what began to happen when bones came together with bones. They came together with bones. They came together, bone to its bone. That's what he's talking about, man to man. That's what he's talking about. We're being filled with that spirit of righteousness once again, and we can recognize those who have that same essence, and we're all willing to work together to reverse this curse. Why is all this being done? To bring glory to the Most High's name, because we defiled it. And if left alone in our own condition, we'll defile it again. We've been defiling it for a long time. We've been woken up to the nation of Israel since slavery. We've been woken to who we are, but we still ain't getting along. We still ain't getting together. We still ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing nothing for our people. And we want to blame the oppressors. It's not the oppressors' fault. It's because we're not opening up. The Most High is at the door saying, I want to come in. But we so busy in our sinful nature and in our sinful ways, we're repelling the truth of the Most High. Because often the truth of the Most High is uncomfortable to us. And we don't want to embrace that truth. You mean I got to submit myself to my husband? Oh, man, I ain't trying to be submitting to no man. I'm not trying to hear that. But that's what he's talking about. We got to invite that spirit in. And we faking, we playing. Oh, I don't like the way he look. Oh, I don't like, you hear what Prince said? No, I don't like what Prince said. It is uncomfortable for us to hear the truth of the Most High. It disturbs us because the truth of the Most High has you do things that don't bring you pleasure, that you get no satisfaction out of, you just being commanded to do it and you don't want to do it. You don't see that the truth of the Most High prolongs your life and give you longevity of days and better health. You don't see that. So on a minute level, what you do is you want to eat what you want to eat when you want to eat it. You know that red meat is killing you. Why are you still eating it? Why are you still eating it? You know it's hurting you. You know it's harming you, but it tastes good because you're worried about your pleasures and you're not worried about obeying what the Most High says for you. The Most High wants you to choose life. He says that in the commandments. Choose life. So if you realize that this red meat is bringing me death, why you keep eating it? If you realize this turkey, chicken, and fish is bringing you death, why are you still eating it? Why are you still doing what you know is not going to allow you to be in a proper alignment with the Creator? And I looked, and behold, there was sinews of them. There were sinews of them on them. There was sinew on them. And flesh had come upon them. Now, let me tell you something. When we begin to work together and do things together as a people, like the Most High has ordained for us to do, we're going to see some real power take place in this earth. Real power. We're going to see black man, people of color at the epitome of greatness. At the epitome of greatness. We think we're doing something right now. We ain't doing nothing. We got one or two people that might be shaking a little leaf over here. One or two. Wait till the whole nation starts shaking the mountain. Wait till 50,000 of us stand up and all stand up. You guys, you don't have any idea what's waiting for you. You don't have any idea what's waiting for you. And all you got to do is say, Creator, I'm ready. All you got to do is say, Most High, I'm here. Use me. And mean it. And do it. You have no idea what this chapter is talking about. You have nothing. You can't even imagine what the Most High has in store for you, family. You can't even imagine it. You're so busy trying to get a house and a car, and the Most High trying to cause you to rule over the kingdom. You got no idea what you're capable of. You have no idea what this chapter is trying to tell you you are able to do. And all you got to do is get serious with this king. All this stuff that this European people or these enemies of the Most High is out here doing right now, poisoning your food, poisoning your water, poisoning the sky, all of that will cease because you said so. Because that's the kind of power the Most High gave you. But you don't know it. Because you're too busy fighting, squabbling over bones and chicken and little things. And you don't realize that it is you who the Most High works through to give life and prepare the earth for the chicken to inhabit. You worried about getting the chicken. I'm going to eat this chicken. I'm going to get me this. And the Most High is trying to tell you, why are you worried about the scraps when you could be worried about the kingdom? The scraps will figure themselves out. But the kingdom needs your attention. Now, I'm trying to decide right now whether I want to stop this class right where we at or continue on. I'm trying to decide that right now as I speak. Let's try it again. Verse 8. And I looked, and behold, there was sinew on them, and flesh came upon them, and skin had covered them. But there was no breath in them. They wasn't alive. Things are going to happen that's going to lead us to that direction, to that way. But there's going to be one final step that's going to be needed before we become alive. Before we actually illuminate and take control of this earth, take control of life itself. There's going to be something else and that thing can only come from the Most High. But we have to make ourselves the vessels that's needed, prepared for the Most High to work with us. Then he said to me, prophesy to the breath, prophesy to the spirit. He told a man to command a spirit. Do y'all understand the power that you possess? He told a man to command the spirit. Prophesy to the spirit. Prophesy, son of man, and say to the spirit, at the command of the Creator, thus saith Yahweh, Kumo, rise, come, blow from the four winds, O breath, and breathe on these slain. Why is he calling them the slain? Because we were all suffered and tortured, and we're all like dead right now in the state of mind that we are in. He wants that spirit that's out there, the spirit of the Almighty, to come upon us who are dead in this valley because of these mountains that exist around us, to breathe within to us and help us to live, that we may live. He says, so I prophesied as the Most High commanded me. And the breath came into them, and they lived and stood on their feet, an exceedingly great Let me tell you something, family. If you're not living for this purpose, then you might as well close your book and walk away. If you're not here for this purpose of coming together and unifying and creating this, bringing into this existence this great, exceedingly great army, then you might as well just close your book and walk away and go back to church. You might as well go back to church, because that's what this is all about. And so many of us don't realize what's needed to obtain this. Then he said to me, Son of man, those bones are the whole house of Israel. Like I told you from the very beginning, you don't know what this is talking about.
Gods, there is none like unto thee, neither are there any works like unto thy words. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name, for thou art great and doest wondrous things. Teach me thy ways, O Lord, yes, I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Oh, I will praise thee, O Lord, with all my heart, and I shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, yes, and doest wondrous things. Thou art great and do 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 wondrous things. Among the gods.
37, chapter 37, verse 11. Then he said to me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Just like we started off from the beginning. Behold, they say, This is what the people is saying now. Our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are indeed cut off. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus says Adonai Yohei Ha Elohim. He says, behold, I will open your graves and raise you from your graves, O my people, because we dead right now. We're dead, thinking we know something and don't know nothing. And I will bring you into the land of Yisrael, and ye shall know that I am Yohei when I open your graves and raise you from your graves, O my people. Do you know what he's talking about? Shit. So many of us have no idea what the Creator's talking about right here. I'll try to explain it to you the best I can. Today, we're walking around here in this earth thinking we know something, thinking that we are alive, although we're just existing. We have no idea that we're dead. We're the walking dead right now, dead in knowledge. We know nothing, we see nothing, we can speak nothing. We're dead. We don't have no power. We don't have any strength. The young man just got killed in a grocery store, something with this Chinese man killed him, took his life, and claimed that the young man had a gun. I don't know. I wasn't there. And the Chinese man that took his life was found not guilty. And the people was in an uproar, people protesting, the people marching. That ain't no power. That's not no strength. We're dead. Believe me, we're dead. If you want to show a form of power and strength right now, that's on a minute level what I'm going to talk about. If you want to show a form of power and strength, then you do is you get on the phone and you call your people call your people call their people call their people, and we shut down the town. Nothing comes in and out unless we say so. There will be no business conducted here. If you go to work, we're killing you. We got to be real. Now, that's some strength. That's the beginning of some strength. I got this video on my page, man. This is crazy, but we at this level right now. And I'm going to show you how simple it is. I got a video up on my page about Muhammad Ali and this white guy, Frank Sinatra, that the white European people love. So it was talking about back in those days when Muhammad Ali was young. He was a boxer, and Frank Sinatra was a young singer. And you know the white boys love Frank Sinatra. He was talking about how the black people would stay at the black hotel and the white people would be at the white hotel. And the black people could come and perform at the white hotel, but then they had to immediately leave and go back to the black hotel because they couldn't stay there. That was the law back then, at that time. So this one white man was with Frank Sinatra. I mean, Frank Sinatra was with Muhammad Ali and Sammy Davis Jr. and some other black entertainers. So he tells them, yo, come on, y'all get everybody, come on. We're going to the hotel and we're going to perform, and then you're going to get a room in the hotel. Frank Sinatra, one man, this is in Miami, Florida. He gets on the mic. He talks to all his white people. He says, this hotel will no longer be segregated. This hotel, from now on, it will allow black people to come and stay and reside in this hotel. And if it doesn't, I'm never going to come back to this hotel again. Do you know that them white people said, okay, Frank, whatever you say, and they let black people start staying at that hotel? He turned it around and said, now it's going to happen to the whole city. Black people are allowed to be here in this city. Do you know that black people started being allowed in Miami, Florida at that time? Because one man stood up and said something because he had that power. Now imagine how it would be if all these dead bones out here stood up with one cause and one purpose and put the word out and said, this is what it's going to be, or this is what it's not going to be. Everything that they're doing against us would change overnight. We got to not be afraid to make it happen. The problem is we're dead. We don't know our strength. We don't know who we are. We can't speak the words of power. And we don't see that we have any usefulness in this whole equation. We can't see nothing. We don't know nothing, and we can't speak anything. Therefore, we're dead. We can't even get 50 Israelites to come together for one purpose for 1 year without having a problem. That's how dead we are. And we only exist and we're not living. And we're not going to live until we truly come together and work together and allow the Most High to work through us to the world. And that's why we're in the condition we're in, family. This is what we have to do. And it's going to make a lot of you uncomfortable what I'm about to say. But a lot of y'all are going to have to die because you're the problem. A lot of y'all are in the way. A lot of you are contributing to our downfall as a people. And a lot of people don't want to hear that, but it's the simple truth. A lot of you are going to have to be eliminated from this equation because you are part of the problem. That's the reality. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, and sorry to have to say it, but it's a fact. And I can explain that in many ways, but I choose not to. In order for us to rise, in order for us to grow, in order for us to come alive, we have to invite the Most High in, and we have to tell some people you're not welcome anymore. If you got people in your life that you know that are teaching you separation, hatred, division against your own people, those are some of the ones that's the problem. Those are some of the ones that's perpetuating our downfall. That's standing in the way of you coming together to build and for this nation and things to change for us in this nation. I'm sorry to say it, but it's just a fact. Just like in the wilderness, when Moshe came back from down on the mountain, when he came back down from on the mountain, he told the Israelites, he said, stand on this side, you stand on this side, you stand on this side. He says, all of you who are on the side of the Most High, come over here. And all the Levites came over, but a lot of the people came over, and they stood behind Moshe. Moshe looked at the rest of the people. He said, okay, pick up y'all swords and go kill every one of them who did not want to be on the side of the Most High. Some of them was relatives. Some of them was the cousin, the father, the uncle, the sister, the brother, but they thought that deity was going to be their protector, and they thought that deity worship was good for them. They thought that idolatry was going to help them. They thought that all that practice, the golden calf and all those things was going to save them. Moshe said, pick up your sword. Now go and kill the rest of them. That was their brothers and sisters. They had to do the hard thing, and they had to kill them. And that's what they did. A lot of us are going to have to go. Now, I ain't saying us. I'm saying y'all, because I'm already on the side of righteousness, and I'm already going to dedicate my existence to do righteously and do the will of the Creator. I will hope to pray that the rest of you are with me. I can't tell just because you show up on Shabbat What sacrifices are you really making in your life so that our people can live? Or are you just a part-time Israelite? Are you just one of those brothers and sisters that show up on the class and just listen to these great lessons and just go away and do nothing afterwards to change the trajectory of your life? That's a part-time Israelite. If you really about the Most High's business, then you will come and you will support and you will back everything that we do that's in righteousness. And everything that we do will be in righteousness. We won't have it any other way. But if you want to just play, then just keep on doing what you're doing, because that's what they taught you. The oppressors taught you how to play. Show up on a Sunday. You all righteous in church. Take off your Sunday best. They even have you dressing up to go to church. What are you doing? You're putting on a costume. You're pretending to be who you're not being. You dress up on the Shabbat, on a Sunday, to go to church with clothes that you don't wear through the rest of the week. You're not a businessman. Why you put on a suit on Sunday? Because you're performing. They're conditioning your mind so that you can dress up and pretend in your whole life. You go to church. This one sister, I was talking to this sister the other day. I don't even remember who it was. And she was telling me about a problem with her mother. She thinks her mother is losing her mind. And her mother, she's into Christianity. She's a Christian. She said her mom just want to read the Bible all day. Now, there's a whole lot of ways we can interpret that. You know, I mean, she's in the New Testament. That's a problem. But what I see is her mother, really trying to sacrifice the pleasures of life to please what she understands is the Creator. She said her mom just want to read the Bible all day. Her mom get off of work, she go home, she crack the Bible open, she reading the Bible to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, go to sleep, do it again. Sure, she in between time, go to the bathroom, whatever she need to do, but the majority of her time, she's in that book. We're not that serious with anything. We want to serve the Most High as a convenience, as long as it fits in our schedule. So we adjust our schedule around the Shabbat so we can keep doing the Shabbat, but everything else, it has to fit in our schedule in order for us to be able to participate. I'll give you an example. The holy days came up. Passover came up. We put a call out, let all the family know we're keeping Passover on the land. How many of you showed up for Passover on the land? Or how many of you came up with excuses why you couldn't show up because you're not ready yet? That's all I'm trying to say. Because anything that determines, I bet you if I told you Prince is handing out $1,000 for anybody who shows up on Passover, the house would have been ran over. The house would have been flooded. If I told you I was giving out $100,000 to every adult that showed up for Pesach, the house would be flooded. Because $100,000 will serve your purpose. Taking your own money to travel to a holy land, a set-apart land, a place where you can go to worship the Most High for a week where you wouldn't be able to go back to work. You're not trying to hear it. You're not trying to sacrifice of your own to please this king. You'll go to something close and convenient to you, maybe. But there, nobody's holding you accountable because you can come and go as you choose. But you come down on the land, it's a totally different world there. You can't just get up and go and do whatever you want to do without people noticing and seeing. And we're, no matter how we want to admit it or not, we still embarrassed to be shamed in front of others by doing shameful things. So therefore we conform, and we know that once we come to the land, people know what's going on with you. There's a lot of things you won't be able to do when you come on the land. So you got to go off the land. What I mean, like you smoking weed, you a weed head, then you got to go off the land and go get your weed because you're going to smoke yourself out. People are going to notice that you keep disappearing, that you keep missing. You understand what I'm saying? They watching you all the time. And you don't want to be ashamed because somebody going to ask you, where you keep going, bro? Where you keep going, sis? We don't want to give up our pleasures. And if you're a dude who's and a female who's all about sexual intercourse and sexual actions, and you're sexually active and you're only looking for somebody that you can lay with, but you're not here for the right purpose, people will notice that as well. Because if you get in the ear of the wrong person or you do the wrong thing, somebody going to see you, or somebody going to bring it to your attention that you out of order, or bring it to my attention that you out of order, and then we got to have a sit down. People don't want nobody ruling over them. People don't want nobody commanding them and holding them and calling them on their short behavior, their wrong deeds or doings. Therefore, when Passover come out, they do what's most convenient for them to do. I watch my family that I know plan a trip a year in advance, saved all their money up to go take a trip to Jamaica, to the Bahamas, to Mexico, and all of that was within a 2 years' time. Bahamas, Mexico, Jamaica, within 2 years, and California, within 2 years' time. But can't make it to the land for Passover because they got to work. Can't make it to the land for the Day of Atonement because they got to work or they ain't got enough money. I don't understand it. How do we put our pleasures before our service to the Most High? How do we do that? I don't understand it. Look at the people dropping out the room. Keep running, because I'm going to keep speaking the truth. I'm going to keep speaking the truth. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep talking it until you get it. And if you don't get it, then that means that you're not a part of that. That's all. It's okay. It's all right. I'm used to this. It's okay. You don't have to be a part of it. All I'm trying to explain to you is, until you put the zeal into serving this king like you do into your own pleasures, you're dead. You don't know the Most High. You're dead. Until you give the Most High the best of you, you're dead. And you will never wake up until you give him the best of you and open that doorway so that he can enter in through his spirit, allow his spirit to come in to open you up and give you life. It won't happen. So you can keep coming and showing up for Shabbat services all you want. You can keep wearing your fringes and showing up for Shabbat services all you want. Until you give the Most High greater desire than you give to your pleasures, you will always be a dead individual. Your mind will be dead. You won't see, you won't hear, you won't be able to speak anything. You will feel less of a man within your own character as long as your desires are put before your service to the Creator. That's the only way that those bones were able to come together and build a great and mighty, exceedingly mighty army. Everybody had to be on one accord, and that accord was righteousness. Everybody had to have a pure essence to serve the Creator to the best of their ability. It's the only way it's going to be done. And that's why we ain't doing it right now, because too many of us are dead. Matter of fact, the majority of us are dead. Our children are going to grow up and be dead if we don't fix the equation. They're gonna be just like, I remember when I was little, these old heads used to be on the corner drinking 40s, talking, shooting crap, shooting dice, standing out there gambling. Those same old heads are on the corners today, if they're not dead already. Those same guys are standing on the corners doing the same thing, selling drugs, drinking liquor, sexing the women, shooting crap every day, early in the morning till late at night. Them same guys still in the corner. If they're not dead already, they're still in the corner doing the same thing. But guess who's there with them? Their children, the youth from the neighborhood who watch them. They're still there, and they got the young boys that grew up watching them doing the same thing. That cycle is going to continue for generation to generation to generation, a bunch of dead folk. Until we change that cycle. And those of you who know have the ability to change it. But you yourself are dead. Because you got a little bit of the knowledge. That's what Ezekiel was talking about. The Sinu came upon him. That Sinu was a little bit of that knowledge that you got. But if you notice when he said the Sinu and the flesh came, they were still dead. They couldn't get up. They couldn't rise. They couldn't walk. They couldn't teach. They couldn't lead. They couldn't assemble themselves together. They couldn't do nothing because they didn't have that spirit. And the only way you're going to get that spirit is by submitting yourself to the will of the Creator in truth and righteousness. Like that lady who was a Christian who used to go home every day and crack her Bible. She was submitting herself to what she understood to be right. May the Most High have mercy on her. But what are you submitting yourself to? You call yourself by the name of a Hebrew Israelite. What does that mean to you? Because like Danielle said, once you call yourself by that name, what do you do afterwards? What's the next thing that you do after that? How do you live your life? How do you conduct yourself? What do you do in the dark when ain't nobody watching? When you home by yourself, what are you watching on television? What are you eating? What are you thinking about? What do you do in the dark when ain't nobody watching? That all determines who you are. That all determines whether you're dead or alive. And the majority of us, we do our own pleasures. There are females who go on a female trip with other females and be whores when they get there. We go to distant lands, Italy, Rome, Tokyo, wherever we go, Jamaica, and the Jamaican man walk up on you and you just drop your underwear like if it was nothing to it. And you're a Hebrew Israelite, being in the house of the worship on the Shabbat, and right there, you're somebody else. It's because this lifestyle is not really in you. The Hebraic mindset hasn't set in. You're dead. You're mentally dead. You're living in darkness. You don't know any better, but you got to get it together. I've been telling you how to become alive through the whole lesson. Submit your will to the Most High in truthfulness with the honesty of your soul. There's so many of us doing so many things that we know the Most High wouldn't be pleased with. It's a difference if you don't know. But there are a lot of things that we're doing, we justify it. We make it up, and a lot of us blame it because we in the flesh. Everybody got to do something. No, you don't. This guy beat his wife. This girl cheating on her husband. And they think that that's nothing major, so nobody don't know, so I can keep doing these things, and it's not the way it go. The Most High knows. He knows you steal. He knows you rob. He knows you untrustworthy. He knows you're not faithful. No matter what man knows, the Most High knows. And until you stand right before the Most High, you're going to stay dead. How do we stop that? By stop doing it. The one way to learn how to stop doing evil and wickedness is through fasting, prayer, and meditation. Consistently replicating things over and over and over until you master it. Like, for example, what we do here at Temple Kifarim, we fast every Wednesday from 10 o'clock, from 12 o'clock Tuesday night till 6 o'clock Wednesday night. We don't eat no food. We don't drink no water. The men. The women, they'll drink a little water, but we fast. And what that builds up, it builds up your consistency. It builds up your determination. It builds up your willpower and your spiritual strength. It helps you in so many ways so that when the time comes that you say, I'm not doing this, you don't do it. And you can do that once a week. And then you can do fasting like 3 times a week if you're strong enough. 3 times a week, once a month. And do it on every Wednesday. So once a month, you take 3 days out of that first week and you fast and don't do nothing. No food, no water. If you're that strong. If not, then you just don't do no food for 3 days. You got to build up your spiritual strength. You got to do it slow. You got to build up your spiritual strength slowly until you master it. I just came off of a 30-day fast. I just ended my 30-day fast. What, about a week ago? Maybe 2 weeks ago? Just ended it. No food for 30 days. None. The only thing I did was drink juices and water for 30 days straight. Because I've been doing it. I've been conditioning myself. Really, because I got my mindset right where I want to make the sacrifice to please this king. And I couldn't tell you about all the things that the Most High did by way of blessings for me in my life during that time while I was fasting. I'm ready. Been doing this for a long time, family. Long time. Long time. So I should be ready. My spirit keeps causing me to fast on its own. Your spirit is trying to talk to you. You should listen. You should listen. Now my brother just put up an interesting comment. He says, Mr. Otter says, been doing this too fast. I've been doing this too long. Yeah, too long not to see no significant changes. And I agree with you. Too long not to see no significant changes. And my brother's been in this over 30 years. And when he looks around, I don't need to speak for you, but if you want to come on a platform, you can speak for yourself. You can come on and speak for yourself. But he's been around over 30 years, and there's no significant changes taking place for us as a people. He going on 50 years in this way of life. See what I mean? And no significant changes are taking place for our people. And part of that reason is because the people before us didn't prepare our minds to bring about any change. And a lot of them didn't make the sacrifices to bring about any change. We got to fix this problem, family. Or else, just like them brothers who were standing on the corner as we was young, and then we grow up, and they still stand on the corner drinking, and a lot of us are imitating them, stand on the corner drinking with them. That's the same thing going to happen with these things that we call having a Shabbat class. We're going to repeat. Look at our children now coming up trying to be teachers. If we find one or two that want to be a teacher, the majority of them blend in with the world and only come around on Shabbat day. But after Shabbat day, they out there with the rest of the world. And it's sad. We can't blame nobody but ourselves for what our children are doing. And then after that, they can't blame nobody but themselves for what their children are doing, repeating their behavior. We got to change that cycle by changing ourselves from within. Not just talking about this life, but actually living it to the best of your ability. And you should know that I am the Most High when I open your graves and raise you from your graves. Raising you from your grave, the Creator is trying to tell you that He's taking you to different spiritual levels of knowledge, understanding, and discipline. That's how He brings you out of your grave. He'll introduce you to something and take you further in that area. And once you master that, He'll take you into another area. And once you master that, He'll take you into another area. And then you'll get so far that you turn around and you look behind yourself and you say, man, how I do all that? And you won't even realize that you've achieved so much because you were coming out of your grave. And when you become alive, you get to look back like my brother, Mr. Otter, just said. He's been here for over 50 years now, coming on 50 years, and nothing has changed significantly in the nation. But once this discipline that I just got finished speaking about is enacted upon in our lives, man, 50 years, we could be home back in the land way before that. In less than 5 years, we can own some land, have a community, growing our own food, building our own houses, building our own house of sanctuary of worship, having businesses that we are making money. We're getting money from the general public, bringing it back to our community, and our community is flourishing. Laws, statutes, orders. We got children being born in our community. We got midwives living in our community. We got brothers that perform circumcisions in our communities. We got hospitals on our own land. We got hospitals on our land. We got supermarkets on our land. We got a bank on our land. We loan ourselves financial money and keep stability. We do it for us, for ourselves. We don't have to go to those Europeans or anybody else for anything. We govern ourselves. When the Shabbat go down, when the Shabbat come around, the lights go out. Except the street lights, of course, we want to do that for the people who might try to come in and do some crime, but we ain't even got to worry about that because if we're pleasing the Most High, He's going to protect us. But we ain't going to sleep on it. We still going to have people walking around the land every night just to keep security with radios, making sure everything is still safe. We're not going to sleep on it. We trust that the Most High will protect us, but we know that the Most High protect those who protect themselves. He blessed those who do everything to bring blessings on themselves. We got to make it happen. When I open your graves and raise you from your graves, O my people, and as long as we're not enacting upon the knowledge, we're dead. Excuse me. You don't know, we don't know what we can have. We don't know what we can accomplish until we go for it. We don't know what we can achieve until we go for it. And I'm not talking about these little camps we got over here. So they got 40, 50 people. So what? What production are they doing? Are they self-sufficient? Are they honoring the Most High to the best of their ability? Do they have what they need in their midst? Do they own anything? Any banks, any hospitals, any schools? Do they own anything? What are they really doing to set their mark in the earth? What are they really doing? Nothing. Nothing. And that's not good. He says, and I will put my spirit within you, and you shall live. And I will place you in your own land. Then ye shall know that I am Yohewahe. So until that time, you don't really know. I have spoken and I will do, declares the Most High, Ha Elohim. The word of the Most High came to me, Son of man, take a stick and write on it for Judah and for the people of Israel associated with him. This is a continuation of what we just read for all those who doubt my interpretation of what the Creator put on me to give to you. The word of the Most High came to me, Son of man, take a stick and write on it for Judah and the people of Israel associated with him. Then take another stick and write on it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and all the house of Israel associated with him. Take these two sticks and write on them, and join them one to another into one stick. That's unity. That's our people coming together. That's what I just said. That exceedingly great and mighty army, we're going to be one in the hand of the Most High. One in the hand of the Most High. We got to come together, family. We got to stop all this foolishness that we're doing. We got to show the Most High we want to live. But I understand and I know that we're not going to be able to come together until everybody submit themselves to the will of the Creator, the will of the Father. And join them one to another into one stick, that they may become one in your hand. And when your people say to you, will you not tell us what you mean by these? Say to them, thus says Adonai Ha Elohim, behold, I am about to take that stick of Joseph that is in the hand of Ephraim and the tribe of Israel associated with him, and I will join with it the stick of Judah and make them one stick, that they may be one in my hand, says the Creator. When the sticks on which you write are in your hand before their eyes, then say to them, thus says Adonai Ha Elohim, behold, I will take the people of Israel from among the nations among which they had gone, and will gather them from all around and bring them to their own land. And I will make them one nation in the land, on the mountains of Israel. Now, when he says on the mountains of Israel, that means that we are going to have a government. We will have a holy, righteous assembly, a holy, righteous government. And one king shall be king over them all, and they shall no longer be two nations, and no longer divide into two kingdoms. Now remember, all the idolatry is done away with. So this ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. All that idolatry is done away with. The Creator says that one king shall be king to us all, and they shall no longer be two nations, and no longer divide into two kingdoms. They shall not defile themselves anymore with their idols. That's a problem for the Most High. They shall no longer defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, or with any of their transgressions, but I will save them from all the backslidings in which they have sinned, and will cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. He says, Jesus. No. He says, my servant Dawid. shall be king over them. Where Jesus at? He ain't say nothing about Jesus. He ain't say nothing about Yeshua. He ain't say nothing about, he said, my servant Dawid, through his lineage, born again on this planet, is going to be king over them. And they shall all have one shepherd. And they shall walk in my rules and be careful to obey my statutes. They shall dwell in the land that I gave to my servant Yaakov, where your fathers lived. They and their children and their children's children shall dwell there. How long? Leolam Wa'ed. Olam Wa'ed. Forever. And Jesus, no. And Dawid, yes. It says, and Dawid, my servant, shall be their prince. How long? Forever. Where does that leave any room for Jesus? Or am I lying about what I'm reading? Because I'm reading right out the book. Where does it say anything about Jesus or anybody else coming to rule the nation of Israel and be their king and their shepherd? But that ain't what the church teach you. Church teaches something else. It says, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them. And I will set them in their land and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. Wow. Leolam Wa'ed. It says, my dwelling place shall be with them, and I will be their Elohim. I will be their Ha Elohim, and they shall be my people. Then the nations will know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, who sanctifies Yisrael, when my sanctuary is in the midst of them forever. All right, family, we got any questions? Any comments? Anyone? Are any questions or comments, anyone?
No, just a very powerful and heartfelt lesson today. Thought-provoking, soul-searching, all those things. Yeah. Definitely a lot of things to think about and better choices to make and clearing up in who we are.
Only comment is that it felt emotional, and like the Creator wanted me to hear this message exactly, and I believe that He did. Like a slap, a wake-up call. Absolutely. Antoinette Jackson, Shabbat Shalom, Antoinette Jackson. Can you tell me the fast day time again? 9 p.m., 9 something Wednesday. Okay.
She's saying Wednesdays.
Wednesday fast, right?
Yeah, instead of the 9, it was supposed to be a O. It's a typo on Wednesdays.
Okay. Well, first thing I want to first acknowledge the appreciation, because that's the first step to unity. What you just did is the first step of unity. Prince, when y'all do it, I want to do it with y'all. Do you know what kind of power and strength lies in unity? And that's the first step. So I want to acknowledge that first. That's a beautiful thing. We fast at Tuesday night at 12 o'clock until 6 o'clock on Wednesday night. For the men, we don't eat or drink. For the children fast at 12 o'clock on, depending on the age of the children. Like my son, he's 2, and he'll fast at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. But an older child should probably fast till 3 o'clock, like somebody 5 to 14, something like that. They should be fasting till 3 o'clock. And then after that, they can fast the whole day. But all of us should fast because it builds up that discipline and strength within us. We fast from 12 o'clock midnight Wednesday to 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. From 12 o'clock midnight on Tuesday night at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, Tuesday night.
Or Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
We begin our fast in the middle of the night all the way till 6 o'clock that next day. But let me tell you this now. We do more than just don't eat. We don't have sexual intercourse either. You know, sometimes you might forget, but you forget. You ask for forgiveness, you move on. But to deliberately do it and know that this is the day, but you commit yourself, you shouldn't do it. So we don't eat, we don't drink, and there's no sexual intercourse on that day to the best of your ability. Because you have to become disciplined in your actions. And a lot of us was crazy sexually active, and we needed to be disciplined in that as well. And you cannot allow those demons to control you, that your desires, your pleasures become stronger than your desire to do righteously. So therefore, through fasting, prayer, and meditation, you can conquer any demon that gets up on you. You can, by yourself. And what I mean by demons, a lot of times those things that you have inside you called desires and pleasures, they be demon motivated. If you know that man ain't your husband, then why are you having sex with him? If you know that woman ain't your wife, then why are you having sex with her? If you know that woman belongs to somebody else, then why are you lusting after her? These are things that we shouldn't do. These are deliberate sins, and they will cause the wrath of the Most High to come upon you. Once you build up your spiritual strength, those things ain't a problem for you. You don't have those issues. You don't let those demons control you. Because if we don't, them demons going to get you. They're going to get you. And those demons come out in ways that you don't even begin to understand when you're not spiritually strengthened. Basically, sis asked a question. What else besides food, drink, or sex are we abstaining from? The other things that we are abstaining from is just being evil, wicked people. You're trying to be the best version of yourself on that day. No food, no sex, no water. But if you're a woman, you can drink. If you're a woman, you can drink. We don't expect our women to be as strong as the men. We don't. But if you want to do it, you can do it. But we don't expect that from you. If you give us that, that's wonderful. But we don't expect that from you. But we serious about this. This is a long journey. It's a serious walk. We all have to be disciplined in all of our actions to achieve the ultimate goal. You know, I watched this video about this guy. What is this guy's name? Hey, what was that guy's name? Nature Boy, I think his name was.
Oh, Nature Boy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nature Boy had all these people over in these different places following his leadership, and he was just coming out of nowhere with it, making it up. And I can't understand how we, who claim to be the chosen people of the Most High, can't come together to do nothing. He had people sending him donations, people donating money, sending money to him, and that's how they survived, because people were sending in donations. He had hundreds of thousands of followers. We got 452. He was doing all this stuff, sexing women, women on women. It sounded like they was doing men on men. They was doing a whole lot of stuff. I mean, it was so crazy, the things that they were saying in this interview about what this, and I'm talking about the people who was there with him, the things that they were saying they were doing, things that would be totally against Torah, completely against Torah, that they was doing and that they would be willing to do to please him. And here it is, we have an open book conversation about the Most High. We offer a place where people can come and learn about the Most High and worship the Most High in truth and righteousness. Well, we do it the way we do it. We present everything to you. You can always go back and check it out and see if we're right. And if we're wrong, we open the platform up for you to come in and correct us. How many times Sister Higdalia brought to light something? Hey, Prince, that ain't what it is. This is what it is. You know? Or Brother Danielle hit me up. Hey, oh, Prince. No, Prince, that ain't it. This is right. Look, go look it out. Go check it out. And Prince come right back and apologize and say, yo, I gave you that. I was mistaken. I was wrong. This was my reason for what I did, but here's the correct answer. How many times that happened? And we got one right now that we got to look at. What was that chapter that we got? Leviticus 19 and 20. And that's going to be investigated so that we can have that conversation and explain to our people exactly what that chapter is talking about. So there we go. So I need to know, if you don't have any questions, Ima, is there any announcements?
Yes. We are actually 8 days away from our first graduation for Goshen Hebrew Academy at Tipple Kifarim. I have put a flyer out. Everyone's invited. Of course, we have other events after the graduation, a Princess and Princesses Ball, and then the next 2 days are a free aviation program that we host, and where students come and learn about aviation, the career path of aviation. And so, but that's it. But of course, if you have questions, you want more information, definitely hit Maisha or myself, and we can give you that information.
Now, she said we're having graduation in 8 days. After we had a graduation, we're having a Prince and Princess Ball. After the Prince and Princess Ball, we have an aviation program for 2 days. And all of that is for the children. All of that is for our future. All of that is for our future. All of it is for our children. And we have to understand that, because the children are our future. And if we don't build them up now, we fail for tomorrow. And if you got children, if you have children, and you would like for them to be a part of our school, because we have a private Hebrew school, and we teach our own children. We don't trust our children to the care of these people out here in this world. We have our own school. We educate our own children. And right now we go from pre-learning all the way up to the 12th grade so they can graduate. Okay? So if you got children, you want to get them into the school, give us a call, give us a holler, talk to us, and we'll see what we can do to get your children involved in our school. May the Most High be praised. Any of my brothers want to close us out with a prayer? Yes, pull up and bring the yellow dean. Bring your children up to the event. It's going to be a beautiful event. Does any of the brothers want to close us out with a prayer?
If they don't, just I could do it.
I was trying to give it a little second because sometimes it'd be on a little delay.
Okay.
I wanted to give them a second to, if they can hear me.
Okay.
Do any of our brothers wish to close us out with prayer? Next week, the Most High willing, I got you, bro. I have a 3-year-old. When does pre-K start? She's 4 in December. Well, Queen Fatima, you have my Isha's phone number, and I'm sure you have a Facebook. So you can contact her and y'all can have that conversation. All right, Maury Kezu is here on the platform.
Face the east. Prostrate ourselves before this great king. Great king, we've come before you, burdened with sin. We've been asking for permission to speak your presence. Lo lanu, Shingalaka, glory, Akavod. Thank you, Yah, for another beautiful Shabbat day, for another opportunity to come as a nation, as a family, to bring glory to this day, to your name, to your presence. Asking if you'd even continue to forgive us, Salak Lanu, for any shortcoming or fallacy in our actions that may have been before you, knowing or unknowingly. Even cause our hearts and our actions to be right and righteous before you at all times. Great King, asking for your protection and your guidance, even as we are beginning another cycle of creation, even as this day is still progressing, and even continue to watch over all those, our loved ones and your loved ones, that are honoring the day, keeping it holy. And may even cause those of our loved ones that may not know about this day to even search you out, yeah. Search you out so that we may all at some time be honoring this day. But it said that the Shabbat is a sign between you and your people. We thank you. Humbly are grateful for even keeping us throughout this past week so that we can make this day. Great King, there is none but you. You stand on high alone. We thank you for even allowing us to know this, and to be able to expound to those that we encounter on a daily basis, Yah. We'd ask, Great King, that you would strengthen those, even those of your elders that are still, in essence, moving in your light. Even strengthen the youth that are coming up, Yah, to be steadfast in your ways and not faulty, not falling to the left or the right, but even moving strong with your light, Great King. Even as the days progress, we ask you to even keep those that we have lost. Allow us to remember them in righteousness and even not make their passing in vain. You have set before us, Yah, a path. Thank you for even allowing my parents to call upon your name, to even teach us that your way is the way, and there is none but you. Ko kavo laka ko hala bashim ga laka ki atametsu yan ko hazman. Baruch Hashem shel Adonai le'olam. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Oh, and would you even put a special prayer on those that are ill in the house of Israel? But Yah, you are our healer, even Harofe Hagado. We even continue to put that healing hand upon your people so that we can continue to call upon thy name. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
All right, family. Total Rabbah. Are there any questions before we close out? Hold on for a second. This brother's saying right here. Benjamin says, just a quick word of praise. I've been fighting a case for 8 months on a wrongful termination. Last week, I was awarded full reinstatement to duty with back pay plus interest and cost of benefits. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
Hallelujah, man. That's what happens when you stay down with the Most High. He guides you, keeps you. Baruch.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. Keep it up. Keep up the good work, bro. May the Most High be with you. Creator willing, we see you all again next Shabbat. If it is the Most High's will, Im Yotze Yotze. Shalom, shalom.
Just gonna play one song and then close it.
Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod. Bezaman machala hu rofeh. Bezaman take Cabo, 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 Leia Ubore, Cabo, Leia Ubore, Haaretz ve'hashamayim, ve'hayam gam, ve'kol be'olamo. Baruch haba Yehovah, Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim, hu noten lanu chayim. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod. Bezaman machala hu rofeh, bezaman hara. Hallelujah. Bitch feels it. I need no tank cabo. Where I am gone, where Kobe Olamo, Baruch Haba Yehovah, who knows in Lanukai, bitch feels it, I need no take, come on.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Going through the gate. Had a lot to do. You know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration. Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes after cleaning.